Thursday, May 15, 2024, Lower Saucon Township Council meeting. The time is now 6:32, and I'd like to have a roll call, please.
Ms. Delion.
Here.
Mr. Bananas. Ms. Cordero.
Talk to you later.
Here.
Mr. Carochi.
Here.
Ms. Ray.
Here. We all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, council did not meet in executive session.
May I be recognized, please?
Yes.
You do not have control of this meeting, Tom, okay? So any outbursts from you are not recognized. What do you need, Jason?
So I just want to address the public. The public probably saw some deliberations and activity back in the council meeting room, which is normally where we have executive session. We did not have any executive session that I'm aware of, although sometimes I'm not informed of things that take place supposedly in executive session. But what I would like to bring to the public's attention is what took place back there was service of a lawsuit by the Bethlehem Landfill Company against Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla DeLeon individually, Victoria Cordero individually, Laura Ray individually, as well as Steve Gutsuzian individually. And based upon my cursory review of the pleadings, they're quite voluminous. It appears that the landfill has sued the township and individuals involved in undertaking the illegal activity that we talked about at the past 2 or 3 council meetings. And in those meetings, you may recall, what took place was there was supposedly activity that took place in executive session with regard to litigation concerning the landfill and Lower Saucon Township, and activity and actions taken by the solicitor supposedly with authority. And again, there was no discussion of that activity or the direction to be taken in that litigation. And it's also our position that the solicitor undertook those activities without any authority from council unilaterally. So as I indicated earlier, it's very likely that the township would get sued as a result of the violations of the Sunshine Act and also undertaking activities in violation of the authority or lack of authority. And that has now come to fruition. So I regret the need to share this with the public. This is not something that is good for the township. It's not good for the landfill. It's quite regrettable, but unfortunately it appears that the landfill has had no alternative but to pursue this because of the illegal conduct that was undertaken here. So what the landfill is seeking, based upon my cursory review of this, is declaratory judgment, injunctive relief, precluding Victoria Cordero from participating in deliberations and voting on matters related to the landfill due to conflict of interest because her parents are involved in litigation against or were involved in litigation against the township, as well as her public statements with regard to being opposed to the township, being opposed to the landfill and the financial impact that it may have upon her parents' property. This has been brought to our attention previously by Mary Ann Garber, who's the attorney for the landfill. She stood up 2 meetings ago with regard to these issues and addressed it again at the last meeting as well. And I think what is significant here, in addition to the relief that I talked about, is that the landfill is seeking $1.1 million of Lower Saucon taxpayer money for reimbursement for costs and fees that were incurred as a result of these activities. So that's in addition to other relief that they are seeking. So as of now, it looks like the township is squarely in the crosshairs for this litigation. It's unfortunate. I sure hope that Mr. Gutsuzian is going to be putting his legal malpractice carrier on notice of this, because this township should not be responsible for these fees and these activities, these things that have happened without approval from council. And I also believe that this council and this township should not be paying for the legal fees to represent, defend, indemnify the perpetrators of all this. Excuse me? The perpetrators of all of this, because they undertook these activities individually and without authority and without being under the color of Lower Saucon Township. And if they choose to act individually, then they need to be able to stand up and defend themselves individually. I expect we'll be having more conversations about this in executive session at some point, perhaps after this meeting or prior to a subsequent meeting. But I wanted this out there to the public because I'm sure you had questions as to what was taking place with the sheriff from Northampton County here serving papers on these individuals, and I'll be on the township as well. I wanted to be fully transparent to the public so that they know what's taking place, because this council has not been transparent with you in a number of ways. So I'm sure you'll hear more about this, and I just wanted to put that out there because executive session would be the appropriate time. You may have thought that there was an executive session, but there was not, that I'm aware of.
Can I have a point of order, please?
Sure.
Thank you very much. I will say this. I think it's extremely troubling that Mr. Bononis took it upon himself at this meeting to make statements which, at least in my opinion, appear to be on behalf of the landfill. It appears that Mr. Bononis has had whatever this filing is ahead of time. It appears that he obviously had a prepared statement to discuss what was ever here.
Where's my prepared statement?
Sir,
Where's
wait.
my prepared statement? Where's your evidence that I have
You
this
are
document?
out of order.
Kathy, did I review this in your office? Kathy, did I review this in your office? I'm
Okay,
sorry,
we're
I didn't hear you.
recessing this meeting.
I call a motion to recess.
I second that.
So,
All in,
there it is.
all in favor?
Keep your mouth off of that
Aye.
information.
You can't
Okay,
talk.
we're
So
recessing.
Jason, you reviewed it in Kathy's
I reviewed it
office?
in Kathy's office, let the record reflect that.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
we go back on the record, I'm going to say that again.
Yeah. Meantime, we can talk about how, who's gonna pay these legal
The
fees.
speakers are unplugged, correct?
They having a
No,
quorum back
we're
there?
in recess.
They having a quorum back there?
We are in recess.
I can still talk. I have to write this meeting.
We're in recess.
Well, if you can talk, so can we.
I think the notice of Saucon Township. Because of you.
I think it's flying coach in their mind. She's a lot of complaining. She's writing it down.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I mean, I got somebody, I'll put it out to the top. You just remove it visually, you know that? Or just remove the visual. Now, I can speak out to the side. Don't get your flying down, next time I'm here. And I'm gonna make sure you have it and you can fly it for me. And what? What's good, Roger? You're gonna get a clientele? You're gonna get a clientele, that's what you're gonna get. How many people would like this guy to get a clientele? Raise your hands, I'll find a towel if you'd like me to get a towel for this guy. So you find you a towel, instead of making these ridiculous complaints all the time. Please raise your hands if you want me to get him a towel. Anyone want me to get him a towel? What do you think? Want me to get him a towel? Here we go. I'm gonna get a towel next meeting. We're gonna get you one.
Throw in the towel. Throw in the towel.
Yeah.
Folks, I'm sorry, Priscilla's afraid to come out here and the public.
Well, of course, the first 5 minutes of the meeting, 10 minutes of the meeting, and here we go, down the drain already.
Okay, I'd like to resume the meeting, and the time is 6:41. And we're moving on to public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, you
I
were
was
speaking.
finishing my comment in response to what happened. Again, I think that this is very troubling that we see somebody on council speaking on behalf of a business
Can I
in our.
just interrupt for 1 second? People in the audience, you need to be quiet. You can't be speaking while there's somebody up there speaking. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
I think it's very troubling that instead of hearing perhaps the announcement of this situation by the landfill, who is the apparent plaintiff in this matter, we hear it from a council member. I question when and how Mr. Bononis received information of the filing. I question when and how he discussed.
She
I am finishing my statement. I am finishing my statement. I don't,
Kathy, let me
if
read
I want to
it.
finish my statement, I will finish my statement.
Let the record reflect that Kathy let me read it before I spoke about it.
I will continue to repeat, I question why you felt that it was your responsibility to discuss things for the landfill.
Because you're
That's my
hiding an executive
statement.
session
I
from
think
the
that-
public and they need to know what's
There
happening.
is no executive
You're
session.
not allowed to speak right
Sure I
now.
am.
The statement.
Sure I am.
And you're
You're
lying.
asking a question, I question, and I'm giving an answer. There it is. I
I'm gonna
question,
finish
I
it
answer. How's
already.
that?
I have the
She
floor.
questions,
You
I
have
answer.
not been recognized. You have not been recognized. I gave you your
I recognize-
opportunity to speak. I did not interrupt you. I allowed you to provide your statement to the public. So I asked for the same integrity
You don't have
to
integrity.
give a statement to the public in response. Well, that's fine.
You were in
You
violation
should
of
let
code
people
of
finish
Oh,
their
now we're going to enforce
statements.
the code of conduct. All of
We
a sudden, when you get
should
sued,
finish,
you're going to enforce the code of
we
conduct.
should allow
That's how
me
it
to
works.
finish my statement. I'm gonna finish my statement. I'm gonna finish my statement. Are you finished talking so I can finish my statement?
Okay,
I
so
give
if
you
you're
the respect
it's
to
not a
let you
statement,
finish
you asked
your
a question, and I
statement.
answered.
No, I didn't. I didn't ask you a question.
You
It's
said I
rhetorical.
questioned.
It's rhetorical.
Oh, oh.
So I will finish what I had to say.
Okay.
I
Thank
think
you
it's
for clarifying.
incredibly troubling. I call into question why and how Mr. Bononis has the information about litigation that was filed by the landfill.
I answered that
I
question.
think
Stop
when we get
asking that
to-
question.
When we get to agenda item O, this will be another example of the kind of things that Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi do to support the landfill. That is my statement.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I'd like to be recognized, everybody else was, I gave myself.
Sure, go right ahead, Tom.
Thank you.
No interruptions for
Oh,
Tom.
I know, yes, I'm special. Well, I just hope that you all would do right by the taxpayers, and since you took these actions as individuals and then collectively, that you pay your own legal fees for the defense of this action out of your own pocket. There's no reason why taxpayers should be paying for this illegal activity of yours, for Mr. Gutsuzian either. So I hope you all commit tonight that you will not use taxpayer money to defend lawsuits when they've been filed against you individually.
Okay, and I
Thank you, Priscilla, thank you.
You're welcome, and I have a question, these are all alleged, right? These are all,
Where we are right now is we were handed some documents right before the meeting started. I have not had a chance to review them. I don't know what they say. We'll address them in due course. That's all we can do.
okay, thank you. Okay, now I'd like to get into public comment procedure. Laura, did you have anything to say, since everybody else did?
Yeah, so I will just read from the administrative code since it never gets followed here. Chapter 5, subsection 5-8, section D, where it explains how meetings are run. I'll just read 2 sentences. The president of the council shall preside at all meetings of the municipal council. It also says, the council shall also choose one of its number as vice president to preside in the absence of the president of the council. There's nothing in our code that enables another member of council to be running meetings. Therefore, every time we have this, I acknowledge you, I give you the floor. That is not how a meeting is run per code, so pay attention.
What part of the code says that?
Okay, she just said it, if you were listening.
So
Okay,
let's
moving
talk about the
on.
lawsuit.
No.
That's what we're talking about, right? You're talking about that.
We're done talking
Yeah.
about
Oh, I thought we were talking about the lawsuit.
Yeah, so did I.
I thought, okay.
No,
I
we're
recognize you, Jason. You want to talk about it?
We are going to the next agenda item, which is public comment procedure. We should all pay attention. Council shall determine its own rules of procedure not inconsistent with ordinance or statute. All meetings of council, regular or special, interested citizens with legitimate matters to lay before council shall be granted the right and privilege to address the council. The council may prescribe procedures for citizen presentation to ensure decorum at all times and to prohibit personal or insulting language, total irrelevances, and harassment either on the part of members of the council or members of the assembly at the meeting. Tonight, we have a very long agenda.
Are you going to follow those rules? Because in past meetings, you've failed
I
to follow
am
those rules.
speaking now, you do not have to, don't you understand English?
I understand it very well, but you don't follow the rules that you just read. So I want to know, are you going to follow them? Are you going to enforce them?
I am going
As a
to
president of
read-
council, you're going to enforce them. You got a brace on your head, yeah, so I guess you're ready to go.
I'm going to continue my meeting as I prepared it. We have a long meeting tonight. I ask that all audience members to please keep your comments on topic and within the 5-minute time limit. If your comments are not on topic or last longer than the 5-minute allotment, I will ask you to return to your seat. If you go off topic, I may remind you to please stick to the agenda item being discussed. I also ask that audience members please refrain from engaging in conversations with your neighbors during the meeting. It is very disruptive to the meeting and very difficult for anyone watching to understand what is going on. If you would like to hold a conversation, please take it in the hallway. If audience conversations occur, I may ask you to go outside. I remind everyone that you may not lodge personal insults or derogatory comments against each other, audience members or members of council. Members of council, I ask that you please not engage audience members during public comment period. As speaking out of turn or interrupt during council comments or audience comments is disorderly and prevents us from getting through the agenda. Please be respectful of everyone's time. We also have resolution 31-2024. There should be copies out there that we passed on January 2nd, which goes through and really goes through and tells you what you can or can't do. And I won't go over all of them. We have 5 minutes for public comment, and we have 2 items on the agenda tonight, which are hearings, and that's a 3-minute public comment period. So,
You failed to address that non-residents and non-taxpayers are permitted to speak under your rules.
I'm not reading the whole thing. There's a copy of that resolution out in the hall, if anybody would like to read it. So, stop interrupting, Jason. It's very rude. You wouldn't do this in a courtroom.
I wouldn't, but I'm not in a courtroom because I actually have respect for the person who runs the courtroom, not the person who runs this meeting.
Thank you for that clarification, Jason. I
You're welcome,
appreciate it.
Tom.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so next on the agenda, we have presentations and hearings. A resolution has been prepared recognizing the following junior council members who serve on the 2023-2024 school year. Rudra and Nitya Takhar, I'm saying their names right, both served on Township Council. Cole Huber and Samuel Van Norman both served on the Parks and Rec Board. Harrison Vikic served on the Environmental Advisory Council. And you're all here tonight? Are you all here tonight? Can you all stand so everybody can see who you are and state your name for the audience? Okay. This is I love this program. This program was started some years ago with the then president of Hellertown, and we both initiated the programs for our communities, and it's been going, and it's going to look great on your resume because a lot of people aren't going to have it, so you're going to stand out among everybody. So thank you for all you do and attend the meetings, and just remember, government is by the people, and it's not always what you see here tonight. So
You forgot to ask the junior council members if they had a report.
Thank you for running the meeting, Tom.
You're welcome. Well, she
do the
forgot.
junior council members have a report for the night? I forgot to ask that. Did you have a report?
I just have one thing to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Saucon Valley is hosting their senior graduation on
You know what, we can't hear you, you gotta talk in the microphone.
Thanks for that.
She ran the meeting, right?
Usually they're sitting up at the table.
So on Friday, May 31st, Saucon Valley is hosting their senior graduation. So the ceremony is going to take place up at the football stadium at Saucon Valley High School. So it should be a good event. A lot of the community should pop out. I think each senior is given 10 tickets. So again, I think a lot of the community should be a good ceremony.
I hope you get the weather.
Thank you and good luck. Resolution 48-2024 through 52-2024. Proclamations recognizing junior council members. Whereas the Lower Saucon Township Council appointed Rudra and Nitya Takhar to serve as the junior council members on council, Harrison Vikic on the Environmental Advisory Council, and Cole Hubert and Samuel Van Norman on the Parks and Rec Board. Whereas all the junior council members participated in the meetings during 2023 and 2024 school year and provided input from a student's point of view. Whereas all the junior council members have done a great job and brought with them the eagerness of learning more about local government in their community. Now therefore, the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla DeLeon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Denonis, Thomas Carochi, and Victoria Optoff-Cordero, council members, do hereby commend Ruja, Nitya, Harrison, Cole, and Samuel for their exemplary performance on behalf of Lower Saucon Township and Saucon Valley High School and the Moravian Academy. Resolved this 15th day of May 2024. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve all the resolutions 48-2024 through 52-2024. Would there be a second?
Second that.
You second that? Okay, Victoria. And you open it up to the floor. Does anyone in the audience would like to speak regarding this issue? Could you please come to the podium?
Heck of a good way to be junior council members here. You understand the full width of everything that goes on in the, oh, Dave Boulan, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, 5 minutes, good. You get to understand the full width and breadth of what goes on. It's a good thing in this country, at least I say. There are a lot of people that love to shove things under the rug, but when you come here, you can hear it for yourself. There's no filters. There's no news media that tells you what you should be doing and listening to. You always need to take part in the government. And I think that's part of the problem we have here. We see the friction that occurs. There are certain people that want to do things and have been told maybe that's not such a good idea. Well, now we're going to find out, right? Because hopefully it will go to the courts and it will get adjudicated. And this could be, hopefully, happening in the rest of this country when people do things illegal, no matter where they are. So thank you. I see you guys every other week, and it's great seeing you here. Really appreciate it. You've given your time to this town. Yes, it looks good on your resume, but it's a lot more than that. It's something that will carry you through your life. I'd like to make one comment. We have not had the ability to speak about what was just discussed here, and I'd like that to occur.
It's not happening now. We're on this agenda item.
So is it going to happen? Because I'm saying I want to speak about that. I will not understand it to be moved till 3 o'clock in the morning.
To be clear, the public was not given an opportunity to speak as to the matter.
Not had an
It wasn't a
opportunity.
motion.
It doesn't have to be a motion, it's a matter.
Sorry, you're out of order and we're on this agenda item, and it will be discussed under non-agenda items tonight if you so speak.
Non-agenda item.
Non-agenda items.
All right, public, there you go.
Okay. So we have,
Thank you, guys.
anybody else would like to speak on this agenda item? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. May we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Optoff-Cordero?
Yes, and thank you for your service and for your time in Lower Saucon. Best of wishes in what you do in your future endeavors.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and I'd like Rudra, Nitka, and who's not here? I know somebody's not here. Who? All right, okay, Harrison, okay. Cole and Samuel to come up and get your certificates, and maybe give you a certificate. And I guess, do we have a picture? So, congratulations. What, council stand behind them? Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have we have Resolution 53-2024, which is the Emergency Medical Services Week, May 19th to the 25th of 2024. Council prepared Resolution 53-2024, and if I can get it out here, I would like to read it out loud. Resolution recognizing Dewey Fire Company Ambulance Squad for their hard work and dedication, and to designate May 19th to the 25th, 2024 as EMS Week in Lower Saucon Township. Whereas Dewey Fire Company was founded in 1897, located at Durham Street, Hellertown Borough, and whereas due to the need for paramedic services, Dewey Fire Company Ambulance was created on June 27, 1947. Responding to their first call on June 29, 1947 at the Hellertown Pool. And whereas Dewey Fire Company Ambulance started paying staff for day coverage in September 1988, and whereas they began coverage of Lower Saucon Township in 1998, providing basic life support services when Saucon Company Ambulance closed its doors, and whereas as the demands of their services increased, Dewey Fire Company Ambulance expanded service to 7 days a week in 2001, adding the second floor to their building in 2004, increasing service to 24/7 coverage in 2005. And whereas Dewey Fire Company Ambulance received certification to provide advanced life support services in January 2010. Whereas currently they are staffed with 47 employees, of which 20 are paramedics, 27 are EMTs, and 4 are volunteers. And whereas after 26 years of providing services to Lower Saucon Township, all citizens are encouraged to express their appreciation to the employees of the Dewey Fire Company Ambulance for their contributions they make every day to our health and safety to the residents of Lower Saucon Township and surrounding communities. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla DeLeon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Panonis, Tom Carochi, Victoria Altoff-Cordero, council members, wish to recognize and honor emergency medical service employees for their selfless dedication and providing life-saving services, and designate May 19th to the 25th, 2024 as EMS Week in Lower Saucon Township. Adopted and enacted this 15th day of May 2024. I would like to make that motion to approve Resolution 53-2024. Would there be a second? Second. Okay, Laura seconded. And any discussion by council? Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're blessed in this community to have excellent emergency services, both fire services as well as ambulance and paramedic services, and I certainly think it's appropriate to recognize the EMS personnel. They work tirelessly as volunteers. They show up at all hours of the day, regardless of the situation and the weather conditions. They take time away from their families. We're blessed to have quality people like that who are willing to assist us, and I want to thank them personally for all their efforts.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, I wanted to say thank you as well. We're part of the community, and they do a great job. And greatly appreciate all you do. Thank you.
And I would like to say thank you. I go way back, and you guys have always done a great job, and really appreciate what you do for us. So thank you, and be safe out there, please. Victoria?
I won't say anything more than thank you. Everybody else has said many things. I will also say, sorry, I'll take that back. I'll also say I appreciate all of your work in the township and your volunteerism. It's what makes Lower Saucon great.
Laura?
Yes, thank you all for your service. It's very reassuring to know that you're there, just a phone call away, day or night, any day of the week to help us. Thank you.
Okay, public comment, 5 minutes. Who'd like to go first? We have public comment? Okay, seeing none, can we have a roll call, please, Kathy?
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Alcoff-Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you for all you do. Thank you. And I'd just like to back up to the parents that you're here, I know as mom's here, other parents that aren't here, please thank you, because you help them do what they do. So I know I appreciate that. So. Okay, moving on then, we have, oh wait, I gotta give somebody a resolution. So, Yes, we passed, right. Okay, so who's going to accept the resolution for today? I. You want to state your name for the record?
I'm Kyle Bartholomew, the chief of the ambulance squad, and this is my assistant.
Bravo!
Okay, thank you. You're going to be safe. Okay, moving on, we have public hearing, consider adoption of proposed ordinance 2024-01. Okay, if there's any talking, you're going to have to go out in the hallway. Ordinance number 2024-01 has been advertised for the public hearing for the consideration and adoption to amend the code of Lower Saucon Township based on the November 2023 ballot referendum. Kathy?
Yes, this is an ordinance that was reviewed and approved for advertising at the April 3rd meeting. It was advertised appropriately for your public hearing. This is brought to council to approve the term limits voted on by the residents last November, and it will be modifying the terms to 2 consecutive term limits.
Okay. Steve, did you have anything to say at this point?
Not at this point.
Okay, so at this time, I'd like to make a motion to open the hearing. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And council, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, this just formalizes the will of the voters. The will of the voters spoke very loudly and clearly. We had presented this last year, and it was on the ballot in November. And if I recall correctly, this referendum passed overwhelmingly at almost 80%, I believe, 80% in favor of it and roughly 20% against it. You know, the intent of this is to eliminate the dead wood on this council, those that would seek to be a placeholder as opposed to moving the township forward, addressing legitimate township interest in a constructive way. And I'm glad that the voters spoke very loudly and clearly about this. I think it's incumbent upon this council to listen to the will of the voters and to enact this ordinance because this is what the public wants. And I'm happy that this is what they want. I think it makes for better government by having term limits, and hopefully Lower Saucon Township is better for it.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, I agree. It's what the voters voted for. It's what they want. It should be enacted.
Okay, and I'd like to make a comment and saying this is my 10th election, and this also entitles me to 2 more terms. Victoria?
I don't have anything new to add.
Laura?
I don't have anything to comment on this one.
Okay, so public comment, you're limited to 3 minutes.
Hey,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. I'm just gonna let him go.
So, okay, here we go again. The public has spoken. And I was really pleased when I got the results from Northampton Board of Elections here that it was crossed party lines, period. It was crossed every line. So it's not like it's this group or that group or whatever not. So I think it's probably a good thing. It's a good thing for those that are serving. It's a good thing for those that want to serve. And it shows you that you're not there forever. I think we have some real problems when you get to that status. You become like gods or something. And you can feel like you can do anything. Not a good situation. That's the problem that I have. That's why I let my kids grow up and do their own thing. Ha ha. Thank you.
Okay, Bob Blasco?
Yes?
You're going to speak, you were signed up to speak?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No, you're not going to? Okay, Sonia Miller?
No, sorry.
No? Okay. Kathy gave this back. Okay, so anyone else that's not signed up, you're more than welcome to come up to the podium.
When did we start this sign-in sheet thing? Because we've never used sign-in sheets since the beginning of the year, and that was never anything that was put in place in terms of a procedure. So I'm questioning that.
You're more than welcome to read the resolution that you guys passed 2 years ago which,
She replaced.
no, we only replaced one. There were two resolutions. This is Resolution 75-2022. And it says that there is a sign-in sheet. A sign-in
May I see
sheet.
that?
Absolutely, I can. Just give it back.
For hearings though?
The hearing procedure that you all passed.
Did you find it? I have it
I
underlined.
hadn't, it's been reading it.
What's the rush?
Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. Okay, so back to the meeting. Anyone else like to speak? You have 3 minutes. If not, then I'll make a motion to close the hearing. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Laura. And can we have a roll call on closing the hearing?
Ms. Alpapa Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Deleon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so the hearing is closed. Now I'd like to, I guess, make a motion to adopt the ordinance. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Jason, Pete, I think Victoria. Any other council discussion after the motion?
Yeah, I find it very telling that the voters spoke loudly and clearly, and rather than acknowledge the voice of the voters, Priscilla had to speak up and brag about being on council for 10 years, for 40 years, and that she's eligible to be on council for another 2 terms. Rather than acknowledge the will of the voters and understand that she's served 5 times more than what's permitted by this proposed ordinance, and have a willingness to move on and off into the sunset, she instead has telegraphed what her intentions are. And I think that speaks volumes.
Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is meant to prevent something like this from happening again, where someone just hangs out for 40 years, collects a paycheck, and doesn't accomplish it. And, it's good that in the future that probably won't be allowed to happen.
And my intentions, I'll speak right now, are secret. I'll decide what I'll do in 4 years from now, and everybody will know then.
A lot more of it, that's not secret.
Victoria?
I don't agree with the comments made by Mr. Benonis and Caroci about people's intentions and certainly lack of progress. So for the last however many years, Ms. DeLeon has been on council, but I don't have any other comments. I appreciate the voters' input, and I approve the motion.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I have no comments made on this.
Okay, public comment, you have 3 minutes. Who would like to go first?
Just really quick, Diane Hollowell, just remind the audience and the council that the voters in the township voted loudly and clearly the will of the voters. The ladies won the landslide election across party lines. Tons of Republicans in my neighborhood voted for Democratic women, just to remind you.
Thank you, Diane.
May I get clarification? Do they regret their votes?
No.
No.
Just clarification,
Yes.
they do regret it. I was. So I went by landslide too.
Okay, Kathy,
Valid point.
you know what? Here we go again. Kathy, please.
Thank you. Priscilla, Kathy Government, 4260 Lower Saucon Road in Howard Town. Thank God you've been with us for 40 years, because otherwise we'd have condos and landfills. So I'm grateful that you are here, and I crossed the party line. No problem. No problem.
We do.
Thank you for your service.
We do have landfill.
Priscilla President Council under 3 expansions?
Yeah, sure. Priscilla voted for every landfill expansion, that's why we have a landfill. You're exactly right, Kathy. Thank you for that
We
clarification,
have a
Kathy. You're
resident that would
exactly right.
like to speak. Are you going to be
Priscilla
rude?
voted for every landfill expansion, that's why we have it.
Point of order is right.
exactly right.
Should be
I'm
respectful
sorry,
to
you
the
shouldn't call
people
Tom
we need to
ignorant. I think
speak.
that's insulting to call Tom ignorant. He's certainly not ignorant. He's highly enlightened.
Insulting to be disrespectful to the lady at the podium.
Okay, now you're gonna talk about consulting. Okay.
It's insulting to her, she's still.
I guess when you get sued, all of a sudden things are insulting.
Anne Marie
You like
Slavic,
those
Lower
people,
Saucon
so
Township.
That's what you get, so.
It's okay.
Respectful they
I
are.
understand what's going on here, I really do, it's okay.
Yeah, good.
So I just want to say that in agreement with some of the people that spoke is that there is a tendency of public office, public people in public political positions to get their feet dug in for many years. And I think that most people in the country are aware of this, that our government was never set up for people to pitch a tent. That's not what our government was meant to do. Our government was meant to get people in the public, people in private sector, people who know different things, people might have different jobs, to get in the government and give their information, help, let them help the government. So different people from different walks of life, getting in public office, and then eventually leaving public office and going back to their old jobs or their old businesses or whatever. I'd also like to say that in past elections, I know that we had crossover from the Democrats to give us majority rule on the Republican side. And it goes back and forth. That's what happens. It also happens when you have deceptive marketing.
I'm not familiar with that piece of paper.
Well, it doesn't matter, but it's deceptive marketing. And there is a Superior Court filing, and I just want to bring this up quick. There was a Superior Court filing in the state of Pennsylvania that overturned a Northampton County court that found that the super PAC of the landfill did not donate to the three candidates, the Republican candidates. That was a court case overturning the Northampton County. So anybody who's putting this kind of stuff out should be held accountable in the public courts. It's deceptive marketing, and you can win elections in a landslide when there's deceptive marketing. Thanks.
Just to clarify your point, they have been sued and others will be sued, and I won't stop until it's done.
Yeah, the court spoke. And Judge Piniella actually presided on that court, if anybody knows who he is.
He was one of the three judge panel in Superior Court that found unanimously that the case was valid and that there was actual malice pled in the defamatory statements against myself, Tom Carochi, and Jen Tabak. We'll talk about that a little bit more later.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay.
For the record, she didn't ask Priscilla if she had seen that piece before. Priscilla just blurted it out while she was talking. Yeah, she has the gall to chastise us. She has the gall to chastise us if we say so.
Can we have a roll call,
Rules for
please?
thee, not for me.
Yes.
Mr. Carochi,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Hallelujah, yes.
Ms. Altough Cordera,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next we have public hearing, consider adoption of proposed ordinance 2024-02, amending section 125.6A of chapter 25, entitled the peddling and soliciting. The ordinance has been advertised. Steve or Kathy, did you want to take over for this? Have you met all the requirements and all that?
This is an ordinance, again, that was reviewed and approved for advertising at the April 3rd meeting. It's been advertised appropriately for your public hearing. It was brought to council that the dates and times that in our current ordinance were not to standards of what the state law provides. So we're amending the ordinance to revert to the state times.
And it fits into that.
Yes.
Right. And how long has the other ordinance been in effect? Probably 21 years, right? Probably. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to open the hearing. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordera,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so council discussion? Jason?
Just so that the public is clear, by voting for this council, or at least me, I'm not necessarily in favor of peddling and soliciting, but unfortunately we're bound by state law. And This is designed and intended to match the state law so that the township isn't subjected to litigation for being more restrictive than what the law allows. I would remind everybody in the public who does not want a solicitor or peddler knocking on their door that the township does have a no peddle, no solicit list. You can register for that by contacting the township manager and be placed on that list. That list is given to vendors or peddlers that are going out into the community so that they know not to bother you and come to your home. I would caution that township staff is heavily burdened now because they're short-staffed because of the personnel changes. But nonetheless, if you wish to be on that list, I would encourage you to contact township staff to get your name placed on that list. That's all I have to say.
Tom?
I have no comment.
I have no comment. Victoria?
I don't have any comment. I think you should put yourself on the list if you don't anyways to solicit.
Laura?
Yeah, I think my comment might be, I think Stacy was showing how you can get to the link, and I believe you can do it through the agenda here. Oh, it's right on the front page. There you go. Get on the list.
Okay, so now everybody knows how to get on the list. Okay, so now I'm going to open it up to the floor for public comment. You got 3 minutes. Do we have a list? Nobody's on the list. Okay. 3 minutes. Anybody like to speak on this? Okay, I don't see anyone. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
And can we have a roll call to close the hearing?
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and I'll make a motion to adopt the ordinance. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
That was Victoria. And any other council discussion? Jason?
No.
Tom?
No.
I have nothing. Victoria?
No.
Okay, again, we have to open it up for public comment. 3 minutes. Anyone out there would like to speak? I do not see anyone, so can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes.
Ms. Ray? Ms. DeLeon? Yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have under developer items, we have approval for landfill consultant review of Phase 5 hydrogeologic work plan. Council will consider approving their landfill consultant Rick Sickler to review the Phase 5 hydrogeologic work plan. Approval of work not to exceed $2,500. Kathy?
Ms. Alcoff Cordero had brought this to, I believe, the landfill committee, requesting that our landfill consultant hydrologist review the application that was in your packet, and the DEP response letter dated on February 26th. I did reach out to Mr. Sickler. He is available to do that review for you, and he advised me that would not cost more than the amount that was provided in the packet.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve Rich Sickler review the Phase 5 hydrogeologic work plan, not to exceed $2,500. Would there be a second? Second. Laura? Okay, council discussion, Jason?
Well, I'm not sure why we're spending township money when we have a letter here from DEP that says that they have reviewed the proposed work plan associated with the Phase 1 hydrological investigation plan. They offer their opinions in this letter. This is a letter that's dated February 26, 2024. It seems like it's duplication of effort by the township. Certainly there's expertise involved at the DEP level. I'm inclined to defer to DEP's expertise because they're the ones that oversee the safe operation of landfills. And here we are as Lower Saucon Council proposing to hire somebody to second guess what DEP is doing. And even if that occurs, I'm not sure what sort of persuasive or binding effect that would have on anything we're dealing with here, since DEP is the authority, has the authority over this landfill. So I think it's a waste of taxpayer money to do this. I am.
Tom?
Yeah, I just think it's a blatant, it's a fishing expedition to fund Ms. Optoff and her family's litigation against the landfill. They want, Ms. Optoff is the one that suggested that we spend $2,500 in taxpayer dollars, not her own money or her parents' money or the Petrie's money, who was actually suing the landfill. They want the taxpayer money to be used on this fishing expedition and use Mr. Sickler to dig up information for their lawsuit. And I think that's disgraceful. You know, if they want, the Petries received $500,000 for the township to conserve their property. Mr. Ray received $200,000. And they have plenty of money to pay Rich Sickler to go out and do this, or pay anybody to go out and do this, but they want to put that burden on the taxpayer.
Okay, you know what, you're making disparaging remarks against a resident. You can't do that.
It's not true that they received $500,000 for their property, that's a fact. And
You're saying
Mr. Ray received
that is a fact.
Well, that's not disparaging, how's that disparaging?
No, the stuff you said before that.
Have to do with the hydrologic review.
You say, you say I said something disparaging, and I asked what that is, and you're like, I don't know. And you say, and you allege I just said, you allege I just said, right. Right, so for the record, Ms. De Leon is saying, I said something disparaging. I asked her what it is, and she said she doesn't know.
Getting their land
Right, she just
conserved
doesn't
was
like,
somehow.
she doesn't like,
Can you
she
gavel
doesn't like to hear
Victoria?
it.
Can you gavel Victoria and enforce the rules, please? Please.
Please.
Bang the gavel. You love the bang, you got the brace on, you're ready to
No,
call
I
that
don't
long,
have the
right?
brace on for the gavel.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not done yet.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
when you're finished, then Victoria will go.
That's right. Again, this is $2,500. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it's just their modus operandi. Use taxpayer dollars to fight a private lawsuit between the Petries and the Optoffs against the landfill and the township. And I think it's a disgrace. It's disgraceful. It's not just that it's $2,500. It's the whole principle. And the lack of integrity and ethics of spending $2,500 to fund and do on a fact-finding witch hunt with taxpayer money. Thank you.
Okay, Victoria?
Thank you. First and foremost, I think historically, the township, up until year 2021 or 2022, when Mr. Croce, Mr. Benonis came on council, the township had always had technical consultants who reviewed DEP matters and reviewed applications by the landfill over the periods of time that they had expansions. There were multiple technical consultants. We don't have as many anymore. Those were reduced under the direction of Mr. Benonis and Mr. Croce, but we do still have a hydrogeologist, which Mr. Benonis and Mr. Croce did keep on board. So he had remained on board, and he remained on board this year. We now are looking at potential phase 5 expansion. So certainly we would want to have our technical consultants review that. The area under expansion, as many of you may know, has a karst topography. Karst topography is where you have sinkholes, and we have a lot of township ordinances and regulations concerning areas of karst topography. So what was submitted by the landfill in January was a request to approve certain drilling that the landfill wanted to do in order to identify where the karst topography lines were on the properties for their phase 5 expansion. Clearly the matter has a lot of interest for Lower Saucon Township because we would not want any karst topography underneath a landfill. Our ordinances prohibit that. In addition to that, the DEP has welcomed to have the township's input. We have a host municipal inspector. The host municipal inspector is none other than the township's own review of what the DEP does. So we've had a host municipal inspector under Mr. Croce and Mr. Benonis. So to now argue that we're duplicating what the DEP does, it seems like they pick and choose when they want to duplicate. I think it's very important to have the hydrogeologic testing reviewed. The DEP has welcomed it. They have asked for us to submit the township's comments. Whatever they do with them, they do with them. But certainly to protect the township's interest and not having a catastrophe on karst topography would be very important. I don't know whether Mr. Stickler's reports will or will not support the DEP. That's his expertise, it's not mine. And furthermore, I will say that it's my understanding that my parents are not involved in any litigation with the Petries. They are not suing the landfill. They are not involved in any of the litigation that's currently pending. So to continue to make that statement, I don't think is truthful. So, and I would ask that anybody that does make a statement about that they remind themselves, remember that that there is no litigation right now involving my parents, none. So that's it. That's all I'll have to say. And I approve this. I think it's important and it's in keeping with our historical oversight of the landfill's operations. Thank you.
Yes, so I'll talk about a different angle of this. So our main thing that we do is protect the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. Key among that would be having clean, safe drinking water. About half of our township households get their water from private wells. Also within our township, we protect the water sources for both Hellertown Borough and Springtown. So I think it's very important that we do everything we can to protect that water. Therefore, I'm very supportive of having our landfill consultant review this plan proposed and provide any additional suggestions or feedback that they have to the DEP. As was mentioned, DEP does welcome and ask for that. And a fact that I learned last night at our EAC meeting, Pennsylvania is only one of 3 states in the whole country that does not have state regulations covering private wells. So it's really important that we make extra effort to protect them. This is our drinking water. Thank you.
So if we want to talk about health, safety, and welfare of the public, what about the Bethlehem sewage plant that pumps raw sewage, raw untreated sewage, into the river that passes by Lower Saucon Township? Talk about hypocrisy.
You know what?
Sure it does. Well, she brought up health, safety, and welfare. We're addressing health, safety, and
broad
welfare.
area.
Sure it is. It's selective enforcement is what it is.
It's not selective.
Sure it is. Sure it is.
And I want to
It really
clarification then, are we going to ask, if we're protecting the drinking water for Hellertown and Springtown, are we going to ask them to chip in for this $2,500? That's what Ms. Ray said.
I'll make a
Instead
motion
of
to
our
ask
township
Hellertown and
residents
Springfield
get
to
their
chip
water
in.
from
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Tom.
I'll second that motion. There's a motion on the
Just made the
floor.
motion.
There's already a motion.
We have a motion on the floor.
There's a second motion.
You can't
And
do
that has
that.
nothing to do with the agenda item.
Sure it is.
Sure it is.
Sure it is.
There's an existing motion on the floor.
Yeah, but it does have something to do with the agenda item. I mean, Ms. Wright said this is to protect our drinking water, that we need to send Mr. Stickler out there.
So now
We know it's for the lawsuit against the
Okay,
landfill, but Ms.
so
Wright
now-
saying it's for the drinking water.
Laura's finished with her report. You guys already went. Public comment, 5 minutes.
Yeah, there's no limit on times we can go. You're crazy, Larry.
Donna Louder. Regarding, first of all, let me say that Rich Slicker had served the township for many years when I was on the landfill committee. A lot of what he researched and reports that he did give was basically the concentration that was within the cells at the landfill. The homes that were downhill from the landfill were always tested water quality wise, and they've always passed. I don't believe, I mean, first of all, this is an incomplete study. So if you look at page 14 at the bottom, it says the water levels in the area investigated will be continued to be monitored monthly through May 2024. So the study's not even completed yet. So I don't think that we need him to review this just yet. And I have the summary in front of me of this report from Miser and Earl. And it says, completed an investigation of a carbonate geology area in the northern portion of Phase 5 area in the spring and summer of 23. The purpose of this investigation was to define the geological contact between the carbonate Lightsville Formation and the non-carbonate Hardystone Formation, and to address Lower Saucon Township ordinance requirements for carbonate geology areas Below is a summary of M&E's findings applicable to the ordinance requirements. So pretty much they answered all the questions that the township requested. Because the township requested that this to be done by the landfill, and they complied, so we have this. The geologic contact between the carbonate Lightsville and non-carbonate Harrison's formation was defined by exploratory drilling in an inferred thrust fault. Observations made during drilling correlated with the geological interpretation up by the USGS. I'm sorry, I don't know what that stands for.
U.S. Geological.
Thank you. Fracture traces, outcrops, and caves were identified and located during the investigation. Fissures, which are fractures in rocks, were mainly observed by M&E to be filled with quartz. No lineaments were found within the Bethel landfill property boundary. Depressions were evaluated using LIDAR mapping and were field verified. Depressions identified in the area in investigation were mainly found to be related to former man-made structures, excavations, or historic exploratory pit services mining activities. There were no sinkholes identified in Phase 5 carbonate area investigation. Previous surface mines inquiries pertain to historic operations for iron flux smelting material. Ghost lakes, disappearing streams, caloris fens, surface and subsurface pinnacles, soil modeling, and springs were not identified in the carbonate geological area. Surface draining infiltrating into the ground was observed on July 11, 23 in the water course for the flow from the spring box located approximately 600 feet south of the contact between Lightsville and Hardystone formations. The extent of flow observed was influenced by a variability in flow from the spring box. Groundwater elevations contours show a groundwater flow direction toward the Lehigh River and indicate that the Bull Run is likely a perched stream, which means it's dried up and it's not getting fed. The depth to water in the carbonate area is deeper than the depth to water south of the contact between Lightsville and Hardystone Formation, similar to elevation in the Lehigh River. Given the relatively flat gradient observed in the wells in the carbonate area, the seasonal groundwater fluctuation is expected to be minimal. Water levels in the area investigated will continue to be monitored through May 2024. To me, this summary says there are no red flags. Nobody's well is going to be damaged because the water's flowing toward the Lehigh. Now, the other thing is, Mr. Slicker.
Okay, everybody.
Get control of the crowds.
You never gavel out.
That's
I hear them more time.
it's a maturity thing. I understand it now. That's why I have my pepper spray.
Yeah, good.
It's a maturity thing.
So stay away from me with that pepper spray, girl.
What is that? What is
I'm
that?
not threatening her. She says she has pepper spray. I don't know why she can't.
I would because of what happened.
Approached her and she had
She didn't do anything.
They didn't do
They didn't do anything.
What happened in the last meeting? I have nobody on my target. If somebody approaches me, then there's going to be a problem. But until somebody approaches me, I have a permit to carry a gun. I could walk in here with a gun if I wanted to. And I chose pepper spray. So anyways, let me go on with my story.
Is that allowed?
I don't appreciate you being interrupted.
Stop interrupting me, Phil.
Well, the time's ticking away, so where are you going?
It's not, I have to stop it. Could you keep interrupting?
So what I'm saying is, I would say table this second opinion by Mr. Slicker and save the $2,500 from taxpayers. Again, Mr. Slicker is going to be going up against his peers in a report. This report isn't throwing a flag. Have a good day.
The report is inconvenient to Victoria and her parents, and the teachers, and Ms. De Leon, and Ms. Ray. The report's inconvenient for them, that's why they have to get Mr. Slicker to try and refute the thing. Instead of doing that privately and paying their own money.
I'm sorry.
They're gonna use taxpayer money.
The resident has the floor. Please state your name.
On all sides of 2085 Johnson Avenue, Steel City. Laura Ray commented that we're trying to protect the water supply. Donna made a comment that the wells were tested. I know of 5 homes on the Lehigh side of the river Are they being tested now? And who pays for that? Does the dump pay for the testing? Does the homeowners pay for the testing? Does the township pay for the testing? Who's monitoring these 5 wells?
The ones that were along Riverside, John, this is what I know. The ones that were along Riverside, out of order. Those were tested by the landfill.
Donna,
They
you're
purchased
out of
them.
order.
You didn't even stop people from interrupting her. You didn't stop people from interrupting her.
If she has an answer, that's fine.
No,
Oh, yes.
It doesn't work that way.
Okay, it doesn't work that way.
She already
Make a
had
motion to
her.
hear the answer.
Now you're on the podium.
It's just that I know of 5 homes that are not on Lower Saucon's water supply because the road that the township was gonna go down wasn't on the map, and the township wasn't going to repair the road that somebody else spent their hard-earned dollars to put in place. And I'm pretty sure, I may be speaking out of my other end, but I don't believe the township maintains this road yet to the day. Because in Steel City, the Forgotten Land, there's a lot of paper alleys over there that nobody wants to touch until they need them for something. Then it's okay. So those 5 homes were never connected to the water system. So is there a way we can check and see if these homes are being paid for to have the water tested, and who has to pay to have them tested?
Kathy, can we send a letter to DEP and ask them that, please?
I don't want to add any more work to the township because I know we're short-handed.
Question.
But I'm just concerned here because there are 5 homes that are drinking water that comes out of that mountainside. There's a lot of stuff that flows uphill, but it ain't water.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead. Sorry, Bob.
My name is Lawrence Optorp. I live at 2700 Pennington Road, Howard County, PA, my still mailing address. And I noticed that they keep calling my name, and I keep coming in, and I'm financing all these projects and all these lawsuits. And I'd like to apologize because my name is on no lawsuits. That's the first thing. Second thing is I find it most disingenuous.
I would like council members to be quiet. Mr. Otto,
Have you ever seen
Jason, you're out of order.
Have you ever seen the landfill, sir? And I find it most disingenuous that you people that here, Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi are worried about $2,500 being spent for this fellow to check on, to see what's going on with the water problem.
Why don't you pay for it?
Can I get to talk to him? Why don't you come down and talk, we'll talk together, come on. What do you say? Should I get you to
I think that we should allow the speaker to finish their public comment period. And if anybody wants to comment after he's done from the council, they can talk after he's done.
It's disingenuous that you're now worried about $2,500 when you spent $3 million on a baseball field, and I don't see that. There's a reconstruction project, and that was okay, but now $2,500 is not? And also, I want to thank you guys for screwing up the library. You know, that was another wonderful one you did. So let's talk about where your $2,500. What are you really thinking? You're worried about them finding something that you don't agree with?
Stop interrupting. You're being rude.
He's directing her to gavel us. Steve is directing her to gavel. He's running the meeting now.
I can't even hear it.
Let the record reflect that people keep interrupting members of the public, which is disrespectful and rude. It is.
It is. It's in our code.
And just to be clear.
You don't even follow your code, so how can you talk about it in your
And you can't
code?
interrupt me.
Oh, that's not a big deal, Susan.
Very well. But the way this works, just to be
All I
clear.
can say is you must be filled with anger and bitterness because you lost the election and you can't be in power
Look, I'm still
anymore.
sitting here. I didn't lose. I'm
Yes,
still
you
sitting
did.
here.
I'm still sitting here.
Then why are you so worried about $2,500 being spent?
Because
$3 million is okay, but now $2,500 is not good?
It's a beautiful place.
I want to know when the major leagues is going to come and play over there off Eastern Road.
It's gonna be a beautiful baseball field. I can't wait to see
Oh
it.
yeah, for $3 million, it's worth about $2,500
$2,500 now, right?
The baseball field.
$2,500, but $3 million is
Not
okay.
on topic.
He brought it up. He brought it up.
I know he did, and I'm telling him that that's not on topic. He has to talk about the agenda item, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
my agenda item is I feel that the study is important to be done. We don't know, I don't understand what the problem is with funding this $2,500 and find out what the deal is here. I mean, if there's nothing to be concerned about, well, then who can find anything? But if he does find something, then there's a problem. So let's put him out there and see what he finds. What are you worried about?
Wasting money.
Oh, well,
$3 million.
I'm worried about funding a private citizen's lawsuit. Funding a private citizen's lawsuit is what I'm wondering. Why are taxpayer dollars being used to fund a private citizen's lawsuit?
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident. I'm a member, I guess that's what you would call it, of the Park and Recs Board, okay? At the Easton Road ball field right now.
This is on topic here.
We're not
This is
talking
Mr.
about-
Blasco, it's on topic, right?
We're talking about spending
Mr.
$2,500.
Carucci, Mr. Bononis, and Priscilla, if you allow me to continue, you will see where this is directly on topic. At the Easton Road ball field right now, there is a problem with installing the 65-foot poles for the netting because of what's under the ground. Wouldn't it have been nice to have spent $2,500 to determine whether these pools could be installed beforehand? Now it will probably cost thousands more to have these pools properly installed. $2,500 instead of that? Seems to me that you are the ones that really went after having to have this ball field. If you go back to minutes from a couple of years earlier, Mr. Bononis was really hammering this, and then he mentions at different meetings, well, Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura, well, you should have known this, you should have checked this, you should have checked that. $2,500 study should have been done on this $3.2 million ball field, and if that would have been requested, you can bet you would have approved that.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, can you address this? Is there a problem with the lights going at the Eastern Road ball field? Because people stand up at that podium, they shoot their mouths off without information, and it goes out there in the public, and it gets legs, and people take that and they think that it's an issue. So can you address it now? Is there any issue with the lights going in at the Eastern Road ball field? In fact, I drove by and I think the lights were in and the poles were in, weren't they?
The contract, excuse me, has not brought anything to my attention.
Okay, so the contractor, the expert in this, the people that are building this haven't brought this issue to your attention, to the township engineer. We're gonna listen to Mr. Blasco stand up here and dispute that.
I didn't say anything.
You let us go the second time. You won't let Mr. Berlin go.
You can read the
Oh my
minutes.
God, one at a time.
I
Mr.
said,
Blasco, you cannot come back a second time.
you asked me a question.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
didn't.
You're not allowed to ask you
I'm
questions.
good with that.
I apologize.
I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
You didn't ask your question.
I just want to say a point of clarification. There is an agenda item later on that talks about change orders for the ball field, and just to reflect, there is a total of $100,000 increase in the cost of the ball field.
No, that's not true. It's $19,000.
I said a total of $100,000 for the ball field project, a total. That means not just this
Okay,
one.
we'll talk about that when we get to that agenda item. I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, that's a lot.
Mary Beth Singo, Lower Saucon Township. I am insulted by you and you. $2,500 to protect the children of this township. And you know what? That report that this people back here are talking about was done before the earthquake.
Wait. Mary Beth, you have to speak to us.
Before the earthquake, maybe the earthquake happened. Maybe that's a consideration that we need to do another report. Don't turn sideways on me, Mr. Karachi. This is an insult. They have jumped over under your leadership, Mr. Bononis. They jumped over environmental issues to get this thing through. I don't have them.
One at a time.
I'll pull them out. I'll pull them out and
Share
bring
them with
them
me
in.
right now. Tell me.
I don't have them right now, but
Okay.
it's been there.
All right.
They jumped over that. They jumped over zoning. We didn't go in front of the zoning board with the landfill.
Nor were they required to.
Come on.
They were.
You're not a very good
They
civil
were.
servant.
Ma'am, if you understood the law and the way this works, they were
I
not
know,
required to.
that's why I
Well,
have
then
a
maybe you shouldn't
counselor
stand up
here.
there and speak.
I think we should just have the audience members comment, make your comment period, and then if there's a point of
Now you want to change the rules.
And the last thing I'm gonna say is don't try to talk me down. I'm not gonna try, you're a child lawyer. Walk, I know.
No, I'm gonna respond to your questions. If you're gonna stand there and shoot your mouth off with baseless accusations, I'm gonna respond to that. So please do.
I apologize, I will bring in all the environmental issues that this company has gone ahead and jumped through. And you jump through the zoning, you have business to get the township's people, their opinion on the zoning for it also. You jump through everything. And you know what? We didn't get anything from these people. We could have gotten a library, at least Shrin when
$80 million
I'm not
is
done
nothing.
talking yet.
$80 million is nothing.
I'm not
She's
talking
not
yet.
finished talking, let her finish talking.
What about the law goes away?
Yeah, you gave 50 to the library to Southern Lehigh while Treadwell was on his knees, but that's not the topic
I
I
have
know.
to ask you to stick to the topic on the agenda.
But I will tell you that these big tough lawyers here that we have sitting here, these two, Duquesne and Widener here, you know what you did, you know what you got? You got screwed without getting kissed. We got nothing, and I hope you got a new vote and everything else.
If you're gonna talk,
Because you boys didn't even take it to the table to get us anything. No libraries. You could have got a park. You could have had this building over here refurbished for senior citizens. You got nothing from them. You're a joke. My God, if you defend your rights,
$80 million in host fees, ma'am. That's not nothing, okay?
you're a joke.
You're a joke.
Okay, who wants to go next after that? I'd like to go next.
You're a joke.
You lose control because you don't follow your own rules. What I wanted to address is, I think that the first look at that report doesn't have any red flags. And I think if Laura Ray had have actually, did you review that? If you did, you would know that, all right? And I'd like to,
Review it,
all right, and did you find a problem with it?
and I find it better to have a second set of eyes go through this, that this township selects.
No, I asked if
Word's
you.
salad for no. It's word salad for no. You're gonna gavel me, but not her.
You were interrupting.
She's interrupting him. You're not gaveling her, and I'm gonna keep doing it because you
You
do
just
not
asked me a
uniformly
question.
apply the rules.
Well, you know what opinions you have, Jason.
Basically, the report didn't agree with their lawsuit, so they gotta try and find another opinion. They want taxpayers to pay for it.
And there goes Tom again.
Here's what I recommend we do moving forward.
All right.
Wait, hold on.
No,
It's my turn to talk. I'm sorry, you told me I could talk.
Yes.
All right? And there's nothing that Laura Ray said, or that Tom or Jason said, that precludes
Keep talking,
you
Mr. Boland.
from taking my time. And I will tell you once again, if you didn't hear, that woman there, Optov Kadera, at that, I won't call it the dump because it's another slander, the landfill, after talking 20 minutes, and I got up to talk, she jumps up and shuts everybody down. I don't like it, and I don't care whether it's her, him, that one, this one, it's not right. That's why you lose control. You need to follow your own rules, regardless. What I was saying is I think that report, if you've all read it, and maybe there should have been a report by Laura Ray, her first look at it. Why is we have to have somebody in the audience spend long hours doing all of that to get a report instead of EAC and people that have been on it? And I think there's somebody else that sits on this council that's EAC. Why is it we don't know about that? We never hear any reports about EAC. It doesn't exist. Not anymore. Anyhow, what I was trying to say is I think the report's very interesting and gives some glimpses. Now, internally, if we had reviewed that, we could have said, hey, we don't see this, we don't see that, and we don't see the other thing. maybe we should think about hiring somebody to fill in the holes, but we don't get that. It's just, let's throw some more money out there, okay? Now, answer to this gentleman back here, and I can't look at him, but the bottom line is he asked about as well. Absolutely important. I used to live up on Stones Throw Road up there in South Mountain. I had a well. Guess who paid for that? Endlessly. Because I was interested. The water came back pristine. I realize it's not on the side of by the landfill, but I'll tell you, there are other places that I wouldn't want to sink a well no matter what. And if it had Bethlehem steel attached to, whether it was in Reddington with all of those goings on in the early history, or whether it was from where all of these nice sealing truck haulers are, that doesn't seal anything. All of that pollution, and it's endless from coke, it's there from smeltering and on and on. You want to look for pollution? Just take yourself right over there, or better yet, get the agreement the warehouse owners had to sign with Bethlehem so that they would never uncap it, and they think it's safe because it doesn't go down in the ground, and it doesn't leach out to the right and the left and other places. Guess what? Yeah, it does. Does anybody look at that? So when you talk about pollution in the Lehigh, think about that, not the landfill. I don't see anybody has presented a lick of evidence that the landfill has done anything. So what I would suggest is that, gentlemen, yeah, I would go and ask the township, hey, I don't have water, can you put in city water? But yeah, maybe once in a while check it, I don't know. You buy a house, you're responsible for it, and everybody wants the government to pay for everything. You need to take some responsibility yourself. So I thank you for that few minutes of speech.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Yeah, the report didn't have any holes in it, that's what the consultant spent time to do, to try and put some holes in it.
Anyone else like to speak on the agenda item for the Phase 5?
And we use taxpayer dollars to do that, instead of out of their own.
Al Galliano, Lower Saucon Township. I agree with Laura. I mean, I am on well, and I think that it would be well worth the while, pardon the pun, to have this gentleman look over to see if everything is up to par. I don't know how much of an expert anybody else is, I'm not, but I would certainly welcome his opinion as to whether or not our water that we get from the ground, which is, I don't know which way it flows, but I'm very close to that landfill. My property is probably within a half a mile or a quarter mile, and it travels. And I tell you this, since I moved here, almost 8.5 years ago, when I moved in, my water was contaminated, I put in a system, and my water was clean. Over the past 3 or 4 years, my water is now, I'm getting a lot of brown dirt. Never had that problem. I am going to take the initiative and I'm going to get my water tested, and I will bring the results back to council and make a statement on that. That's all I have to say, but I do agree that we should monitor and check. I'll take the accountability on my own well and get it checked. After that, I may have to ask you guys, what can you do about it? What will you do about it? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, no other public comment? May we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Krugy?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Before we move on from this point, I'd like to have the floor. Can I have the floor?
Sure.
So, all of us on council, I don't know if everyone else read this or not, but we have received a copy of the letter. This is dated May 10, 2024, from the DEP, and it's addressed to Tad Miller, City Clerk, City of Bethlehem. And the DEP reviewed the proposed official sewage facilities plan update revision plan dated January 23, 2024. That was received by the DEP, submitted on behalf of the City of Bethlehem. And it identifies in it, this is a 6-page report, I believe, with attachments. It identifies a number of significant technical deficiencies, and it requests that these deficiencies be addressed and responded to. So, on one hand, we have DEP, which has no found deficiencies with regard to hydrogeological issues, and we're hiring a landfill consultant using taxpayer dollars to go after that issue. And here, on the other hand, May 10, 2024, just 5 days ago, we have DEP notifying us that there are deficiencies with regard to the wastewater treatment plant that's operated by the City of Bethlehem and perhaps utilized by Lower Saucon residents in part. And yet we're not applying the same standard of concern or review to have a consultant look at that. Can anybody explain that to me? Why we're not doing that? Anybody? Can anybody explain that? So I guess that...
I will say to you, we just received that report 5 days ago. Our agenda's created last week. There is no way for us to put this on the agenda. You didn't put it on the agenda. I'd be happy to consider it.
Yep, I'm going to be putting it on the agenda. That's my next move when I'm done asking. Thank you for answering that question, saying that in the past 5 days, you didn't have time to review this letter that is of...
That's not what I said. I said, we just received it 5 days ago. The township can't
It
act.
didn't involve a parent's lawsuit against the landfill, so she didn't have time for
You're
it.
mixing topics again, Tom.
Let's talk about health, safety, and welfare of the public. This seems to be legitimate health, safety, and welfare to the public because DEP itself, I understand that you don't like DEP because DEP doesn't do your bidding. They actually approach these things in an objective manner as they're supposed to. But nonetheless, why aren't we having a consultant look at this issue for us? I think that's money better spent than money to support the issues.
Didn't you just hear Victoria say
Don't
that?
interrupt me. No. Would you stop him from interrupting me as I'm speaking? Do I have the floor?
I'm speaking to you right now.
Do I have the floor? Because Mr. Galliano is yelling out at me, and I would like you to get control of this meeting.
Okay, residents, you know what? You gotta listen, okay? Thank you. I really would appreciate it because it's very difficult sitting up here and I'm trying really hard, okay? So I would really appreciate your cooperation
So,
because this is what I have to deal with.
I would have been trying to...
you can resign if you don't like it.
Oh, absolutely not. No.
Oh, then don't complain about it.
I'm not complaining.
It sounds like you're complaining. You're not enjoying
Right back
it.
at you.
You're not enjoying it. No,
Yeah,
you're
I
not.
can.
You're not.
I would have had this meeting over by 8:30.
You flirting with
The
yourself.
point of order was.
Point of order. We will have this on the next
We'll be happy to
agenda.
consider it.
Jason has the floor, he's not done yet.
Be happy to consider it. Just put it on the agenda.
He's not done yet, what's his only point?
I'm not done yet. So, I'm just pointing out this issue because it seems to be of much greater concern than the issue that 3 people on this council voted in favor of. And I think that we should put this on the agenda for the next council meeting. We've been talking about these issues with the sewage treatment plant for a year, if not more. And yet nobody seems to want to address that issue. I don't know why.
Well, we just got this letter 5 days ago, as Victoria said, and the process is to send an email to the township manager to ask.
I'll join Jason
And I'll
and
join
putting it on
him
the
too.
agenda. I think the point of order is the issue with the wastewater treatment plant. If I'm not mistaken, I brought to this township's attention at a landfill committee meeting, when we received a note, there was a notice published in the morning call that talked about a 24-hour no swim or no go in the Lehigh River when there's large rainfalls over 2 inches, and it was regarding the wastewater treatment plant. I brought it to that landfill committee meeting. I brought that to the township's attention. So to say that I don't care about the issue is, I think you should go back and look at those minutes.
Were you the one?
But I'm happy to put it on the agenda, so let's do it.
Were you the one who asked to have this put on the agenda, the approval for landfill consultant review of Phase 5 hydrogeologic work plan?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you were able to put that on the agenda, but you couldn't put this other issue on the agenda that you knew about.
It didn't involve the parents.
Seen it 5 days
It didn't involve the
ago.
Petries.
You
It
just admitted
didn't
you
brought it to the
seen it 5
attention
days
of-
ago.
involve our Petries and our parents' litigation.
Let's go to the next agenda item.
Kathy, Could you so note that on the agenda for the next, do you need me to send an email or?
Help prepare.
Okay, so now moving on to township business items. Can I have it up here? Appoint staff member as custodian of record and township representative at zoning hearing board meetings. Kathy, would you like to explain?
As council's aware, our zoning officer had submitted his resignation, and we need a custodian to handle the records for the zoning hearing board as a township representative. We're asking that Molly Bender, who would normally be at those meetings, be that person.
Don't we have to put on the agenda to accept his resignation first before we appoint somebody else?
No.
What kind of show you're running here?
We're not appointing a zoning officer, we're appointing a records custodian.
He
We already have a
reports
records
to,
custodian in the form of the zoning hearing officer.
he reports to Kathy, the manager, so that we don't have to do anything with the zoning officer. So you're recommending Molly?
I'm recommending Molly Bender to be the custodian of record for the township.
Okay, and I'll make that a motion to appoint Molly. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Victoria. Council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, for the public's information, you may not be aware that Jim Young had retired as the township zoning hearing officer. He'd been here for a number of years and he was very capable of the job that he did. You know, he's one of a growing list of individuals who work for the township who have left since this new majority took over. I pointed out previously in response to right to know requests that Jim Young appeared to be a marked man. There were communications by members of this council, not me, not Mr. Carochi, that suggested an agenda to get him and to get rid of him. And I think that's regrettable. I think that it created a hostile workplace for him. I'm sad to see him go. And I'm sad that the township is going to be left even more short-staffed. We lost the township manager. We've now our third solicitor. We have our assistant manager and director of finance who's filling in admirably as the township interim manager. We've got township staff that have stepped up, and now another one goes down. And I think it's unfortunate that those that remain are being unduly burdened by this, by the climate that's been created. And I think it's unfortunate that we even have to talk about this as an agenda item. Just makes no sense to me. And I wish Mr. Young the best. I'm sure he'll be successful wherever he goes. And I hope that we can find a competent and qualified zoning hearing officer. It seems to be elusive to try to find a replacement township manager. I'm not aware of any interviews having taken place. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but I haven't been part of that. Tom, have you?
No.
Yeah.
Stick to the topic of the agenda
I'm
items,
speaking,
please.
don't interrupt me, please.
I am interrupting you because you're off topic.
I'm not off topic.
Yes, you are. You're
No, I'm
talking
not.
about
You talk about
manager.
appointing staff, and I'm talking about the loss of staff.
That's
The loss
my
of staff
opinion,
under your
and you're
watch.
off topic.
I know it's embarrassing.
It's my
for you that
opinion,
another person
you're on
left.
topic. It's my opinion.
I understand it's embarrassing for you that another person left on your watch because of the climate that's been created by the three of you, but it's the reality of this and the public needs to know about
Yeah,
it,
if
okay?
walls could talk.
Yeah, if walls could talk, they tell a lot of stories because
Yes,
they'd also validate the secret meeting that never took place back there where you supposedly authorized this guy to take action on behalf of the township 180
Stick
degrees
to
more
the
or less.
topic, Jason.
You're
or
talking about what's talking, I'm just responding to that. You're the one that changed, you're the one that expanded the topic.
I said if
So if
walls
the
could
walls
talk.
could talk, yeah, if the walls could talk,
That's right.
they wouldn't speak favorably of you. So,
It's a matter of opinion, Jason.
it is, I'm entitled to my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion, so, but don't question my opinion. I know you have a problem with my opinion, it's not my problem. Deal with it. Think in your skin a little bit. All right, that's all I have on this point. Again, I just think it's very unfortunate.
May I
Yes.
recognize?
Tom, well, you're next on the list. I go alphabetical, so Jason, Tom, you're next.
All right.
Be ready.
I'm ready, I'm ready. I also find it disturbing the staff turnover under this new leadership. I think it shows they.
Leadership is generous, Tom.
Yeah, right. I mean, none of them really have professional experience. Mr. Priscilla hasn't been in an office in 40 years or whatever. Laura either, and Victoria maybe a little bit, but they don't understand modern workforce where you have good people, you have to retain them. The turnover is because of the work environment that they've created, and it's unfortunate, but I see that continuing because they just don't know how to create a good work environment. When Jason was president of the council, Leslie Hume left, but that was about the only person that I recall leaving. And she left to
Be closer to home.
Closer to home, so. And we had no problem getting applicants for the position whatsoever. And so it's not the case now because of the environment that they've created. And they're really incapable of creating an environment that'll work because they don't have the professional experience to do that. And they're not used to dealing with professionals.
Thank you. Okay, I have no comment other than I think Molly will do a good job, so I appreciate you coming here. Victoria?
Yeah, I just want to thank Molly very much for stepping up and doing this. I do take exception to some of the accusations made. I don't think they're true. A lot of them are assumptions and opinions made by Mr. Croce and Mr. Bononis. I also, in looking at things that have happened, I clearly recall that on our last council meeting on May 1st, there was a line of questioning that I thought was rather argumentative or combative that wanted to know why Mr. Young wasn't here. Where would he be? We demand that he come to the next council meeting. We want to see him. And I think that the conduct of our council members, some of our council members here indicate that whenever one of them calls somebody to the podium, they're going to be interrogated, they may be insulted, they may be shouted at, they may be talked over. I certainly have never done that to Mr. Young, and I hope nobody else has ever done that. I hope nobody else has ever gone to his office and asked him to throw things away or demand that he show up because they need to ask him questions and interrogate him. I hope that didn't happen. And I do wish Mr. Young the best of luck, and thank you, Molly, for stepping up. That's all I have.
Phil made him come out to his house with a police officer on January 2nd because she thought a tree was cut down on her yard. So this is, when you talk about treating him poorly,
It was my turn to
and there's a police officer recording this, body camera. That was a mistake, you know.
And I'd like to respond to that. Clarification. Clarification, as a resident of this township, I'm entitled to everything everybody else is. And if you look out your window and you see a big tree falling down and it falls on your property when they're doing logging operations, and I call the zoning officer and I say, I need somebody to come out here and see whether or not somebody's on my property or not. That is a very legit request. I didn't ask the police officer.
The reason there's a body camera is she had a police officer come out there too.
No, I did not
wasting his
request.
time as well. That's why there's body camera footage of it. So on January 2nd, anybody who requested the right to know. She had a police officer and the zoning officer come out there.
Respectful and let her
So she was, she thought she was that important.
I did not request a police officer, everybody, did not. Tom Louder showed up, it wouldn't have been my preference, but he showed up.
What's wrong with Tom Louder?
Tom Louder showed up with the
What's wrong with why are you taking a shot? Why are you taking a shot?
I wouldn't have asked for an officer to come
Well,
up.
you said not your preference. Who's your preference? What's wrong with Tom Louder?
Someone you could bully, an officer you could bully?
Point of order, let's recess and not discussing.
Okay, I know, I just want to defend myself, Laura, because I have every right, just like everybody else has a right, to call the zoning officer and have somebody come out. And that's what I did. I didn't ask for the police officer, just for the record, did not ask.
All right, so you defend yourself. I'm going to defend myself because Victoria suggested that Jim Young resigned because we were questioning the violation notice that was issued with regard to the Beethoven Welltime Holdings LLC. And as I pointed out at that time, we wanted to get information from him as to the basis for his violation notices because we were being asked as a council to take official action that had the potential to deprive a resident taxpayer of property rights. So that's the reason why, Victoria. You were here and you know that, but instead you're trying to disparage me by suggesting that there was something untoward by me asking to have him here to ask him questions about what his findings were. You know that very well, but now the public knows exactly what was going on at that point.
Okay.
And if the public would suggest that, no, we're not moving on because I'm still defending myself. You got an opportunity to do it, I'm going to do the same thing. To suggest that somehow I was going to rake him over the coals or give him a hard time is totally unfounded. We as a council and the applicant and the person that was found to be allegedly in violation of this has the right to understand what the charges are against him, to find out what the violation was. And if we're going to be spending taxpayer money to go and enforce the zoning rules, which we don't do uniformly. I can point you just up the street to where there's a commercial compost center operating in violation of the zoning rules, but we don't apply the rules equally over there, but you're going to apply them here. I think we have a right to know from the zoning officer and hear from him, since he's bringing these charges, and he's going to be the person who's prosecuting this before the zoning hearing board, exactly what it is and what the basis is for his charges. That's why I asked for him to be here. And to suggest that he resigned because of me wanting to have answers to those questions, I beg to differ. And the reason I beg to differ is because I have an email from Laura Ray that suggests we're out to get him, how are we going to get him, and how are we going to get rid of him. It's in the right to know request. You know it because you were part of it. You and Priscilla were part of that, I would call it a conspiracy to create a hostile work environment for this gentleman who worked for the township for a number of years, unimpeded, and did his job. And now he's gone, and now we're left holding the bag with no zoning officer and putting additional burden on an administrative person to have to go to the zoning meeting to pick up the pieces because of the mess that's been created by the three of you.
I think
And
you're.
all Jason did was ask him for
his competence.
All Jason did.
One person can
All
only
Jason did.
I would not expect anything less.
All Jason did was ask him to come to a meeting, at a public meeting
I
at
would
the
not
township
expect
work.
anything less.
Priscilla ordered him and a police officer out to her house.
I would not expect
Out to her
anything
house. So there's a big difference there when you're asking someone to attend a meeting, a public meeting,
I think there
as
should be
a
a point
township
where at this point
board.
in time.
There
Make a motion to
nobody's
recess.
banging and
And
nobody's
Priscilla
I'll second the
ordering
motion
him out.
to recess. Okay, motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
So there's a big difference between someone asking a zoning officer to attend a public meeting in the township as a police, between Priscilla ordering a zoning officer and a police officer to come after her house on some false claim that one of her trees was dead. So there's a big difference there. I hope the residents understand. It was 1 of 5 too. Good man.
Notice what kind of town, what kind of town do you want? He's right.
The company going out It's to be on a more stable thing. It's fine. This by the way, here.
I often wondered how long you can keep climbing over trees like a monkey. So what do you recommend now? That'll depend right now, but I
I'm not sure if we should look at.
Yes, I
With that choice, I think that was all
I know.
Yeah, that's my dad.
Didn't have something to do with that.
I honestly don't have That's a good one. That is a good
So now I'm dealing with that, I'm like 5 more.
Okay, I don't know where Tom is or Laura. Does anybody know where Tom and Laura is? Laura? Is Tom out? Okay, I'd like to reconvene the meeting at 8:21. And we were on agenda item, I guess, the appointing Molly We were going through discussion. Laura, did you go yet?
I didn't go.
Reconvene. Did we have a motion to,
We don't need a
recess?
motion to reconvene, we only need a motion to recess.
But not to take us out of recess.
Yeah, I'm not gonna waste my time trying to counterpoint all the ridiculous comments that were made.
Okay, so public comment, 5 minutes. Who would like to go first?
My name's Kathy Pitchell McGovern, 4260 Lower Saucon Road, Hellertown, Pennsylvania. I don't think you're going to be able to find a township manager to take this nonsense. Mr. Suzuki, I think we should pay you $5,000 a minute to put up with this nonsense. Thank you for supporting us. I'm glad Mr. Young is gone. So ever since Mr. Gargis has been gone, the township's just gone downhill. So I'm hopeful that we have a new zoning officer that's a little bit more astute. Thank you very much.
Kick them on the way out the door.
Next, anybody else like to go? Anybody else?
Could you control the audience that seem to be laughing at Mr.
No, she can't, don't worry about it.
I'm not gonna tell the residents they can't be laughing or whatever.
Or
They're not
mocking,
making
if
any
they're allowed to
noise.
mock, okay.
No, they're not allowed to
I can
mock.
hear them, I can hear them.
Well, I can't.
That's fine. I know they work with you and
Okay.
And VOC,
Residents, you're supposed to work with me,
Oh, now
so
you're gonna
please
do it,
behave.
now you're gonna.
Now you're gonna-
Okay, embarrassing, good.
that's what I just said. That's why you can't control things, because it's good for one but not the other. And that goes for both sides. Where are we? Jim Young. Yeah, if you guys didn't know Jim Young was gonna leave, you're tone deaf. You're just flat out deaf. I knew that over a month ago. Yeah, I talked to Jim and I talked to a lot of people, and if you don't know what's going on here, ha, but I know you know what's going on, and just like this other speaker said, thank God we got rid of him. Yeah, that, I know which side of the aisle she sits and who she sits with and talks to. Look at that frown on that woman over there, God, they found out. And right to know, boy, best thing that ever happened. Wait till I get into some of those, and then we will have an answer about a lot of these things. I already know a couple of reasons of why other people have left, and it's true. Hey, 3 attorneys in less than a year, less than half a year, all right? 123 years. Huh. All right, so back to Jim Young. This is a very important job. There's no doubt about it, and it's high profile. And it looks like we're gonna talk about wall time tonight, and who's gonna come and answer these questions? How do you have a resident, you tell, no, you can't do that? Well, what's the charge? You go, well, here's the charge, but we don't have anybody to give us details. So yes, asking about, is he gone? Can he come back for just this hearing? No, we're just gonna throw it in the hopper and hope it comes out right. So, that's really sad, and I hope the public is paying attention, because this costs dearly. Every time you have a new employee, we got plenty of minutes here. Every time.
I'm looking to see what time it is, I'm sorry.
Why are you interrupting him?
He's asked me why we.
No, he didn't.
He didn't ask you
He
anything.
didn't ask you anything. He said we have plenty of minutes here. He didn't ask you anything. But you had to open your mouth.
Oh, if there's a point of order, I did hear the word why, which I think starts a fight.
Excuse me, Miss Motormouth, I'm sorry for that slide.
You cannot be disrespectful.
She's being disrespectful. She just goes on whenever she
I
wants.
can't hear what she's saying, okay?
You can't hear what she's saying?
No.
Let's take a few minutes out and she can talk to you. Go ahead.
You have the floor, I'd like to hear what
I
you
don't
have to say.
have the floor because you don't control the floor.
Whatever.
So, I would like you to do that.
I would like you to keep talking, please.
Well, keep getting interrupted is a little hard to lose your train of thought and then bring it back. What I was saying, and I know Laura Ray's not paying attention, she's looking at her whatever she's looking at. So yeah, it's important to listen. If I can be here as a citizen who pays taxes and watch some of these people sleep up on the podium, that's really bad. I want, just go home and watch it on TV. No comments, no inputs from some of these people. That's atrocious. Ask about EAC, about the pollution, yada, yada, yada. Nothing, dead silence. All right, back to Jim Young. Every time you lose somebody, you've lost somebody for more than just the period they're out. Bringing somebody new on board, it is exceedingly costly. And let's see you add that up in the number of hours it takes. So, I see it already from Link Treadwell. Gosh darn, reading the minutes from earlier back, man, just right there, knew everything about all of that. Gave answers when they were asked for it, comment, was there. I know why he's gone, and he didn't leave willingly. He knew too much. And guess what? Hey, that's an expression that I know who says that, and guess what? Bottom line is, Jim told me, yeah, I'll get him on my back, okay? So it's no secret. I knew that months ago. Sad.
Okay, anybody else want to go next? Yes, please, your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Jim Roskowski. I live in Steel City. I want to tell you, and you, I support this. I support this 100%.
What does that have to do with the agenda? Oh,
Yes.
it's congratulatory, it's okay.
It was a compliment.
Yeah.
I'm listening to Mr. Carochi and Mr. Banonis blame you guys for everything. And I was curious, were you guys involved in the Kennedy assassination? Because they haven't mentioned that yet. I mean, I think you got it. They wasn't caused the problem and then they blame you for it.
I wasn't around then, were you, sir?
Yeah, you were.
You're old enough for some.
I
Kennedy
am.
assassination, remember that?
I do, I remember that.
I wasn't old enough.
Okay, next. Okay, I guess public comment is over. May we have a roll call, please, for Molly?
Mr. Carochi.
To appoint Molly, yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Mr. Banonis.
This is to have Molly as
Custodian.
custodian of records for the zoning, not to have her go out to Priscilla's property when a tree falls down, right? Okay, is that what this is?
It's just custodian records.
It's weird to have somebody go out to actually just look at her
Priscilla was still
private.
trying to order around.
Sure, so if it's to appoint Molly, yes, and I have a motion to come after this.
Ms. Cordero.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'm going to make a motion before we move on to the next item, to increase Molly's pay because she's taken on added duties, just as we've recognized Carol and Stacy and Kathy, and to provide them with added compensation because of the added duties that have been thrust upon them because of the actions of this council and the departures of certain personnel. So I would make a motion. Kathy, how much did we increase Stacy and Carol's compensation?
It was $5,000 a year. Council passed that amount up until new township manager started.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to.
She's union, right? Can you do that?
Oh, she is union.
Yeah, she is union. I didn't think you didn't know that.
No, I did know that. I appreciate that reminder, Priscilla, yeah.
We can give her a bonus, we give bonuses to you.
I don't know if we can do that. Maybe we can consult with our new employment lawyer as to what we're permitted to do and not permitted to do to recognize this person who's union. Well, if we're putting these added duties on her, we're in violation of the agreement. In other words, are her duties outlined in the agreement, now we're in violation of that collective bargaining agreement by requiring her or asking her to do added duties. I don't know the answer to that.
Susie's working on other clients' matters, on this laptop there.
Well, I think we should consult with
they're
our
double billing the township and whatever clients.
We currently have a specialized employment lawyer here. We have a specialized employment lawyer that we should probably consult on these issues before we make this effective, right? So I'm going to make a motion. I'll withdraw my original motion, And I'm going to make a motion that before Molly's duties go into place and before she's provided with instructions to take on these added duties, that we consult with our newly identified employment lawyer to see whether or not the added responsibilities are appropriate under the collective bargaining agreement for which Molly works.
I'll second.
And before we do anything else, I remind council that there's rules with regard to expenditure of funds. So whether or not she is a union employee or non-union employee, you can't simply make a motion at a meeting to expend funds. You have to properly put it on the next agenda where there'd be public notice and there'd be an opportunity to be heard. So you can't have that motion.
He's asking for the.
I understand that, but
I'm not making that
He's not
motion.
making motions.
I realize that, but I want to explain to the rest of council why you could not make that motion, why it was wrong.
I didn't make it.
He withdrew. He withdrew. If you weren't working on your other clients and you were paying attention to the town.
I did withdraw as if it wasn't me.
Right.
Mr. Susie has his laptop there as well.
What I'm asking, it's a pretty straightforward motion. I don't know what the debate is about. Let's talk with the employment lawyer, who's been hired because of his specialty in employment law, to look at this, to make sure that what's being asked is appropriate, and also to determine whether or not she can be compensated differently than what she's currently being compensated due to the added responsibilities that she's taken on.
Okay, can I ask a question, Kathy? Okay, when's the next zoning hearing board meeting?
The 20th.
And is there something on that Molly would have to be there to do? Like, is there something somebody has to do?
There is a variance that is on the agenda.
But she's there anyway.
She's there anyway.
She always tends to zone.
I understand that.
I think that's a good point, so she's there anyway, I don't know why there would be any change to her requirements.
Change.
She's not attending a meeting that she would otherwise
But
not.
she's just
It's a
not
different
gonna,
capacity. It's a different
Responsibilities.
capacity. It's a different capacity.
between now and the 20th, you're not gonna have a meeting to authorize, any payment to her, right?
You can do it retroactively. You can always pay retroactively.
Can I finish? Would you stop interrupting?
You can always pay retroactively.
Yes, you can, and I could say that too. I was going to.
After you said it, Tom.
After I gave her the idea.
You guys are unbelievable.
Thank you.
Highly.
Well, I wouldn't think that's very proud, but that's your stated whatever.
Thank you.
We can accept the motion contingent upon the labor solicitor.
No. I think there's a motion that's already been passed to appoint her to that position. That's done.
Okay.
So now the next question is do we want somebody to look at it, and the timing is when? So there's a motion and a second at this point, and what we can do if you so choose is to have either the labor attorney or anybody else take a look at this and report back. But my recommendation would be not tied to any time period, because what we have is we have an upcoming zoning hearing board.
You're not understanding my motion. We're placing added responsibilities on her by virtue of this motion. We can pass the motion, fine. But to actually implement what has been passed by the motion, I think is the greater concern. The concern that I have is there's a collective bargaining agreement. And the collective bargaining agreement identifies her as a union employee. And in that agreement, presumably, there are delineated responsibilities and duties that fall within her category or her position. And are we now putting on her added responsibilities that could be in violation of that collective bargaining agreement and therefore exposing the township to legal liability because of that? So my suggestion is, and my motion is, that we run this by the employment lawyer and that we get an answer to those questions, and until that happens, that she not receive instructions to do anything else, because it could be in violation of the collective bargaining agreement. That's what my motion is. You understand that?
Understood. The practical problem is you have an upcoming zoning hearing.
That's not my problem. And that's not the township's problem.
Okay, I'd like
It's not the
to
problem.
add to what you just said. Can I comment on your motion? And what I'd
Tom,
like
did
to.
you second my motion?
Yes, I second.
And I'd like to say that, and again, somewhere in the administrative code, I thought I read under the manager duties that the manager can act as the zoning officer. Can we look that up online? I'm not very good.
I would be considered the zoning officer. Unfortunately, I am away.
Oh, that's right. So it could have worked out maybe. We're coming to get you. No.
Let me ask you a question. What is on the agenda for May 20th that is such importance that must be decided on May 20th?
There is one variance.
What is it?
that's-
The garage.
The garage, yes. the Gambo's variance.
Is that the steep slope thing? Or no?
It's that, the one
The guy
with
who
the
subdivided
garage.
property.
No, that
No,
happened
that's
already.
the gentleman that had one to subdivide his lot.
Mr. Gambosi subdivided the lot, and,
Is there any way we can talk to that person and see maybe they can give us a continuance to the next meeting? I mean,
this is the, you voted to oppose, and now you're gonna ask him to cooperate with you?
This is the garage.
The garage, the Gambosi thing,
uh,
that went to zoning hearing board already.
Okay, so this gentleman is the garage.
I'm basing upon what Kathy said to me with
Sorry.
Mr. Gambosi, so don't tell me I'm
Sorry.
getting it incorrect, Priscilla. I'm basing
I'm
upon the
sorry.
name that was given to
That
me.
was my error.
I know you like to get little digs at me every time you can.
Thank
but
you.
that was a-
That was my error. I apologize.
I think I'm comfortable, first of all, she attends these meetings anyway, so my biggest concern would be if she had to attend a new meeting that wouldn't be part of her regular responsibilities. But the fact is that she attends the meetings and she answers questions while she's there. This position, this issue that I'm hearing is she literally hands up the records to the zoning hearing board. It's not like she's giving testimony. It's not like she's being a zoning officer. She's not acting as a zoning officer. She's simply a custodian of records, which she would be there for.
Can you?
I am comfortable with
Stay in your lane.
I am comfortable having the labor solicitor review it. I don't want it to jeopardize anything that would happen on the Monday hearing. If the applicant is willing to give us a continuance to the next meeting, so that we can get an answer from our labor attorney, that would be even better.
So why don't we?
But I'm not comfortable with going to a zoning hearing board. If the applicant says they must have it, I'm not comfortable going there and saying that Molly can't be there until, everything that we do here is stayed until we hear from the labor attorney. I don't know what their
I'm not comfortable dealing with the
availability
union.
is. I'm just saying what my level of comfort is.
What I would recommend is this, is if you want to have the labor attorney look at it, have the labor attorney look at it, and if there is a problem, he should identify it before the zoning hearing board, before the next zoning hearing board meeting. And then that way, if it's not a problem, we can move forward with the administration in the process.
See, Victoria, when the union people, they have duties, and there's a list, and it might conflict with something on that list.
Thank you, Priscilla.
And then we'd be in trouble with the union.
Right, and then we have agreements, now we're
And then
defending the
right,
grievance, we're
right,
spending legal
right,
fees on that, and other
right.
things, so
So,
that's where my level of comfort is.
In our opinion,
concern.
yeah, it looks very innocent, but according to their,
Contract,
can we
Collective bargaining
can we
agreement.
write that down?
so we finally agreed on something?
Yeah, did we?
There was a.
Those comments,
I'm comfortable with what
those
Mr.
comments
Gazuzian said.
I've said all year.
I'm comfortable with what Mr. Gazuzian said.
Thank you.
Okay, so is that gonna be a motion or just a draft?
No, there's a motion on the floor, there's a second, so I think my inquiry is, would you be willing to change the motion to have the labor solicitor, have the labor lawyer look at this, and if there's a problem, to identify it before the next zoning hearing board meeting?
I mean, I think we need a shorter period than that, I would say Friday. Simply because Kathy needs to be able to administer this. If there is an issue, she needs to get in touch with the applicant for the variance to see if he's willing to continue it until that issue gets fleshed out. So I think we need to put a stricter time frame on it.
When's the next zoning hearing board? Sorry, I didn't catch.
20th. Monday the 20th.
Monday.
This Monday.
This Monday.
Well, I can't speak for his time period, but I would recommend that we do it as quick, ask him to do it as quickly as possible.
Well, I think if he can't get us an opinion by noon on Friday to give Kathy sufficient time to deal with this administratively, then in the alternative, Kathy reaches out to the applicant to see if they would voluntarily agree to continue that matter until that legal issue has been satisfactorily answered. So I'll amend my motion to reflect that. Do I need to say the whole thing again?
I'll second your motion. The amended motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. So, any other discussion before I open it up to public comment? Okay, anybody in the audience like to speak on public comment regarding this new motion?
I would say this, you put it on the agenda and somehow nobody looked at it, thought about it, and ask the attorney, let's talk about this. That's why it takes us forever and ever and ever to get done. Because there's nobody, it seems, aside from one or two people, that really look at these things and understand them. And they get booed for taking up time. Well, I'll tell you, you get into a lawsuit with that union and you're gonna have a lot of cost. And I'm not really happy with people who say they're attorneys and have all these, well, my feeling is, no, we need good solid answers like Treadwell used to give. And we need them before the meeting, so when you come, you're all prepared to go. With a little bit of talk. So that's my grind here for a minute.
Solicitor's going on to work right now. He's typing up his
Just a
key.
point of clarification for you. Link Treadwell did negotiate that contract, and he would know the terms of that contract intimately because he was involved in negotiating with it. So we don't have his legal mind and expertise and experience on that issue. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Our solicitor now is typing on his laptop, probably to another client, and billing both of us.
Not that I need to answer this, but I'm emailing the labor board.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Gaduzian, it'd really be nice if you had reviewed this from the beginning and made this clear to everybody. That's what I would say. No, is that wrong, Priscilla? I see you shaking your head.
I disagree, but you can say whatever you want, and you are, and you're entitled to do that.
Thank you. That's very kind. We're not a dictatorship yet. We're getting there. So I would say that's part of Mr. Gaduzian's responsibility, just like going over anything else, is to look at these contracts, to look at this agenda and say, hey, we got a hot spot here. Let's get together and talk about this before we just go out blindly in the public and spend a few hours and everybody gives their gut feeling without having any kind of legal representation to say what finally was dragged out here. If we all had to just say, yep, let's hire Molly and stick her right in there, boy, oh boy, the township be up to its ears in other alligators. Or maybe alligators, crocodiles, and hippos. And nobody seems to care. I hope the public does, because man, it's coming down on us.
Okay, anybody else like to speak? 5 minutes? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Delium,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Uphoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we're all clear?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Appointment of special counsel for Beethoven Waldheim Holdings LLC and any other special projects on an as-needed basis. Kathy?
As we know, the variance items that are going to be at the zoning hearing board may require our special counsel that was appointed at a previous meeting. We're requesting counsel to appoint Mr. Steve Hoffman to attend that meeting as representation of counsel.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, I'll second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I do.
I think it's also just in general appointing the attorneys as counsel on an as-needed basis. So it's the Waldheim matter and on an as-needed basis so that moving forward, they can handle anything that may come up.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to reflect that. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Jason, discussion?
Yeah, we talked about this in the last meeting. This was exactly what I brought up when Mr. Gutsuzian was appointed as the interim township solicitor, his conflicts of interest because of his local legal work. And this is the perfect example of it. He recused himself from this matter because he has a conflict because he represented Beethoven Waldheim Holdings in legal matters recently. And credit to him for identifying that conflict and coming forward with it. I guess he had no alternative but to do that. It concerns me that we have to incur added costs. This special counsel is at a much different rate than Mr. Gutsuzian's rate. As I recall, it was, $210 an hour, where Mr. Gutsuzian is $180 an hour, so I'm not sure why we're spending more money because Mr. Gutsuzian has a conflict and is unable to represent this matter. I think we're going to be using them for other special projects on an as-needed basis. It should be at the same rate that we are paying our township solicitor, which is $180 an hour. I don't see any added value to paying them a higher rate. And the other question I have is, I'm not sure why we need to have a special counsel for the Beethoven Waldheim Holdings LLC matter. I'm not sure how that matter can be prosecuted. Jim Young, who was the zoning hearing officer who made these determinations, is no longer with the township. The property owner has a right of due process, and in that right of due process, they have the right to confront, cross-examine, and question their accuser, and that will not happen here. So I'm not sure how the township could sustain its burden of proof in that matter by not having the witness who brought forth these alleged violations and there to substantiate them through his testimony. I just don't know how the township intends to do that. And it seems to me that you're subjecting the property owner and the taxpayer to deprivation of their property without proper due process. So, I don't know, can somebody weigh in on that to explain to me what is the Waldheim variance matter going forward? Kathy, do you have any information on that? I mean, we don't have a zoning officer to prosecute it. How is this going to go forward?
I believe that it's on the agenda following this for discussion, so.
All right, so
at that point, we'll.
Yeah, well, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves here, because if that matter is not going forward, then why are we taking the step to appoint a special counsel, putting the cart before the horse here? I think we have to first determine whether or not that variance matter is going forward, and if it is, then there may be a need to have an attorney, a substitute attorney, because Mr. Gutsuzian has conflict. But unless and until that matter is going forward, why are we talking about appointing special counsel for it? It just seems to be premature. Waste more time for these people.
I think we need to appoint a special counsel to represent the township because of the conflict that Steve has. And we have to, it's on the agenda, on number D, that this was tabled.
Read it, I see it's there.
So.
I think the motion was to appoint special counsel to the Waldheim matter because that's the matter that's next, but then also to all special projects that may be identified. So it's not specific to, I mean, it includes the Waldheim matter, certainly, but I think the next agenda item is the Waldheim. So.
I think our solicitor can answer the theoretical legal question of, can a township move forward with prosecuting an alleged violation without the zoning officer who reportedly found, identified, and brought forward the violation? I don't know how you can do that without it. You need a witness and testimony, and the property owner and taxpayer has a right to confront their accuser. It's fundamental due process. And without having the accuser as an employee of the township and there in furtherance of the township's interests, how do we do that without subjecting the township to more legal liability? That's all I have.
Can you answer that, or?
Well, I can't answer it in theory, with the understanding that I do have a conflict. We can discuss that in the next item that we're going to discuss, I believe. So I think what we should do is get through this, and then when the time comes, we can address it.
I guess my recollection, at the previous meeting, we did appoint Steve for the Hoffman and Lavick firm for special projects. Didn't we do that already?
I think
I have a resolution here somewhere. From the last meeting.
Then why are we doing it again now?
What's that?
It just identified them as special counsel, but not to do any work. So this motion, or this agenda item identifies that they will now be appointed to do work.
And then what it is this item has them as special counsel for the Waldheim as well as anything else, so they're essentially available when needed, if and when needed.
So they don't have to come back on the agenda.
Every single time.
So this isn't just specific to the Waldheim, you're appointing them for this as well as other special projects to be determined.
On an
So you're basically
as-needed
you're giving them an open checkbook or an open opportunity to jump in. And who determines what other special projects on which they're gonna be assigned.
Isn't that kind of what Eckerd Siemens did under your presidency?
And they were appointed.
Well, we should read the resolution. But anyway, so I don't have a problem appointing special counsel for this project, and then we'll talk more about it in the next agenda item.
Well, I get to go, I thought I was on the
Is there a motion on the floor?
I didn't,
Yeah, there was a motion, a second, and then we were going through comment.
Right, we're in the comments. So Jason, right, I have Jason circled
Right,
first.
so my comments were, this makes no sense if you're putting the cart ahead of the horse. And I don't know how you prosecute this without depriving the property owner of due process.
Okay,
So
Tom.
why are we appointing counsel if there can't be a hearing on that?
Okay, Tom, your comments?
well, Priscilla said that, Susie had a conflict with the Waldheim, and that's why we had to get into this, but Susie still has a conflict with the Hoffman firm. He identified them, he negotiated the rate, he admits he accepts legal referrals from them in cases for money, his firm does, and he's refused to pledge that he won't do that again in the future. So, in my opinion, he still has a conflict. There's just no integrity there. All he has to do is say, I did take from the past before I was made solicitor of Lower Saucon Township, and now that they're going to serve as special counsel on special projects, that my firm won't take any more referrals from them until that relationship no longer exists. But he won't do it.
Tom, can I get clarification on that point? I need clarification on something Tom said. Yes. You mentioned it only as to Mr. Gitsuzian. I don't remember in the last meeting, did you bring this topic up with regard to Victoria Optoff Cordero, who's also a licensed attorney, I believe, and who also has the opportunity to refer cases? I don't remember if there were any questions about any business relationship that she may have with Steve Hoffman firm. Did we talk about that?
I don't, I'll just answer your question to move the meeting along. I don't have any relationship with them. Never
Do you
done
pledge
any
not?
business with
Do you
them.
pledge not to?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't have any, I don't have any business with them and never have.
All right, thank you.
Will Mr. Gitsuzian?
We've gone over this.
You know what, we went over this at the last meeting. This is tonight's agenda item, which is different.
But
So
I'm
let's-
voting on it, this is why.
Well, that's up to you then. You go your comments, okay? So you have your comments and you noted them. So I don't have an issue with this. Victoria?
I think I identified, I think it's important to appoint them for the wall time and all other matters that may be needed on an as-needed basis, so I'm in favor of it.
Okay, Laura?
Mr. Gitsuzian.
I have no new comments on this.
Okay, public comment, 5 minutes.
I'm having a hip replacement in 2 weeks. I'm not staggering for any other reason. My name is Maya Simon. I live in Lower Saucon Township. It seems to me that we can appoint a special counsel, and then if he's not needed, he doesn't present a bill. It's not that hard. He's got the job. If there's work to do, if it turns out there's no work to do, he doesn't present an invoice.
That's a good point. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? 5 minutes? Okay, seeing none, I guess roll call, please.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Is the motion to appoint Steve Hoffman as special counsel to the Beethoven Waldheim Holdings LLC variance matter? Is that what
And other special projects on an as-needed basis.
we haven't identified those other special projects and what triggers it as to how he gets those assignments. So who determines what other special projects are assigned? What's the mechanism for that?
That's the motion that's before you.
You're just going to give him a blank check? No, this is ridiculous.
So your answer is no?
My answer is no, it's ridiculous.
Okay. Kathy, I'm sorry.
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
I vote yes, and I will point according to the resolution from January of 2023, which did the exact same thing.
Mr. Carucci?
No, I think with any other special projects, that's the expenditure of money without it being an agenda item. I think it's a violation of Sunshine Act. So I would say no.
Ms.
Not to
Ray?
mention, Mr. Goodsouzian's conflicts with this.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. The next agenda item was removed at the request of the applicant, the Beechwood Court Land Company LLC. That was removed. Next, we have the Beethoven Wall-Time Variance 02-24. Beethoven Wall-Time Holdings LLC, 1991 Wall-Time Road. This variance was tabled from the May 1st council meeting. Applicant is appealing the notice of violation dated February 27th, 2024.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
Thank you. I think in light of the fact that we have lost Jim Young as our zoning officer, he is the one that issued the notice of violation, and he would be unable, and now that we are on the agenda item, we can say on the agenda item, he is unable to attend the zoning hearing board on Monday. I would make a motion to withdraw the notice of violation against the wall time at this time, and also ask if and when we appoint any interim zoning administrator or zoning officer or zoning officer company, that they investigate and review the matter, and that now that we have a special counsel to handle the wall time matter, that they can consult with that counsel without any conflict. That's my motion.
I'll second that. Council discussion, Jason?
I mean, I think this makes sense. There's no zoning officer to prosecute this. I can't imagine how it could go forward without having an individual on behalf of the township to prosecute it, so I think it must be taken. That's all I have to say.
Hey, Tom?
Well, in your 3 emails, you're talking about how Jim has to go because he's not up to snuff according to you guys, and then Mr. McGovern gets up and says same thing, and but you know you're all fired up about the wall line. You know, they're all fired up about the wall line and what he did there. You can't have it both ways. It's ridiculous.
And just for the record, I'd like to say that there was a right-to-know request from a December email that had some things in there about Jim Young, but from December until today, I never, ever had any problems with, I've always had good conversations with Jim.
Of course, when you order him out to your house, you can't. With a police officer.
I can't order him out to my house. As a resident, I was allowed to do that, just like everybody in this room would be able to do.
Let's not gloss over some things. These aren't just some things. It was very clear that there was an effort underway to get him.
No,
It's
that's
very
your
clear.
opinion.
It's very clear.
Okay.
I'll bring an email to the next meeting. We'll put it up
Never.
on the screen and we'll talk
It's
about
public
it.
record. I don't have a problem with it.
Well, it is because it came out the right to know, and I appreciate the right to know law. It allows us to
I
find
do
these
too. I
things.
love the right to know law.
When you don't send me things, then you realize that it's supposing
I know, I'm not the
in your draft
technical
box.
person.
And we have a point of order. I think we all had an agreement. Look, Jason, you thought what I said was a good idea. I know that sometimes you think I'm stupid, but you didn't this time. So let's just vote. Come on, let's go.
I just it's still no reason to treat Jim Young.
We're under discussion for the moment.
Still no reason to
okay,
treat Jim Young.
I don't have a problem with it. Victoria, you support it. Laura, you want to speak for you?
Yes, I support this as well. From my understanding, we can't move forward with this at this time, so let's withdraw.
Okay, 5-minute public comment. Anybody in the audience like to speak on this?
Jennifer Helton, and I would like to ask, the zoning officer was, decided to leave, but I find it very difficult that we're not going to be able to, if I'm a citizen and I can put a complaint to the zoning officer, he goes out and investigates and leaves, I'm now affected. So the Smith, who live across the street in the farm, they're not here to speak, and I'm speaking a little bit for them because it's unfair. I think it's great that this has been tabled so that the right, I am speaking, and I think it's important that we have policies in place when people leave, the citizens aren't left hanging. And so I find it very frustrating at this point, and I think it's important that we all respect each other and talk nicely and get through these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, the Smiths authorize you to speak on their behalf.
I'm
You're-
done.
Priscilla.
So you want to answer that question?
Okay,
Listen,
public
should-
comment, next
Should
person.
listen to Ms. Sullivan about being nice. You start. Priscilla.
Sal Galliano. I am absolutely amazed. The simplest thing is to state that, okay, you don't have a zoning officer and the person that is actually bringing these charges. You can tell them we're going to drop the charges at this point in time because you need to appoint somebody else to take that position. When that is filled, that leaves us the right to reapply those violations, thank you. If so found. And that's as simple as it can get. Is there a big problem with that? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else, 5 minutes? Okay, seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Altough-Rivera,
Yes.
Mr. Caroci,
Yes.
Ms. Reagan. Yes. Ms. Delian.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next, we have School Resource Officer update. Chief Bart will provide the status of his discussion with the Saucon Valley School District regarding the School Resource Officer. Chief?
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank council and the township for honoring National Police Week this week and Peace Officers Memorial Day, which is today. So I'd like to thank you on behalf of the department. In the middle of April, I met with Ms. Velocity and Mr. Bonenberger at the school to open up the discussion of School Resource Officer as I was asked to. The discussion was very well received, and Ms. Velocity stated she would get back to me as she processed it through the board. On Monday, April 29th, Ms. Velocity informed me that an update was provided to the board level and a School Resource Officer will be considered as one of the options considered for the 2024-2025 school year, and that the district would make a decision in the coming weeks. As of Monday, she has no further update. That's all I can provide at this time. But it did go very well.
Chief, just so the public knows, Ms. Velocity is the superintendent of Saucon Valley School District, and Mr. Bonenberger is the director of finance for the school, or business manager.
Business manager, that's correct.
Just so the public knows who they are. I mean, I think this is a favorable development. I'm glad that you had an opportunity to meet with them. I'm happy that they did not reject this out of hand. It seems like they're interested in it and they're going to consider it. I hope that the discussions and the dialogue continue, and I hope that it comes together so that we can provide quality police services at the Saucon Valley School District and keep our children and educators and administrators and everybody that works there safe from all these crazy threats going on in the world.
And we do it from the police department as well.
I didn't mean to take that away from what,
No, that's fine.
but it's great to have somebody there. It would be great to have somebody there on site to be able to provide an immediate response. I mean, our police officers could be back here, and there's a little bit of delay. To have somebody there, trained, trained, under the direction and supervision of you, would give great comfort to the community, and I appreciate that.
And I am in full support of the School Resource Officer program as well as the department and the union. We have addressed it.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important, I always have, but certainly now in light of this report that came out about the Howard Town Police and how they're understaffed and the leadership vacuum over there, it seems like the problems are somewhat endless. And maybe you can tell the public, so if there's a problem at the school, first call comes to Lower Saucon, right?
That is correct.
And would the primary backup be Hellertown?
Hellertown, yes.
Okay. But there's some problems down there, as this report that was issued on Monday states. And, I just think if we had a resource officer, we wouldn't be as reliant on this backup that seems a little bit unreliable, to say the least. And so please keep moving forward, and good luck.
We will, thank you.
I appreciate the update, thank you.
Okay, next we have, under F, the PA Chief of Police Association report concerning Hellertown Borough. Jason, you asked to put this on the agenda.
Yeah, I did. I think it's important for the public to be aware of this since we obviously share a school district with Hellertown, and there's been a lot of media coverage about alleged malfeasance and theft to the tune of $120,000 within the Hellertown Police Department. And Stacy, can you bring up the one picture that I sent to you? Thought I did. Maybe it didn't come through. Yeah, this evening. It's titled Hellertown 66-2. Did you get it by email? Did it come through? No? Okay. Well, anyway. Okay. Nah, it's not that important. That's okay. So here's the report, folks, if you haven't seen it. This report is dated April 2024. This is from the police chiefs of, the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association. I know that Chief Barn has seen this. And this is a critique of the issues that are going on in the Hellertown Police Department, and I believe Hellertown Borough as a whole. And this was requested by the Borough of Hellertown, and significantly the report was provided in a draft form to Hellertown Borough for review prior to being finalized. So they had an opportunity to provide input on this. And the purpose of this evaluation by the Chiefs of Police was analysis of the efficiency, effectiveness, and comprehensiveness of the police policies, procedures, resources. And there's some important points here that you should be aware of. First of all, the Borough Council was acknowledging that there was friction between the council and members of the collective bargaining unit, i.e. the police department, as well as the interim chief of police. And this is really what's concerning, is that there's a lack of leadership for a period of years as the former chief was essentially hands-off and created a leadership vacuum. There was lack of experience in the administrative position. Staffing was handicapped by a lack of depth of numbers, requiring excessive use of overtime, compensatory time. Policy manual had not been updated in over 20 years. And there were all sorts of problems here. And one of the findings was the pervasive issues in the Hellertown Police Department are the result of several long-standing interrelated defects. The deficiencies include, but are not limited to, organizational oversight, structural components, supervision, policies and procedures, budgetary expenditures, and scheduling. And it says here that the mayor and the borough council were facing difficult decisions, all of which would have fiscal effect on the borough. The options included reducing services, contracting supplemental public safety resources from another municipality, relying on the state police for services, or investing in their department to achieve professional grade quality services in the borough. And there were a number of people that were interviewed for this. They included Mayor David Heinzelman, Borough Manager Kathy Hartraft, Council President Tom Rieger, Councilman Andrew Hughes, Patricia Tallarico, the Police Administrative Assistant, Tina Kresnaski, their Finance Manager and Treasurer, the Magistrate Judge Medj, Chief Barn, of course, from the Lower Saucon Police Department, as well as the District Attorney, Stephen Barata, and the Labor Attorney for the Police Union. So what's concerning about this is when you look at the table of organization for this, the Hellertown Police Department, it's right here on page 10 if you get a copy of the report. The head of all this is the borough mayor. He's the one who's responsible for this, and the item that I was asking Stacy to pull up is Hellertown Ordinance 66-2, and that talks about the chief of police who works under the direction of the mayor shall be in charge of the police department and shall have supervision over the members of the department and exercise their power, duties, and authority. So this report does a couple things. One is it shows what a competent, qualified, well-led, well-trained, well-equipped police force we have here in Lower Saucon Township, and we should be thankful for that. And this provides a stark contrast of literally a dumpster on fire. And I don't think I can overstate that. This report is not flattering in any way towards Hellertown and the way that it manages police services. And I think that that's reflective overall of how Hellertown manages its borough. It concerns me greatly that we have a mayor
who is responsible for this department and in charge of this department, who has allowed these things to happen on his watch, has been found to be so derelict in his duties, as well as a borough council and leadership in Tom Rieger, who have been wholly absent or largely absent in how this police department is functioning for the betterment of the community. And we had talked about this previously in prior meetings, concerns that we have that Lower Saucon would be looked upon or relied upon disproportionately because of all these problems that they have. And fortunately, I know Chief had been monitoring this, and we have not seen an uptick in calls, even though there have been gaps in coverage altogether where they have not had municipal police services and instead have had to require the state police to come in, including on weekends. I'm happy that we're not in that situation, but I think it reflects very poorly on Hellertown. And you know, I read an article, I wasn't present for this meeting, but I read that there was an emergency meeting that was called on Monday, and that emergency meeting was to address the findings of this report and to try to figure out a path forward, and that was Hellertown called that meeting. And not many people showed up for it. And that's surprising to me because you would think that people would be concerned about their public safety and the dumpster that's on fire. And I think it reflects poorly on the leadership there. And we have members of this council who have politicized library issues and have indicated their intention to become much more closely aligned with Hellertown. And you have to ask yourself, what's going on here? And what's going on is, and we've said this at many meetings, Hellertown needs money and they want our money. And they want us to subsidize their malfeasance and their mismanagement. They would rather, they'd received tens of thousands of dollars in American Relief Fund money. And rather than use that money for public safety and to shore up a failing police department, their leadership chose instead to politicize the library issue and to throw money at a library that is subject to ongoing litigation, has not been transparent in its dealings. And the Office of Open Records expressly found that the library is an extension of the Hellertown Borough, significantly controlled by the Hellertown Borough, and subject to right to know laws. Those are the kind of people that are there. I'm not saying that everybody in Hellertown is bad. I have family and friends that live in Hellertown, residents, and I feel badly for them that they have such mismanagement. But I also feel badly for the residents of Lower Saucon Township because, you know, with the makeup of this council, I can assure you that they're going to be looking to help to subsidize their buddies over there. And just on Monday during this meeting, it was mentioned that for them to be able to fund their police department, they're going to have to raise local municipal taxes 35%. Now consider that, 35%. It's more than a third that the local taxes are going up, and that's on top of a substantial increase in trash services, because I think their trash services bill went up 15 or 16%. So it's not sustainable for them, and they're going to look to Lower Saucon to try to sustain that. And I hope that the members of this council recognize that their obligations are to the residents and taxpayers of this community, not to bail out their neighbor. You know, I'm all about helping my neighbor. My neighbor has a problem. If my neighbor's house is on fire, I'll be the first one over there with a hose and buckets trying to put it out. But when my neighbor keeps lighting his house on fire over and over again and asking me to help put it out and then to rebuild it because he lit it on fire, I'm not going to do that. And I hope that that simplistic analogy penetrates with some people on this council and certainly resonates with the residents of the township. Otherwise, your taxes are going to go up. We've already heard that the school district has released a preliminary budget, and the preliminary budget shows a tax increase of, I think, 2.3 or 2.7%. We've done a good job in this township to keep taxes down by finding alternate revenue sources like the landfill, which pay about a third of our tax burden. And now we're being sued by the landfill, not we, but the township and 3 members of this council and the solicitor are being sued. And the amount that's being sought there is over $1.1 million. Where's the money going to come from? If the landfill goes away,
Where's the money going to come from to help pay for what we have here, the quality of life that we have? I don't know. They've not provided us with any explanation for that. They haven't provided any alternate source of tax revenue. Just landfill is bad, must go away, but yet we're going to incur a lot of expenses to fight this, to settle a lawsuit. Can you stop? Can you stop?
Priscilla, would you ask this woman to stop making noise in my ear?
Make any noise.
I'm not hearing her make any noise.
Look, I mean, we all know who Kathy Pitchell-McGovern is. We know where she falls on these issues. She doesn't want to hear from me, Bill.
We're supposed to be talking about
I want to hear.
Yeah, we
I
are.
want
We
to
are
hear
talking,
what
we're talking
you
about the
have to
Halifax
say.
Police.
I don't want to hear you.
Okay.
So I know you don't like it for your money. I'm not done. I'm not done. I know you don't like it.
Order.
Move.
I know you don't like it, right? Because facts hurt. I'm sorry that they hurt.
Hellertown Police.
Can you
Yes.
stop now?
Jason, let's go back to your presentation.
Yeah, I'm talking about my presentation. So my presentation
It's
is,
significant.
don't bail out incompetency and malfeasance. That's the theme here. And this report reinforces the incompetence, the lack of leadership from the top of the organization, from the mayor himself. It implicates the mayor directly and the township council. And you folks want to get in bed with them. It's absurd. That's all.
Okay, any other discussion on this agenda item?
Yes,
Tom?
yes. I agree with what Jason said, but also, you know, two of the big recommendations there were to look to either farm out their police services, meaning hire another municipality to help them. And I think, unfortunately, we would probably be the municipality they look for. Now, we have 20 officers that do a great job in Lower Saucon Township, and we can afford, because we have landfill revenue, to have that department. But I don't want to double the amount of people that are responsible for another 5,000 people in Hellertown, or Hellertown. I mean, they should be responsible for their own. If they were fiscally responsible, they wouldn't be in this problem, but they're not. And I hope the members of this board would make a strong public statement tonight that they're not interested in spending Lower Saucon taxpayer dollars supporting police services in Hellertown. The other recommendation was possibly they look for state police coverage. That will also put a burden on our officers. Because the state police aren't going to be around all the time there's a call, and we'll be called on that. They'll put a burden on Fountain Hill too, and Bethlehem, I'm sure. I ask you, to make a strong public statement. We should all commit to not spending Lower Saucon taxpayer dollars on Hellertown police.
I'll second that motion, Tom.
So it's a motion that we should make that statement tonight.
Could you repeat that motion, please?
That we will not use Lower Saucon Township taxpayer dollars to fund policing in Hellertown in the future. Meaning, we can certainly be at mutual aid and the mutual aid agreements, but if they go to a state police, or if they want to contract out, I just don't, I mean, no, you'll give them a sweetheart deal, I'm sure, if you don't, because they're your buddies, so you're marching with them in your anti-police parades down in Hellertown. So the motion is that we won't spend Lower Saucon Township residents' taxpayer dollars on policing in Hellertown, besides what the mutual aid we do right now, currently.
I want the record to reflect that as you were talking, both Priscilla and Laura were over here saying, well, we can't vote on this because it's not on the agenda. And it is on the agenda. The findings from this report and the recommendations from this report are on the agenda. We talked about it, and this is in furtherance of that.
And not only that, you're not voting to spend money, you're voting not to spend money.
Okay, but there's no request for us to spend money on the Hellertown Police Force in this.
Right, you're just making a public statement, a public vote that you won't in the future. But I know you probably don't want to make that commitment because you do want to help your buddies out. And you do want to spend Lower Saucon Township taxpayer dollars in Hellertown.
Quite clearly, Tom, they don't want to have to take a vote on this issue. And I
Avoiding
made the motion, and
cowards.
you made the motion, I seconded, so let's have a vote on it.
Let's have a vote, cowards.
Well, after there's more discussion, Jason went, Tom went, I have to go. And I just want to say, I hear your motion, but there's a lot of what-ifs, and I just can't support it as stated. So.
There's no what ifs.
Victoria?
There's no what ifs. It's not, it's a green.
I have an opinion, and that happens to be it.
There's no what ifs.
Like it or not.
No what ifs.
If I can have a point of
Victoria?
No what ifs.
The only comment I have is there was a lot of discussion about putting the cart before the horse, just a couple agenda items ago, and that's fine.
And you
My
did.
comment, the cart before the horse.
You did put the cart before the horse.
Barnes
Jason, you're
and,
talking over Victoria.
I'm talking with her.
I trust Chief Barnes, and I think if there was a concern that Chief Barnes had and anything that happened in Howard Town, he would bring it to our attention. Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
Right, I would agree with that line of thought. I mean, I haven't heard anything from what was discussed before when the resource officer was talked about at this meeting and the prior meeting when that was talked about. There didn't seem to be any concerns about how much coverage Hellertown relies on us for. And I did read the whole report, and apparently they've been understaffed for a long, long time, many years. This didn't just happen overnight. So I don't think there's an immediate concern. There was nothing in here where they're requesting that we subsidize their police department. So yeah, I don't think it's appropriate to vote on something because we have nothing really to vote on.
The report clearly recommends looking into outsourcing the police department or turning it over to the police, state police.
Right.
The report clearly recommends that. It clearly recommends that, Ms. Ryan. Sorry, I can't read that.
Now we're going to public comment, 5
I'm going to
minutes.
speak again with regard to what Laura said,
Yes.
and that is, perhaps she wasn't here, but the school resource officer deals with the school district property itself, which is located within Lower Saucon Township, for which Lower Saucon Township Police have jurisdiction. So I'm not sure why you're confusing the two. Maybe you weren't here for that part or paying attention to that part of the
You
meeting.
discussed Hellertown being mutual aid to Lower Saucon, and you're concerned about it. You're the one that brought in Hellertown to the
They're not
school
providing mutual aid at the school, as far as I understand.
In fact,
You just pointed out they are the second to come after Lower Saucon.
But there was a couple of, I guess months ago now, maybe weeks ago, there was bomb threats and the school was closed for 3 days. Chief Barnes came and talked about that at the council meeting. We asked him, was Hellertown on site? He said, well, they came, they stayed in the parking lot a couple times, but as far as searching the school, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, you said it was Lower Saucon Township Police, some Williams Township Police who had a dog as well, some school employees, some who were helped searching the school, but the Hellertown, no Hellertown officers were inside that school. And I asked him why, and he was, didn't want to say, and I understand, because he has to work with these people in Hellertown. But again, I think it says a lot when you have people inside a school looking for the supposed bomb, and the Hellertown police were not invited inside that school. And there's a reason for that. And I don't care what anybody says, there is a reason for that. Whether the chief wants to state that reason publicly or not, there is a reason for that. There's all hands on deck except the Hellertown police. And Chief, have they used the state police in recent weeks?
I have no idea. I haven't been notified.
They haven't been notified?
I haven't been notified and I have no idea.
Okay. They did notify you when they have in the past?
That is correct.
Why would they notify you?
Communication to me for backup.
Okay, so I'm going to open up to public comment, 5 minutes. Anybody would like to speak on this agenda item?
Where that thing going, Lower Saucon? Can you give me clarification if a council member is in any type of litigation with Hellertown, would that make them biased, or would that make them not able to discuss this?
This council isn't in litigation with Hellertown, but there's
No,
not that I'm
there's-
aware of an individual who is.
You were in litigation with them
Who
for
is?
a while.
Me?
Yeah, that's what I was
No,
told.
no, you're wrong, ma'am.
For a property on Easton Road?
I don't own any property on Easton Road.
Or was
Never
it-
have, I never have.
It was for your in-laws, I was told by.
Well, that's different
there
than
were-
me, sir. That's different than me. So if you're gonna make accusations toward me, be clear and be accurate.
Well, there
But
were
you're wrong. You're
four.
wrong. I've never
Okay.
been involved in litigation.
Because there's a big bias against Hellertown almost. Okay, just wondered, thanks.
No bias against Hellertown.
Anybody else like
Bias
public
against
comment?
incompetence.
Go ahead.
If Fountain Hill, if the Fountain Hill Police
Tom,
Department.
there's public comment right now, you have to be
then
quiet.
I would be saying the same thing about Fountain Hill, so,
Tom,
it's
you're
not
out of
Hellertown
order.
bias, it's the same thing if it would be Fountain Hill.
You are out of order.
That's true, Tom, I agree.
I speak
about that here?
I speak when I want to speak.
Anyway, I haven't seen the report, so I can't speak on that, but I have a question. Was there any mention in that report about the library? Was it mentioned, you said something there, that you implicated the library as a general overview of the whole business, and I'm asking you, was there something in there that said the library had a problem?
Yeah, it talked about Hellertown's finances and the
No,
finances.
I'm asking about whether it said something about the library.
Sir, it talked about their finances.
Well, the
So they have to
ordinance
pay
here,
for
can you
paving
give
roads, they have to
Okay,
do all
one at
sorts
a
of
time,
stuff.
you're
Truly,
both
sir.
talking.
You need the towel, you need that towel, not me, because you're drooling right now, I saw it.
You can't
I
both
just saw
talk.
you drool, I just saw it drop down, you're the guy that needs the towel. Literally, it just dropped out of his face.
I'm cool, that's why I said cool. What's the problem?
You're the one who's telling me I need a towel, I don't need a towel, sir.
You're $50,000 of
You're
the
being
I don't need the towel.
rude.
Here, tissues.
You're being rude to a.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not, this
I'm
gentleman's.
sorry, I would never do that. Okay, Mr. Glasgow?
You do much worse.
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident. I bring this up because Mr. Bononis brought it up under this topic. He brought up ways of making money for the township to keep taxes low and to keep up the quality of life for Lower Saucon residents. What about the quality of life of those that live where the landfill wants to expand that you have been backing? What about the people living there? Their quality of life doesn't matter to you because they're on the other side of the township from you.
Okay, anybody else, 5 minutes, please?
The quality of life. The landfills there a lot.
Anne Marie Slavic, Saucon Township. I was up here a few weeks ago and I just happened to point out that there's a series of things going on in Lehigh Valley all over the country if you read the news about fraud. Fraud in government, fraud in organizations, fraud in nonprofits. And I would love to just say that I think it's funny. Well, there aren't a lot of people here, I would say that. The majority of people here, I understand what side you're on. But I think it's kind of funny that there's no insight. There's no insight. Laura Ray, you're telling us that there's no connection between what's going on in the Hellertown Police Department and there could possibly be fraud. And why are we covering it up? And why was the court, Judge Daly ordered the documents for the Hellertown Library be released? And they weren't. And then also, they said that there's no reason why the library shouldn't release the records. Well, why weren't they? And I asked you this a few weeks ago. Why weren't the records of Hellertown Library released? Why? Why is that such a problem? And I want to say to all the people, I know I'm not supposed to address anybody, but I've never seen adults act the way they are acting about a library in my life, ever. With all the problems we have in the world, with all the problems we have in the country, with police departments that are low on employees, with crime running rampant, I've never seen adults cry and whine about a library. It's insanity. There are libraries all over the Lehigh Valley. Go to a different one.
We can't.
But you have, well, that's not how it works when I was in Whitehall. Anyway.
Members of the audience,
Anyway.
please.
The point is, if you're gonna just walk away, turn your head, you don't wanna hear it, it's an inconvenience, we shouldn't talk about it, why are we going on about it, why are we wasting time about it? That is why there's fraud in our government. That is why people steal money every day. Do you read the paper? Do you know what's going on in Catasauqua? Does anybody know what's going on in Catasauqua? Same thing. Fraud. People lying about their hours they worked. People that had to get dismissed. It's like, and you're all pretending that we shouldn't look into it or we shouldn't associate a problem with a budget in Hellertown with another problem with a budget. That's not insightful. You have to open your mind and realize that something's going on here. You just have to.
Anybody else like to comment on this agenda item?
It's a hard one to follow up on. Absolutely agree. Now that we got Hal on the radar too. And here we are, we're talking about a police force who, that, if any of you have read that, what is it, 40-page result? I mean, it's devastating. And this is not the first police chief that's gone for the same thing. And
To
this,
answer your question, it's 44 pages, and Laura just told me that, so she presumably read it and is familiar with it. 44 pages.
okay, well that's really good. Maybe we could have a chat about that later. No? Okay. Yeah, right. All right.
5 words.
Bottom line is, look, the second one, does anybody get the pattern here? Is anything being done about it? So you ask yourself, all right, so this fellow who's running this office is taking this money, claiming pay that's not due, from what I understand, all right? And this is the second time, and let's see, who sits above him? The mayor of Hellertown, and then there's the finance director, and then there's auditors. Wait a minute, I tried to find an audit of Hellertown's financials. I think the last thing I saw was online, 2021, and I reported about some other financials about our fire company, which has got a wide open, everything is available, including the cost of toilet paper, and yet how we're talking about Hellertown not having any data on its library system, financials. What's going on? Okay, well, if you don't know, gee, I guess you really have your head in the sand. 2 police chiefs gone for corruption, and there's no change, no change. And we want to be buddy-buddy with these people. Gee, let's join them in the library. Hey, can we see? Treadwell nailed it. And by the way, anybody here have any doubt about why Link Treadwell is no longer our solicitor? Just go read. Go read. I'll talk about that when we come up about how. All right? It's all right there. There's at least 10 pages of discussion on how. And guess what? This council, under the new leadership, voted 3-2 to just give them $100,000 because we feel they deserve it. Well, I guess maybe the chief thought he deserved it too. And the finance director, gotta wonder, does anybody know what's going on over there? That sort of reminds me of some other little townships of about 3/10 of a square mile. Yeah, got problems all over the place, and the town doesn't pay attention. And when somebody gets up and speaks about it, like that lady back there, people go, oh. Yeah, I heard somebody at the last 1:30 meeting that we were at call her a bitch. Don't look perplexed. I'll send it to you. It's on video. Obviously, you weren't here then. So, right. So you think, and other people get accosted in this chamber? Whoa. What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. The wolves are running the chicken coop here, and it's got to stop. And no, I'm not in favor of helping out a library or a police force or a town that repeatedly does bad things. And by the way, some of the people on that Hal board are tied up to people here. And no, I don't believe in hiring anybody that's in a position of being the attorney if they have to invoke some kind of, I don't want to be held responsible for any previous issues of any kind. No. Open record. Who do you know? What did you do? Why did you do it? Who employed you? And the whole 9 yards. Otherwise, you're going to have, hey, we're just like Philadelphia. Well, and by the way, If you think you don't need a police force, just go to get your hair cut in Hellertown like I did and was told, yeah, I saw the pictures of that bus that pulled up in front of Ace Hardware. Anybody know about that? And all these maybe people south of the border pile out, jump in the cars, and they're gone. Wow, that's a third one. And does anybody understand that Northampton is one of these safe counties? Sanctuary city. Thank you, Mr. Executive. Take a look. Anybody have any questions? Anybody want that document? I'll give it to you. It's not. Thank you.
My name is Maya Simon, Lower Saucon Township. I hear a lot of arguments about why we shouldn't vote for the mayor of Hellertown, but I didn't think we had the right to do that anyway. You know, Hellertown is its own thing. And nobody's asking us to take over their police department. And the Hellertown area library was an area library right from the beginning. I could be mistaken. I haven't been here that long. But the Hellertown Area Library, as I understand it, was a joint project between Hellertown and Lower Saucon. And when Lower Saucon refused to pay for our head count, the next administration, with integrity, did pay them for the services that they had rendered for a whole year that they had not been paid because the previous administration didn't like them. So the library is one issue, but all of this stuff about how terrible Hellertown is, well, guess what? We don't have any power over what happens in Hellertown. And I resent taking up our time in our council meeting to badmouth our neighbors for no purpose. There's nothing we can do about it.
Ms. Simon, can I get a point of clarification from you?
Yes.
So you're saying that Lower Saucon is completely separate from Hellertown, and as a result of that, Hellertown should do its own thing and we should do our thing, correct? Is that what your position is?
Largely.
Okay. I don't disagree with you. Where my problem is our tax dollars going there to support bad behavior, bad decisions, and mismanagement.
And where are our tax dollars going to do that?
I'll give you an example. We gave $100,000 to the library without any contract. We paid 2/3 of the bill for the library from the time that Lower Saucon joined the library, but yet we didn't have 2/3 representation on that board. We asked them to provide usage data to justify what we anticipated would be $750,000 contract over a 5-year period. They refused to provide that data to us. They wouldn't provide us with financial information to substantiate where the money's going. So that's where the problem is. It's not because I'm against libraries, far from it.
We have twice as many people in our township than they do.
There's one other thing.
We don't have 2/3 board representation. If we're paying 2/3 of the bill, should we have proportionate representation to make those determinations? No, they don't want that. They just want our money and they want us to shut up.
There's
We're not going to do that.
Okay, there's one other thing too about where the money. We're talking about a school resource officers. When we discussed that earlier, it was going to be paid 75% by the school district, 25% from Lower Saucon Township, and it was going to be a full-time Lower Saucon Township officer.
Agenda item we're
Nobody
talking
asked,
about.
Hellertown kids go to the school district, they're part of the school district. Nobody's asked Hellertown for them because they can't afford it. They can't afford it, and we don't want them involved anyway because their officers don't meet the standards of our officers. They don't have the training of our officers, and they don't. So that's another. You ask where the money goes. You're asking where the money goes. We already, if this school resource officer goes by, we will already be subsidizing Hellertown.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody else, 5 minutes?
Yep, that's me, Marco Zimic, and I've been told to just stay in the back and be quiet, but the number one thing I want to point out is within this township, within Allentown, within the city of Bethel, within the borough of Hellertown, there's a moral issue. There's a moral issue going on in the world. And when you can't respect the 10 Commandments, you got a moral issue.
Did you respect the 10
You
Commandments when you ran over that guy?
Tom, that's inappropriate. You're rude.
Harassment?
Under the definition, I think it falls under harassment, but that's okay. District attorney turned down all your stuff too. But I set up an appointment with him. Anyway, as far as Hellertown and Lower Saucon goes, Lower Saucon has issues and Hellertown has issues. And I don't think either one should get involved with the other until your home base is settled. You don't lay down with a pig and expect not to get up muddy. I'm not using that for cops either. The point is, Hellertown needs to take care of their business. Whether they need 6 more officers or not, I don't know. I read the report, or most of it. As far as the chief stealing money, it's a criminal act. They broke the law. They stole it from their own people that they're supposed to be protecting. That has nothing to do with us. The other thing I'd like to say is I don't even know why Hellertown, this topic is on a Lower Saucon Township board meeting here tonight anyway.
Jason asked to have it on.
Of course he did. Anything for politics, or publicity, or whatever you want to call it. The problem is, whether it's the dump, whether it's the school, there's moral issues behind all of it. And those have to be resolved. Here and over there.
We were getting lectured on moral issues from a man who ran over an innocent.
Don't even go witnesses to your harassment.
He won't let you be
He said,
heard.
I got the mic here. Poor asshole got in the way and got killed. That's what he said. That's what he said. I was being lectured on morals by him.
Your statement
I have to add to that that he's also made death threats against members of council.
I make a motion
He's made death threats against members of council. He's taken a picture of my wife, he's covered my wife's picture, and used it as his Facebook picture.
I'm gonna do
We're lectured on morals by him.
You're gonna lecture us on what the behavior is?
Okay, Kathy, roll call. Everybody, aye? Aye. Okay, the time is now 9:44. Mark, you will be next on the agenda, on the comment when we get back.
That's a second, he walked away.
No, he didn't walk.
He did walk.
He didn't walk away.
All right, then I'm gonna comment too.
He turned around to look at us and see what we were doing.
I wanted to see your pretty face.
Thanks.
And I say the time, 9:44.
And don't forget, I had the motion.
Come on.
They don't want to tell the whole story.
I feel like I'm in romper room. I think I'm better in romper room. And you know what? They have to keep looking eyes at each other.
Man, I told the girl at the bar to go home, I can go out and drink a beer now, drink. Not really.
Why can't they call him and ask why does he have to stay up there? I know. If we did that, he has to put it out. Sure. I was like, she says, he says, what is said in the beginning, no comments, no love. That goes for us and them. So what makes him any better? Apparently he ain't in there. She should have thrown out.
But she didn't have a gun. That's good, right? Pepper spray, gun, threat. So, I went and got the, Velveeta cracker. Yeah, I can put dinner. That's probably. That's why I was overweight. I substitute coffee for water. Exercise for dinner. You know, when I retired, and I'm tired of exercise, you know, use silver sneakers. How do you think that got produced?
Oh, fire! I said, I thought you said fire. So that means that heat at the end, where he wants now. Right.
And the time is 9:51. And Mark, you were up at the podium, if you were finished. Okay, can we have quiet in the room, please?
Start the clock, please.
You're not the boss. Anyway, you can start the clock. As you can see, like I said, for what everybody just witnessed, people have a moral issue. And that's what it is. Did I go out and kill somebody? I sure did. Did I hit him with my truck? I sure did. Was I put behind the wheel? I sure was. Was I put behind the wheel by a cop? By a Bethlehem detective? I know his name. Yeah, that's right. You keep shaking your head, because that's what happened. People in the hospital were furious.
He is speaking right now.
Well, he's going through his laundry list of crimes. I'm asking, did he make
As
death
far
threats
as-
against council? Or a council member?
Yeah, maybe what?
We let Mark speak. Are we gonna go into recess again because you can't behave?
Hey, Benonis, you want to sit here and pick on Hellertown? Why don't you pick on the chief of police of Allentown, went up the 3rd floor of the apartment building and killed his wife, or his girlfriend, because he was cheating on his wife? You remember
I'm
that?
not giving money to Allentown,
Remember
sir.
anything about
I'm
that?
not being asked to give money to Allentown, I'm being asked to give money to Hellertown.
Who's asking you to give money to Hellertown? I don't think anybody has to give money to Hellertown.
Sure. We're already doing with the resource officer, that's it.
Hellertown has nothing to do with it.
Exactly. So their kids go to their school.
So what?
So they should kick in.
Okay, address the chair, please.
Don't quit. Like I said, it's a moral issue. You don't know where to leave things be. You don't know how to stay on your own side of the fence. You don't know how to leave things alone. You know how to lie, cheat, and steal to get what you want.
Right there, where's your code of conduct there?
You didn't say that.
Lie, cheat, and steal, accusing us of crimes?
You didn't say that.
You just said lie.
I didn't take it that way.
Well, I heard it, they're words, it's
Well,
English,
I
I
didn't take
understand
it that
English,
way.
I'm sorry you don't have an
Mark
education,
has
understand the
the
meaning of
floor.
those 3 words. Lie, cheat, and steal
I
suggests
know
some
what
sort
lie,
of
cheat,
crime.
and steal
Oh, now you
is.
do?
Oh, yes, I
Oh, now
do.
you do, before you didn't, okay.
Yes,
Glad you
I
do,
did.
glad you have that education in you. Why the rules
All
are
can
late?
see it.
And
All can see
for
it.
everybody that's watching, like I said, it all goes back to a moral issue.
Whatever, it's up to the
Performing for them,
I'm sorry,
Priscilla.
Mark.
Keep
You
performing.
have the floor.
It's like I said to somebody in the police department, one of the officers, I don't remember who. If everybody just told the truth and was honest, we'd be in a much better position. Apparently, a whole lot of people don't know how to do that.
There's a mirror in the bathroom you could look in.
What?
There's a mirror in the bathroom that you could look at.
What about it? What do you want me to go? What do you want me to
We're
go?
talking about being honest, right? Honest and truthful, go look in the mirror.
You were, I told you that last meeting, Jason.
Go look in the mirror.
Give me the topic I'm supposed to go look in the mirror about.
Yeah, how about the death threats? Death threats against council. How about that?
Where
Let's
are
start
they?
there.
Show me.
Where are they?
Show me.
We will in court, sir. Sir, we're not gonna do it, it's crime. You already been found guilty by the district justice, you appealed it, and it's gonna be in front of the court of common pleas,
Okay.
and it will be prosecuted there, and we'll deal with it there.
You were found guilty of that.
Okay, time's up, Mark. Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's it, move along.
Yeah, move along.
Let him move along.
Yeah, let him move along, he said enough.
Paybacks, you guys will get it one day.
Russ Sutton, 2133 Saucon Avenue. I'd like to know, Saucon Valley School District, where is it located?
Saucon Valley School District and Lower Saucon.
Lower Saucon. So the resource officer is naturally part of Lower Saucon. It's not Hellertown.
Library's located in Hellertown, we're paying for the library. right?
I'm not talking about the
You're
library.
talking about physical location of what's being paid for, and so am I.
It's in the township, so we're responsible for it, right?
And so is the library. Libraries in the borough.
I'm not
Town
talking
is
about the
responsible for that.
library, I'm talking about the school.
Jason, stop
Sir, you're
interrupting.
talking about where something is physically located and whose financial responsibility. And what I'm telling you is, it's not applies to the library.
Let the public comments finish, and then you can talk.
Jason's allowed to comment, he's elected member.
Exactly, but let's just do it orderly.
Misrepresenting what the facts are.
Interrupting
Misrepresenting
people.
the facts of the
Let the
township.
residents
Go ahead.
speak.
Go ahead.
Whether right or wrong,
The school
the
is not.
resident has a right to speak.
I'm not stopping you.
You are stopping it from being, you are being disorderly.
I'm not stopping you.
Lower Saucon Township.
You have 2 minutes.
I'm not stopping you.
You have been disorderly.
Stop yelling at me. I'm not your husband, don't yell at me, okay? I'm not your husband, I'll respond to that. I don't respond to that. I respond to things that children do, but I don't.
Why don't we do this?
School in Lower Saucon Township, that's my question.
Asked and answered, move on.
What was the answer?
Yes, she already said yes.
Okay, so then the resource officer should be from Lower Saucon Township, right? And they pay for it, right?
It's not that
So what's the problem?
So the library's located in Hellertown, and Hellertown should pay for the library. What's the same analogy, sir? That's what my point is. I know you don't like facts.
Russ, walk away.
I'm gonna give you a bunch of facts in a minute, pal.
Can't wait. I'm here. I can't wait.
Okay, anybody else like to speak on this?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Jim Raskowski, Lower Saucon Township. If you want to make these meetings shorter, go back to the way it was with the last council, where you were only allowed to talk at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah.
You had no say.
Yes.
You couldn't say anything. And everything fell on deaf ears with you about the landfill.
Yes.
The way the people came out here and pleaded with you to not go through with it. And what do?
I agree, go back to the old,
Anybody else like to speak?
I agree with you, sir.
Okay, I'm seeing none, so we're gonna have a roll call, please.
Can we repeat the motion? I don't know what the motion was. We took a recess.
Motion to make a public statement that this council will agree not to fund police services for Hellertown Borough Government.
Thank you.
Make a public statement that we will not do that.
Because the report says they should also.
So we're making, say the motion again?
I'm talking to clarify the motion.
Did you say
You made-
the
No, what you just said, that we make a public statement that we will not, in the future, fund police services for Hellertown beyond the mutual aid assistance. That's it.
I'll second that.
They had made a motion that in the future, I'm
Now.
just somebody please
Now.
make sure I have it correct.
Yeah, right,
Because
I don't vote the right way.
I asked for you to repeat the motion.
Right.
Now I think I heard the motion, which
They
was
can't understand.
that in
They can't
the future, we're making a motion that we're not going
From
to
now,
ever send
from
any
today.
money
From
to
today.
support any police services in Hellertown Borough in the future.
Beyond mutual aid.
Not mutual aid.
No, beyond mutual aid.
Yeah. So we're not gonna contract out to them.
And I-
We're not gonna cover, if they don't have it, if the police goes belly up. You know, it's pretty obvious.
But what the motion is prospectively,
Just to be clear here, Priscilla's asking Steve Bitsuzian how she should vote, and it's a no, right? Is what her question is. So she's getting her counsel from the guy who was the former solicitor in Clark for Hellertown Borough. So I should vote no, right, Steve? Okay.
I can't
I hope that comes out clearly in the record, I just put it out there. How should I vote?
This is a weird vote, okay? And it could be a yes or it could be a no, obviously, and I want to make sure I'm understanding your direction.
so the motion is as follows, prospectively, moving
Right,
forward
right.
to not fund or assist financially the borough of Hellertown and their police force, except for mutual aid.
And you just love laughing at people, Jason, so you just go right ahead. I can take it, okay?
What are you talking about? I'm not even looking at you. I'm protecting my eyes.
So it's a ridiculous motion.
Yeah, it's a double negative.
No
It's
request
a
from
harm
Lower
to
Town
force.
asking us to pay for their police force.
Nobody's ever asked
Or
us.
what?
It's a ridiculous motion. The Hellertown is not requesting us to pay for their police force. There's nothing that says that.
But the
There's no
report makes
request.
the recommendation. to
There's
seek
no
it.
request.
The report makes the recommendation, and we're taking
Well,
proactive.
it
I know it's hard to be
didn't
proactive, I know you like to
It didn't
react when it
happen yet.
happens. It's
Let's do a roll
proactive.
call.
It's proactive to state what your position is publicly on this issue so that it doesn't come to us. But instead,
It's a
you want to leave
card.
the door open and invite that and get
It's a
taxpayer
card
money in the
before a
future.
horse.
Okay, I guess Kathy, roll call?
Ms. Top Cordero?
No.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
No.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Mr. Benonis?
Before I vote, I know my vote doesn't matter, but there you have it. You know what's going to happen. They told you. They're going to take your taxpayer dollars. Stop making faces now. I'm not talking to you. I'm rolling your lies and everything else. I'm not.
And I did not say that.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to the person behind you. More guilty
Keep the
conscience
comments
than
to
hot.
council.
So here's
Why
the
are you
thing.
shouting at people in the audience for?
Because she's back there making faces and
No, she's
waving around.
not. I haven't seen anything. I'm waiting for you to
Well,
move
maybe you need new
on.
glasses.
Just
You need new glasses. So you see what's going to happen. Your tax dollars are
You're being
going to go.
disorderly.
So I'm voting.
You're being disorderly.
I'm voting yes. This is a appropriate motion. I'm sorry that you want to give away taxpayer money to subsidize malfeasance. There it is.
That wasn't
Thank you.
Not only that,
Yeah, it is.
not only that, they want to signal that to other towns. I'm asking.
Come on over. Offers are open. Come on in.
You're Democrats, we'll give you our money.
Order, please. Next on the agenda is 2024 Springtown Township Comprehensive Plan. The township has reviewed this plan. Kathy, would you want to talk about it?
Yes, we received Springfield Township's comp plan. They're requesting comments within a 45-day period. We forwarded it to Park and Rec and EAC. Both committees have no comment. Planning Commission did not meet, so they did not make a comment. There's only 2 items in here that reference Lower Saucon, and that's regarding their road maintenance to coordinate with the Public Works Departments, and a coordination of Lower Saucon with the expansion for their water supply.
Okay, so we can direct you to send,
If you have no comment, direct me to send a letter indicating no comment.
okay. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'd like to make a motion
I'll
that,
second it.
that we promise not to fund the Springfield Township Police Department now or in the
There's
future.
already a motion on the floor.
Second that, Jason?
I'll second
There was already a motion on the floor. Your
I made a
motion was
second,
not-
I made a different motion.
You made the motion and I seconded
You're
it.
not
Did
paying
you have your ears
attention.
open?
I can still make my motion.
There's no motion.
I make
That
the
was
motion
so-
that
There's no
says-
words associated with the motion.
Yes,
I can make,
There
I
were
can make
words
my
associated with
motion.
the motion.
Ask
It's a-
Kathy.
that's-
Second, Tom.
Second,
Ask
so it's
Kathy
a,
if there was another motion on
if
the
there,
floor.
if there.
You don't trust me, ask Kathy.
I didn't hear it.
Pay attention, there was a motion.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, my motion will still be heard, it's on
No, it
the
doesn't
agenda.
matter. Your motion
Springfield
doesn't
Township's
count.
on the agenda.
Get with the program, Tom.
Springfield Township's on the agenda.
I
Say
know.
it again.
I just want to say
It's
that.
tough for you to say.
Order it
I want to
again.
make a motion.
So on the floor is a motion to have Kathy send a letter. Yes, we talked about it. To send a letter out that we have no comments, and Victoria seconded. In the meantime, he was being rude and talking amongst us.
The record will reflect that you
So-
did not make that motion.
She did.
I
Sorry, the
make that
motion.
She said, I make that motion. What motion?
Okay, so council discussion, Jason on the motion, Victoria, my motion, and Victoria seconded.
My review of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Springfield Township is not asking us to provide any sort of funding or subsidy using Lower Saucon Township taxpayer dollars, right?
Correct.
I think that we should more closely align ourselves to townships like that are self-sustaining, fiscally responsible, and manage their affairs in an above-board way, and are not subject to criminal investigation for theft of taxpayer dollars, and not needing reports that come from the Chiefs of Police Association concerning all of the incompetence and malfeasance and lack of leadership. So since that seems to be Springfield Township, they seem to be a good neighbor, able to attend to themselves. So I will say that this is a good thing, and I think we should agree with it.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they don't seem to be hat in hand like Priscilla's friends and Good Susan's friends down in Ellerton. So if they're good neighbors, I'm all for their comprehensive plan.
I agree that we did do our due diligence, we reviewed everything, and that's what we came up with, so I don't have a problem. Victoria?
I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, Laura?
notes. I thought it was a well-prepared plan. We did review it. We will be talking in the future about source water protection,
Yes.
specifically with Springfield Township.
Okay. Open it up to public comment, 5-minute comment period under the Springfield Township comp plan. Anybody would like to speak? Okay.
Could you restate the motion, please?
It is to direct Kathy to send a letter to Springfield Township telling them that we have no comments. We reviewed the plan, and she can put it in, I'm sure she's gonna put it in bit more words than that, but basically we have no comments on the plan presented.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call please.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Reg?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the Upper Saucon Township proposed amendment to Township Comprehensive Rec and Open Space Plan.
I want to make a motion that we merge fire services with Upper Saucon, and they put that on their comprehensive plan, that we explore that, merging fire services with Upper Saucon.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Motion on the floor.
Absolutely not. How does this have anything to do with the comp plan?
It's comprehensive plan with our fire services. Fire services is covered in the comprehensive plan.
I don't understand how this has anything to do with the comp plan.
It does, it's our comprehensive plan, our comment on it was
So now
considered
it's a comment or a request?
a request.
Well, that's
Comment, we're gonna put a comment for them to request that they look at this, that we study it together, jointly.
Well, you,
I second that, Tom.
there's a motion on the
I made a
floor,
motion,
so.
I made a motion. No, my motion was first.
I know that, and I would like you to repeat it because.
Just did.
Okay, the proposed number, so I would like to, the motion is for us to, as part, before this comprehensive plan is approved by us, that we approach them and look into merging fire services with Upper Saucon Township as part of a comprehensive, their part of a comprehensive plan, and ours eventually as well, but see if they're open to that. And
Okay, so there was a second, you seconded that, did I hear that?
It's a recreation and open space plan.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, and Jason, did you have any further comments?
No, I think it makes sense. I mean, Upper Saucon Township is a fiscally sound township. It's well managed. It has good leadership. It doesn't misuse taxpayer funds. It doesn't allow its funds to go stolen. It doesn't require police and district attorney investigation. It doesn't require attorney general investigation. It doesn't require chiefs of police association doing investigations and reporting on them. It's good to have good neighbors. At least we're flanked on part of our community by good neighbors that conduct themselves in an appropriate way. So I support this wholeheartedly.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, and there, there's been about, what, 2 embezzlements of the Dewey fire in Howard Town?
At least.
There's been none that I know of in Upper Saucon, and, these are the type of people we should be partnering with. One, they can pay their share, their own way, like as we can. And these is exactly the people we should be looking to have a comprehensive plan with about fire services. So it makes total sense to me.
Okay, well, I'm not supporting this because first of all, that has nothing to do with the comprehensive rec and open space plan with the fire. That just makes no sense. Victoria?
I agree. It doesn't make any sense to be talking about fire services and Parks and Rec comp plan. We don't have any other, at least I'm not aware of any other mutual agreements with Upper Saucon, and certainly I wouldn't want to get into that before discussing it with our own fire company.
We have mutual aid and fire and police with them.
Okay,
Mutual aid and fire and police with them. What do you mean you're not aware?
Okay, yes, so as I did say, this is regarding an amendment they're making to their comprehensive recreation and open space plan. So there are 2 properties that they're looking at to include in their open space plan, and that's what this is about. Has nothing to do with other services, so.
Until I got it.
We did look at the plan. It's nice that they provided us this information because we use things like this at EAC when we look at open space because we try to build contiguous areas. So, it's good to be keep in touch with what our neighbors are doing.
Where are the properties?
Okay, so now we'll open up to the floor. Anybody in the audience like to speak on this item?
Can I get clarification from Tom?
Yes. Yes.
Tom, just so that I understand, when you were the liaison to fire services with Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, you were looking at properties, considering properties along the Polk Valley Road area, including properties that may be within Polk Valley Park, and that would be part of recreation and open space, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Yep.
So if those plans were to move forward, there could be implications to open space and recreation areas, just as there could be here. So that's why this is appropriate under this topic.
Right, it's appropriate on the top.
Okay, sir.
They're just small-minded when they won't expand their horizons.
All right, so the question was, Laura, what have we done so far with them? You were talking about contiguous space. What kind of contiguous space and where? That's a question.
Yeah, but this is public comment, so, yeah, comment.
Oh, my comment is if we don't know anything about what they've done this organization's done in the past, then what are you planning on doing? I mean, we hear all these, we're gonna do's. Well, how about here's what we've done, all right? I'm really getting tired of all this stuff. It's just like, the side of the hill gets denuded and we're gonna protect the environment, and boom, the whole side of the hill gets chopped down and nobody says anything, and everybody looks around like this council lady over here. She won't even look at me. I'd like to have some ideas of what we've done before we enter into some more agreements about what we're gonna do.
Could you stop the public from over-talking the gentleman who's at the podium?
That's right.
Would you do that?
That's why I moved away from the cackling crew over here. Thank you.
They do. Yeah. They just shut you down and you're trying to
Okay,
make you
next.
comfortable. So you just shut your own words speak. That's what people don't come.
No,
She's addressing county controls. Thank you.
you can't be talking.
If I say no, I'll shut up for that
You
stuff.
guys,
It's kind of a moot point, isn't it, or hypocritical to talk about open space, considering what we did with the open space protected in perpetuity up on top of the dump hill? Like, really, you're going down this path, you know what's gonna happen, they could buy that out from you for the dump again. I just wanted to mention about merging, Mr. Croce, he's never really looking, you're over here. I just wanted to mention that if you do discuss this merging of Upper and Lower Saucon, okay, if it comes to that.
That's a motion on the floor.
Okay, be careful, because, everybody thinks about Lower Saucon on this side of Lower Saucon. We live all the way out Wassergass. How long is it gonna take for a fire engine to get from there to my house or our house? We go almost up to 611, so there's a big consideration there I think needs to be paid attention to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Dre?
I'm going to say it's very inappropriate to have a motion like this because it wasn't on the agenda. It's totally off topic. And no, it's a no. It doesn't belong being considered because talking about merging fire companies is not an agenda item.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Mr. Benonis? Ms. Acapavero?
No.
Mr. Croce?
Yes, it's a good idea.
Motion fails 2-3.
Among many, Tom. Among many.
Yes.
Okay, so we do need to get back to, what was that? Was there another motion?
I make a motion that we actually
Yes. Brilliant.
send a letter to Upper Saucon Township with comment. And thank you for sending it.
Okay, I'll second that. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any other comments? Jason?
Yeah, I don't think we should be making no comment. I think we should be supporting recreation and open space. Certainly residents of their township may come over to Lower Saucon and use our recreation spaces and vice versa. So we're going to take no take no position or make no comment on this suggests that we're indifferent to recreation and open space. I think that's the wrong message to send.
So we should be
I think
asking,
the motion said, and thank you for sending the plan to us.
Yeah, you're saying we take no position, thank you for sending it to us.
No
Basically
comment
acknowledging
on the
that,
plan itself, there's
acknowledging that we
nothing
got
that
it,
we
thanks a
can
lot for
add.
sending it to us. You're not saying we support what you're doing because we appreciate overall
Would you
regional
like me to
recreation.
amend it to say that? I would be happy to.
That's your motion, somebody second it, withdraw it.
Normal
I would be
council
happy.
person would.
I agree with you about open space.
Why do you
I
say
wish
that?
that you agree with me about
Everybody's
it.
coming up with the ideas.
So
Tom and I are the idea
I
guys.
will amend my motion
We're the brilliant.
All the time.
to
let us know
say
the
thank
meetings.
you very much for sending
Get out
us
of
the
here by
plan. We
8:30.
support your your open space plan and your interest and care for the environment. How about that?
and I'll amend my second.
What does the environment have to do with it? We're talking about recreation and open space.
That's part of your environment.
We're talking about recreation. You're not getting environmental?
Recreation is environment.
Parks and Rec thing is, you're talking ASC.
Okay, we've got a motion in a second. In discussion, Jason? Nothing. Tom?
Fire services part of the environment.
Priscilla, I support this. Victoria?
I support it.
Laura? Yes.
Are we voting or comment?
No, we have another motion on the floor, so we have to go through the whole thing again.
Oh,
So we have to open it up for public comment. So anybody in the audience like to speak on this? If not, then I don't see anyone, so roll call please, Kathy.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
So if there's a wildfire, you're saying that there's going to be open space and recreation, but no fire services? I mean, I guess I'll go yes for it. I just think that it's short-sighted. There's other things that could be included in this that shouldn't be.
Ms. Dr. Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Why was that so hard?
Okay, next we have request authorization to advertise for a zoning officer's open position. The acting township manager is requesting council's approval to advertise the zoning officer's open position due to the submitted resignation. I'll make that a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I'm not sure why we're advertising for this. You're already looking into whether Molly can serve in a capacity, in a zoning capacity, at least as a records custodian, perhaps beyond that. So if that's the case, why not look into whether or not she or somebody else who's currently on staff could fill this position adequately if they receive some specialized training for it. I'm just not sure why we're advertising for a zoning officer. And, you know, I think that it's unusual to need to advertise for a zoning officer when you've already telegraphed or indicated in emails among yourselves that you wanted to get rid of the existing zoning officer, and you succeeded. You got rid of a guy, forced a guy out who'd been here for a while, many years, and did a good job. So this is all on you.
It's not, because we didn't put it on the agenda. And you should ask that question first, before you criticize our
It's all
staff.
on you. It's all on you. It's all on you for forcing this guy out and creating this issue, all right?
We disagree.
It's all on you, and that's the reason why it needs to be on here, is because
disagree.
Kathy's trying to keep this train on the tracks, and you just keep throwing cars off the tracks with your foolishness.
Well,
Typically, historically, we have advertised open positions and we leave it open for staff, anyone on staff to apply for it as well.
I encourage people, I hope that they do it.
And that's why it's on the agenda, and that's why the motion is as it's stated. And so, Tom, did you have anything to discuss?
I do. I don't think we should advertise it and hire it until we have a full-time manager hired. I think that whoever the full-time manager is should have a say on hiring this person. And can they work with this person, how closely, because they work closely together. So I don't think we should hire someone until the manager position is full. I don't think we should advertise until the manager position is full. Problem is, if you advertise, you're gonna get some resumes in, and people may or may not be available by the time you hire a manager. So I just think you wait. And then two, I know, you three don't really work in the real world, but in the real world, it's like salaries have gone up. So what is the salary going to be for this position? Because that's also going to correlate to the type of resumes you get. I know you people think that these guys are interchangeable. An attorney that makes $290 an hour is the same as an attorney who makes $180 an hour, and clearly there's a competency difference between the two, but I know you don't feel that way about salaries and stuff like that. There should be a salary agreed upon by council before this is advertised, and I think we should hire a new manager permanent manager before this person with this job is advertised, because the person wouldn't know who they're working for, and the manager wouldn't get any say on who the zoning officer is, who they have to work with. It doesn't make any sense.
And the person.
You're rushing.
Are you putting a salary range or house salary for experience? How are you putting that?
The ad we were going to place was exactly like the one we did when our last zoning officer left, and it doesn't state a range of salaries. Just resumes.
That's what I thought. Okay. I'm comfortable with it, Victoria.
I'm not doing it. I'm not comfortable with it. I just learned that information, and I'm not comfortable with it because if you don't put a salary range in there, I mean, how can you ensure you're going to get good candidates?
Okay, Victoria.
I'd like to speak on this.
I would like, it's my turn to speak, I think. I think it's irresponsible not to advertise this position, to say that we should wait somehow and not want to have a full-time zoning officer in our township when there's lots of developments that have to be reviewed. There may be zoning issues that need to be addressed. Certainly we heard from residents today saying they were disheartened to hear that they couldn't have something investigated or go to the zoning hearing board because we lost our zoning officer. To say that we're not going to have that is irresponsible.
The next agenda item is to appoint a
and I think
one at a time.
I think it's irresponsible to claim that this is something that I or any of the other council people that on here put on the agenda that we're trying to do something and hide something. It's disrespectful to our staff.
Well, it's disrespectful to you, but you are trying to hide something.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I would like to see us move forward with advertising the position for the zoning officer. We do need one.
Okay.
I'd like to speak because Kathy offered more information since I spoke.
Yes.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
recognize you. You know her.
Yeah, I
She's
know.
been here for a
No, I
while.
don't know her.
Well, you're asking who she is. I think it's irresponsible to move forward on this. To Tom's point, if we hire somebody, what's to say that person doesn't leave upon the hiring of a new township manager because of clash of personality or conflict or style? I think that this just creates another issue for us to have to pursue, perhaps later, another zoning officer to fill this position. So this is just, and the other part of this, to Victoria's point, she says it's irresponsible to not have a zoning officer. The next agenda item here is request to enter into contract agreement for third-party zoning VCO officer services. So, these alarm bells that she's sounding, that there's not going to be, oh my God, we're not going to have a zoning officer, the whole the sky's going to fall, little chicken little. It's not going to happen because the next item is to appoint a third party to fill that role. So,
the agenda before the meeting.
So, the sky's not falling, folks, okay? Calm down, no need to tear your clothes and gnash your teeth.
More false information from Victoria, more lies. More lies.
I take exception to the characterization of lies. It's disparaging.
Well,
It's disparaging. It's disparaging and it has no legitimate purpose. It's an insult to people on council. It's insulting and harassing, and I am putting you on notice. When you refer to me as saying lies, you are harassing me. That is putting you on notice.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Suggested that not going to be the zoning officer is a lie, because the next item, which we'll vote on, is an interim zoning, third-party zoning officer. To suggest to the folks in the public that this is irresponsible is a lie. It's an outright lie, because you know that's not going to be the case.
Kathy put on both just to cover, to see, we might get lucky and get a zoning officer. On the other hand, we don't have one currently. We need to have, the next agenda item is to contract with somebody, so we'd have one sooner than later, right? That's what we wanted to do. She was being, thank you for looking ahead, and That's why both of them are on there. So for right now, we're gonna discuss the zoning officer's open position, and we have a motion on the floor for her to advertise it. We all went through, we all went through council discussion. Now we're public comment, 5 minutes. Anybody like to speak?
Before you hire this person or any person, Mary Messingum, before you hire this person or any person, have you remedied the mistakes made by the previous council by not having the zoning officer come out and look at stuff? Because those 3 guys that were here, that was a big deal, and that was, maybe that's why the guy left, because he, I don't know, but there was a big mistake that they weren't, what's so funny? That they made, you ended up looking at it and identifying the mistakes, so maybe you need to check your policies and procedures before you hire this new guy.
Right, thank you for that. Okay, anybody else?
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident. I don't see why we can't advertise, and I don't see why we can't advertise pay commensurate with experience. It's done all the time.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none,
Well, we hire lots of folks. Is there a very thorough job description of this person?
From my recollection, I think so.
Yes, there is a job description.
Are there going to be interviews that are held?
That's the manager's decision, that's not council's. The manager takes care of hiring the zoning officer.
Okay, so acting as temporary manager, she will carry out those duties?
I'm sure she will.
All right.
I have full confidence in
Try to be, some of the people we've hired in the last couple of months have been ringers.
Anybody else? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, next we have request to enter into contract agreement for third-party zoning / BCO officer services. The acting township manager is requesting authorization to enter into a contract agreement with a third-party service and building code official responsibilities due to vacancy. Kathy, did you have anything else to say?
In your packet is an agreement from SFM Consulting LLC. We would be requesting the zoning officer services and code enforcement services from this company. They charge $65 an hour for zoning and $70 an hour for code enforcement inspections. I've reached out to 8 different firms. Either they did not have enough staff or they were too far away to commit. Some did not return my call. So this was the only company that would that provided me a quote, and they were recommended, or the information was provided by our engineer for me to receive a call out.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion then to, to request to enter into a contract agreement. Is that what I was saying?
To authorize the manager.
To authorize the manager to enter into a contract agreement with a third-party service to perform zoning and building code official responsibilities. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So, council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions about this. This is a consulting agreement that identifies SFM Consulting LLC. We have no information that talks about their experience. It doesn't say whether or not these services will be provided by an individual or a committee of individuals filling in as needed, depending upon their availability. I did look at their website. Their website says that they provide services in Puerto Rico and British Columbia. I'm not sure how applicable that is to Lower Saucon Township. Seems awfully far away. If they're in Puerto Rico or British Columbia, are we going to be paying travel for them to come here to do these services? I don't know. I don't even know where they're located. Doesn't indicate on their website. Doesn't indicate, I didn't see that on their website.
Page 2.
It's not, it's there, but I don't, yeah, I know where Canadensis is, but it's not indicated on their website. So, again, are we gonna have to pay? Canadensis is way up,
Charging for travel
Can I finish?
costs.
Can I finish?
Well,
I'm not
answer
asking you,
your question.
I'm not asking you a question. I'm not asking you a question.
Okay, one at a time, one at a
So please stop
time.
interrupting me. It's very rude. Very rude. Are we gonna be charged for these services, for them to come down from Canadensis, which is up above Stroudsburg, over an hour drive away? You know, what's their experience in handling matters in Northampton County? I don't know. There's a lot of questions here that haven't been answered, and you're, you know, willing to just sign an agreement because it provides cover for a vacancy that was created by your misdeeds in creating a hostile work environment for Jim Young, because you put in email, we gotta figure out a way to get rid of this guy in general. So it happened, and now you're trying to put a Band-Aid over it because, to Victoria's point, the sky's falling. Well, the sky isn't falling, and this is an effort to try to prevent the sky from falling. But I just think that there's too many questions here to enter into this agreement, particularly when this zoning person is going to be trying to understand our zoning ordinances, and go out into the field and enforce these issues. But yet, we don't know what their level of experience is, particularly with the second-class township and the issues that we have here, and the nature of our township. We have higher density areas, we have rural areas. There's a big variation as to what we have here, and I just think this is not the right idea.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, this is supposed to be signed by Sean F. McGlynn, partner, managing member, SFM Consulting. We don't have like a resume or a CV from him. We have no idea what his background is. You know, I mean, we should know who and the background of anyone the township is sending out on its behalf to meet with residents on their properties or at their homes. So you should have like a criminal background check at least. We're sending them out under the guise of township authority to talk to them about zoning at their properties or houses. And we know nothing about this guy. It's a name under a line. Sean F. McGlynn, partner, managing member. With no resume, no CV, no background, no criminal check. Just further proves the incompetence of this council led by Ms. David.
Hey, Victoria?
I respect the recommendations of our staff, both our engineer, which I understand this name came from, our Hanover engineering firm, and I respect Kathy, who also did the investigation and is recommending this, and I support it wholeheartedly. I disagree, and I find it disparaging, again, that there are comments made that somehow I or anybody else in this council forced Mr. Young out, or did anything improper with Mr. Young.
Right?
Kathy, did you investigate her, Mr. McGlynn? Investigate?
You have already had your chance to speak.
I speak multiple times if you want. Well, that's the question. Did she investigate Mr.
Okay, so I did review their website and look at the resources that they have available, and it is clearly stated in the service agreement that the municipality shall not be billed for travel time to and from the community. I did read the agreement, so I do try to read all the things. Yeah, it's hilarious. I do spend a lot of time looking at things. So that's not an issue.
Okay, public comment in the 4 or 5 minutes. Anybody out there like to speak on this issue?
Gee, I thought I just asked that question about who did the vetting on this. Obviously, Hanover Engineering I trust, but you know, if we have Hanover Engineering, then maybe we can eliminate a council position because you just look at it and say, I trust him and we'll go with it. I'd really like to see some of you people put in the hours I put in to read about these folks. And as far as Laura Ray saying, well, I read the contract, wow. That must have taken a few minutes at least. That's way insufficient.
You know what? You're being disparaging to council.
I am disparaging.
Yes, you
I'm
are.
trying
You're
to
not
get
allowed.
you
Thank you for
to be
acknowledging the disparagement.
Would you please wait?
Disparaging.
Because I had the floor, and you said
any
here
more
we go,
disparaging people.
just like the
Any
landfill
more
meeting,
disparaging
we're gonna
people.
try to talk
Any
over Dave
disparaging people
Bouland,
on
except
our
this time Dave Bouland's not gonna let you do
Wait a
it,
minute.
Victoria.
You have the floor, but you can't be making.
I have the
remarks like
floor,
that.
but you know
You're
what,
making
would
remarks.
you rule her down? Would you hammer her down
I
and
did.
ask her
I'm
for an
hammering.
apology? I already told you, she did this at the landfill after 15 minutes of open.
Okay, that has
As
nothing
many,
to do with.
it does have a lot to do with it because she's doing it again.
Well,
She's like the police force in Hellertown,
Listen to me.
never learns.
Okay, tonight's agenda discussion.
All right, I still have 424, here we go. Gee
To
whiz.
the subject, the topic.
All right, this topic is reviewing people before you drag them in and say, we want to have them. No, I'm in the world of business for a lot of years. Yes, I did a lot of research, but you know what? I was also a business manager. And by God, nobody got through the door until they were well vetted. And many people. And none of this, well, we're just gonna, what do you guys get paid for? You need to think about that. You need to take, just like that guy does there, who's all over this darn map of this country, and yet he has way more than enough time to do all the right to know, to do all the review of the agreements and the contracts and all I hear is from one person at the end, oh, it's disparaging. Yeah, wow, it is for the public. Hello, public? You're paying all this money for these folks and you know they're, well, I don't have any opinion and I don't want this, or I'm gonna talk Mr. Bouland down. No. Spend your time and effort to do the right thing. It'll take you a lot less effort and you'll get a much better result if you put some sweat and tears into it. Getting paid $5,000 is not a large amount. And what do I hear about all the volunteer fire department and all the hours the police spend? Yeah, they put their heart and soul in it. You guys are just, you need to go a long way. You really should be from business. You have no idea about what they do in business. I don't know what you did before, but that's really sad. Please, don't count on Kathy to do everything. Do your own homework. You can't even find their webpage? Who are they? And I'm not blaming it on anybody or being disparaging, except to say, if you can't do it, you know, get out of that chair and let somebody else do it. And no, I'm not running for office. I'm trying to keep everybody a little bit honest. Having a hard time here.
Okay, anybody else like to speak on this agenda item? Your name for the
My
record.
name is Jim Roskowski, I'm from Steel City. And to the ladies up here, I just want to tell you I support you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay.
Lower Saucon.
Oh, wait, we can't hear you, you gotta get closer.
We're Betsington, Lower Saucon. Do you have to put up with citizens talking to you that way?
Yes, the public is allowed to speak, it's their right, and they're allowed to follow our code, which 99% of the people tonight do not.
I thought it had to be on the topic on the plate, not constantly barraging you this.
Well, okay, we gotta stick, Jason's correct, we gotta stick to the agenda item. So we have a motion on the floor, and that's what you have to come up here and speak on.
You guys are doing a good job.
Right.
And I used to teach business, so I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know you do. Okay, anybody else? Mark, are you coming over?
Guess I hate to say this. The township needs to fix its issues. And the township needs to keep everything internal. Everything internal. Try and get away from outside contractors, outside inspectors, and outside people that may go look at something and not care. You need to find somebody, put them in, and keep it within the township. Because then Well, just like anybody else, if they don't listen or do the job, you can fire them.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Southcott Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delion?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis? Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you for your work into this, Kathy, because I know you're trying to find somebody. I appreciate it. Okay, and the rest of your staff too, appreciate them. So you can pass that along. We have resolution 54-2024, right to know officer update. Resolution 54-2024 has been prepared and updated, designating Kathy Gorman as the right to know officer and Carol Schneider as the assistant right to know officer. So I'd like to, did you have anything to say before? Because I'd like to make a motion to support that.
I had a conversation with Ms. Schneider. She doesn't have an issue with doing it. She
Okay,
does a
great.
lot with the right to knows,
Right.
and it's only when I'm not available.
Right, understood. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 54-2024 designating Kathy Gorman as the right to know officer and Kathy Schneider as the assistant.
Second
I'm
that.
sorry. Why do I want to say Kathy? Usually making you twice. Okay, Kathy Gorman and Carol Schneider as the assistant right to know officer. Okay, so I made the motion. Is there a second? That was Laura.
Yes.
And council discussion, Jason?
I think right to know is very good and very important. It's been revealing, and I look forward to it to continuing. So I support this, yes.
Tom?
I think you went to the men's room.
I support this. Victoria?
I support it.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I have no comment.
What's that?
I don't have any comment, yes.
Okay. Public comment? Anybody out there have any comment? Okay, hearing none, I guess roll call. So what do we do now? Who's not here?
Skip him for now, and if he comes back, you
We'll
can
ask him. Okay, roll call then.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delion?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
I'm thinking about it.
Are you waiting for Tom to come back? Because I don't have a problem with that.
I think I'll vote yes.
Ms. Southcott Cordero?
Yes.
Okay, Tom, we have a motion on the floor.
For Kathy to do the right to know?
And
Yes.
Carol?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Carucci voted yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Reading Culvert bid, release of payment, Reading, the installation award, man, I can't talk tonight now. Reading Drive Culvert installation awarded to CMR Construction, Inc. is complete. CMR Construction is requesting release of payment with approved change order for oversight services. Public Works Department is responsible for the remaining work to finish the project. Hanover Engineering and staff reviewed the request and recommends payment. Did you have anything else to add to that, Kathy?
No, the CMR Construction finished all their obligations. Having the oversight of their engineer on the ground was very valuable for our Public Works Department in this project, and they're hopefully going to be done as soon as possible to finish the paving.
Okay, I'm sorry, Brian, I forgot you were there.
CMR was awarded the bid by council to supply, deliver, and install the culvert. Council approved the change order to have their personnel on site to operate the work. So this bill represents the total amount of work that CMR has provided in materials.
And again, I'd like to remind council that this project was partially funded by Northampton County Conservation District through their gravel program.
Brian, do you know off the top of your head? Do you know the amount of the original approved amount and then the amount with the change order? in other words, how much more was it as a result of a change order?
Change order for 8 days of labor approved from CNR accounted to 38,000, so 320,000 minus 38,000 would have been the original one.
So it's not unusual in construction projects to have change orders or have overages, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess the amount to approve is $320,200. So I'd like to make that motion. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and Jason, any comments?
Pay them for their work.
Tom?
Good
No
job.
problem with it. Victoria?
I approve it, and you should Northampton County.
Okay, yes, thank you, Northampton County. Laura?
Yeah, I have no comment on this.
Okay, public comment out there, anybody, 5 minutes? Yeah, hearing, seeing none, roll call please.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Alpha Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carosi?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next we have authorized payments to and approved change orders number 10 and 11 from CH&N Construction for the Easton Road Ballfield project. The township received payment number 6 for bid number 1 in the amount of $74,335.82, and payment number 1 from bid number 2 in the amount of $147,495 from CH&N Site Construction for the Easton Road Ballfield project. This payment request has been reviewed by Hanover, and they are recommending payment. Approval is also needed for change order number 10 in the amount of $19,815.64, and change order 11 for a time extension. So I don't know, Brian, did you want to
Yeah, sure. So the first payment item is payment number 6 on the original contract. That amount of $72,000 includes change order number 10 in the amount of $19,800 and change. I briefly mentioned that last time. That's for under-drain work along the first base side that we believe is necessary to protect the concrete slab behind the baseline, and some work at the bottom of the bank. These type of shallow groundwater discoveries are very difficult to test for before you actually do the work. The testing, if you could even get accurate test results, would have resulted in putting these lines in anyway, so that the township would have paid for them either in the bid or in the change order. You've got to do this excavation to reveal where the groundwater exists and which way it's flowing to know where to put these drain lines. So that is change order 10. The second is the first payment application for the field amenities second contract. And then change order 11 will change the contract times to substantial completion of the original contract to July 31st. We knew this was coming when the second contract was awarded by council because it had a direct impact on what they couldn't do until the second contract was done.
And also weather this spring probably played a role in that because it was a very rainy spring. I'll make a motion to approve payments totaling $221,830.82 with change order 10 and approve change order number 11 for CH&N for the Eastern Road Ballfield project with the time extension.
I'll second the motion.
And payment number 1 for the second contract.
Payment number 1, thank you, Brian.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Council discussion, Jason?
I think the work has been done. It's moving along. I'm looking forward to having this project completed. I'm sure the residents are. We had some folks here that were junior council members, so I know we're looking forward to it. So it's moving along, and anybody who hasn't driven by, take it right by and see it.
Tom?
It's going to be the nicest field in the Lehigh Valley and our residents to do it.
Victoria?
Thank you. I again, under the prior administration's approval of this contract, we're obligated to comply with the contractual obligations we have. It does say, as of to date, the overages in the project total $100,682.47.
Okay, Laura?
Okay, I think Brian clarified this for me now, so when I read this originally, it was using the number 11 change order with project delay. That's really just a date change. It's not a monetary thing tied to that. Okay.
Okay, public comment?
Sal Galliano, Lower Saucon Township. It's not so much as about the money involved, it's just that I use Eastern Road daily. Yes, I understand it has been quite ugly looking weather-wise, but my problem is that it's also very dirty in that area constantly. And coming along on a motorcycle, which I do most of the time when it's nice weather, it really sucks up the dust.
You talking about road surface?
Yes, the residual dirt coming out of the, I know they're trying, but I don't see anybody cleaning the roadway in any way. I mean, do we not ask the landfill to come out and sweep the road and stuff? Why can't we do the same there?
Brian, can we look into that?
Yes.
Brian will look into that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Yes.
Okay, I think that Stacy Mazensky, Lower Saucon Township. I think that what I just heard was the project is substantially accumulating debt so it's significantly delayed and it's costing us additional money. So who is stipulating where we're gonna make up the boundaries of the excessive spend later in the time frame? Is there any way we can recoup some of this in the back end? Has anyone looked at the statements of work and figured out where we can save some money somewhere? $100,000 behind? That's a significant dollar value. I think you need to start looking at the project scope and really kind of taking into account how much they've already spent and what's accountable for them on their end. Because it's already way over budget.
We give $100,000 to a library that commits fraud.
You need 50,000.
This is not an agenda item. The library is not an agenda item. The ball field is.
Overpaying is.
I think, again, okay, anybody else? Sorry, anybody else?
My understanding is this is being delayed until November now. That's when it's expected to be completed. Is that correct?
It's in the packet. It's not correct.
It was the end of
July
July
31st.
July 31st.
Okay.
That's what it said.
You're the auditor. You should read these things.
I'm not an auditor. I'm the
Sorry,
controller.
you're the controller, but you pretend to be an auditor. That's
Brian,
right.
didn't you just say
You
substantial
know what?
completion
You're
by
not
July
being
31st?
nice again, please.
I mean, you just said that like 3 minutes ago. Maybe you're supposed to pay attention, I don't.
And don't need to be interrupted. That's rude.
Right.
And
That's
it's
the question. We answered your question.
you're being tumultuous and difficult and disparaging.
It's not an email. She said she wasn't
Why
on
are you speaking? Why are you speaking?
In an email, she said she was going to
I'm not taking questions.
You asked the question. I gave you an answer.
Okay.
You asked a question.
What's the problem?
We let the person finish their public comment.
That's responding to the question.
It's public comment, we should let the.
Is it possible to not have the sod put on and to use grass seed instead? We would save money there. That's all.
Thank you for those comments. Anybody else?
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident. Again, I'm on the Park and Rec Committee. And one of our guys stopped by and talked to the guy that's heading that project up over there a couple weeks, a month ago. And yet, even if it is done by July 31st, he recommends that you not go on the sod and play ball for another 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else? Okay, hearing, seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Delian,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Alpop Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Croce,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
I would like to ask, in light of the comments, I think they were very informative, that we have asked Brian to speak with the contractor to see where they can find things on the back end to perhaps bring in the contract price within the original contract. I don't know if it's possible, maybe they're agreeable, I know that they have to be agreeable to things, but
I will do that, and I would note, as I mentioned last time, the contract provided for $20,000 worth of rock removal, and we didn't hit any rock, so there's already a $20,000.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Great idea. Okay, website upgrade approval. At the 2024 budget adoption, council approves staff to review and recommend a website designer. After thorough research from staff members, we are recommending contracting with Revise. Kathy, you want to talk about this?
This was an item that Mr. Hudson had been working on for quite some time with Ms. Wertheiser and Mrs. Snyder. We went through a multitude of websites, reviewed them, scored them. We narrowed it down to a field of 3. We asked for proposals, which are in your packet. Outside of the price, everyone agreed that they liked the revised website even before seeing the pricing. And as you can see, the annual maintenance is less than what we're paying now. And the web design, the offers that, or the aspects that they are offering would only cost $10,835. So the total price is $13,335. And again, we budgeted $20,000 for it. The main issue with this website, and what a lot of people don't understand, is our current website has a lot of programming on the back end that is not Windows friendly. You basically have to learn programming to do it. So this is updated programming. It's very user friendly on the back end, and it's visually pleasing and user friendly on the front end. So we're asking council to consider moving forward with this.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion then to award the website design and maintenance agreement to Revise, is that how you say that? In the amount of $13,335. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion, Jason?
Yeah, Kathy, I looked at this company and some of the examples that they have, and it looks, looks like a good, clean version of this. Have they indicated how long it would take to build this out and get it up and running?
They did have a time frame. I believe it was going to be, what was it? It was on page, page 16.
Thank you.
So 21 to 27 weeks before we go live.
All right, so perhaps by the end of the year, we could have this up and running.
Yeah.
All right, that's interesting. The other question I have is with regard to the content. The content will be put on there by you or other members of the administration, correct?
Yes, yes.
So council members will not have access or ability to put content on there. It would have to be from you. And I asked that because we have the newsletter that went out, and this was the spring 2024, volume 28, issue 1. And there's a note from the president that's in here, and I'm not familiar, I don't recall ever having a vote to authorize Priscilla as the council president to author any sort of note. And when I was council president, or when I recall when Sandy was council president before me, there were never any of these notes from the president. And I find this note to be biased and misleading. It's untruthful because it doesn't tell what's going on here. It tries to portray the township as rainbows and unicorns. And in fact, it's a dumpster fire with going through solicitors, township manager, and now zoning officer, the tax, publishing a knowingly inaccurate budget, tax increase, violation of the Sunshine Law Act, the lawsuit that we just found out about today. So, if I just want to make sure that there are going to be protections in place so that somebody can't, an individual cannot hijack and use township resources for their own political benefit. Here, that's what happened here. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit more during my council report because I think this is problematic. And if township resources are going to be used, taxpayer money, to send a biased, incomplete statement like this, I want the opportunity to do the same thing so that the residents, because this went to every resident's home, right? I got a current resident at my address, so I assume it went to every residence in the township. And it's taxpayer money is being used for this propaganda. So if that's the case, I want the opportunity to set the record straight so that people know exactly what's going on here, because it's not rainbows and unicorns, it's a dumpster fire.
What's really obnoxious about that newsletter is we've honored our police officers in the past couple of weeks, our firefighters the past couple of weeks, our EMS workers and volunteers today. And what do they put on the cover? None of those hardworking people and our fire services volunteers, they don't put them on the cover of the newsletter. They put themselves on the cover of the newsletter. And that says a lot about who they are and what they are.
Okay, so I'm sticking with my motion to approve the website. Victoria?
I just want to thank the staff for looking into it and also for looking into saving money in the township. I think revitalizing, reviewing the website is long overdue. Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I agree. I didn't particularly like the examples that were given, but I looked at some of their other things, specifically New Hanover Township, their website that they did. It's really nice, and I hope we can get something like that up and going. So I'm in favor of this.
Okay, public comment. Anyone like to speak on this issue?
All right, I'm on the website all the time, and I'd like to know, will you have some user input to this? One of the things I found most interesting was the ability to download endless files. Very much in a hurry, okay? I don't want to have to download them at one at a time. It's really nice if you just collect them and download them. And I'm specifically referring to the minutes. They're in PDF format. You take them, you put them in a database, and you can search them right away for comments that were made by people. I'd like to be able to do things like that, or at least have some kind of hook into it so I can do it. There are other comments I have. I think really nice to have unicorn-looking websites and all, but no. I want it functional. I want to have links so I can get from here to there and do it right away and have a list of links to it so I can just click on them and go. I don't want to follow a whole string of commands in order to get there. Yeah, I can write code to do that, but that's not necessary if the website's done right. So this is going to cost about $13K and be up and about by the end of the year.
They projecting 27 weeks.
Okay, that's good. I think that's really good. And what is, we don't know the name of the, we do know the name of the organization, or we don't?
Revise.
Okay.
R-E-V-I-Z-E.
Okay. So everybody on the council's looked at this and had their opinion on it?
Unlike our zoning officer consultant that they just hired, there is actually a lot of information about Revise in the council package.
All right. Is there also a list of things that were considered as you move from the old to the new, that you didn't like about the old and the new fixes and whatever else? I'd be very interested to see something like that, because I am on that darn site way too much. All right, the other thing, absolutely, now that it was brought up, I wasn't going to say anything about it, but yeah, the newsletter, really, that's really bad. Come on. My God, it's bad. You know, just like somebody said, you have all these hard-working people in this township, and we have the new election people, and what really gets me is the picture with the manager after he's gone. Oh, we're so friendly. I don't think that's, if you could pry into his mind and understand his thinking, you could put it on the front.
The agenda item is
I
the
had a very
website.
good working relationship.
It was not on the agenda, but it was brought up by somebody at the council level here. Huh?
Put it on the agenda.
Well, then you can put it on the agenda. Maybe you ought to think about it, because it just popped out of nowhere now that you mention it. I don't know who authorized it, probably nobody. It's part of the new dictatorship.
That's why I had questions about the website, to make sure that that sort of inappropriate conduct, and I would say illegal conduct, because it was using taxpayer money without authority to send a political message.
It is.
That was not approved by this council. So it's basically monopolizing that newsletter for one's individual political activity.
No, just they think they're more important than the police and the fire service and the people that work. They think they're more.
Sure. They got a picture of themselves, they
They're
got a
obnoxious.
picture of their controller, and they got a picture of Mark going out the door with a smile on his face because he's probably happy not to be.
He's happy to get away from them.
Yes, that was my, oh, well,
That's my speculation, I don't know that, but.
I don't know, I know it, he doesn't speak.
I can't tell you what was said to me.
Yeah.
Probably nothing.
Pardon?
Can you stop Mr. Zimic from responding to Mr. Belan? Are you gonna do that, or are you just gonna let him put things out?
I didn't hear him.
Well, listen and control the meeting, that's part of your job, is to listen and look and
I am
understand.
listening to you right now. and
Well, listen to the public, listen to people when you're yelling at them. I know it's late, so it's past your bedtime, but it must be that fatigue.
Yeah, work this hard for 40 years.
Fatigue.
40 years.
You're being very discriminatory.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
You're tired, you must be tired.
Disparaging.
Public
Disparaging. Serves no public purpose for you to disparage people and talk about disabilities of people.
I didn't
What does
say
it have to do with
disability.
anything on the
Is
agenda?
that under disability
It's disparaging. What
Is that under
legitimate
disability
public
fatigue?
purpose?
I didn't know
I
that.
don't know,
Thank you for
but why are we
disclosing it. Now I
talking
know.
about it? Why
Now
are
I
we
know.
talking about it? Why are we talking about anybody's
Because
disability?
she can't pay attention to what's going on. There are people in the audience that are yelling back and interrupting Mr. Belan. She won't control that. She said she didn't hear it. I said, your
interrupt
job
her.
is, to answer your question,
You interrupt
your job is to listen and pay attention and run the meeting. If you can't do that, what's the problem? Are you tired? Are you fatigued? You're the one
Talking
that
in
shared
her
with me that
ear,
she's
she
got a
can't
fatigue
hear the
problem.
people in the audience. There is so much talking that comes from that side of the table. It's no wonder she's not deaf.
Look in the mirror.
Look in the mirror. I'm gonna bring a mirror. I said
Please
that
don't,
at the
please
last
don't,
meeting.
please don't.
Yeah, I know you'll break it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
That's not disparaging.
That's not
disparaging.
Okay, point of order, we're on public comment, let's have public comment.
Third grade running in council meetings. First class township.
Yeah, my name is Jim Rostowski, Lower Saucon resident.
You're doing a great job.
Are you talking to me?
So you've been saying every time you stood up, you're doing a great job.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
You have the floor.
Yeah, I think all the police officers and the fire, everybody, they all deserve our praise. But you three ladies deserve our praise, and I think you belong on that newsletter for what you guys have to put up with.
Great job. Great job.
Shocking insight.
Stacy Mazensky. Okay, so for your website, just please remember that every time you put a link in a website, you increase your chances of malware and bad elements every single time you put a link in something. So if I were you, I'd limit the amount of links you have in your website, because there's too much malware out there, and it gets nasty quick. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you for that. Anybody else?
Anne-Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I just want to say I support the people on this board that are considerate and that think about pro-business ideas in this township, because it's not just the citizens, but it's also business. We need to support business, and we shouldn't always demonize them, as I've seen on this council demonizing the landfill. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Mark, are you getting up? If you're gonna come up, please come up. Okay. Nope, nope. I'm not coming up. Okay, anybody else? Okay, can we have a roll call then?
Mr. Benonis. Ms. Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Carucci.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. Deliano.
Yes. Oh, he
I think
did?
he stepped away.
We can go back to him.
I'm just, if you guys want, you can wait, it already passed, but as a courtesy, if you want to wait for him, I would recommend doing that.
Oh.
Mr. Benonis?
What's the motion?
Website.
To approve the website, does it also include with the understanding that all content posted, modified, and or removed shall be limited to the township manager, acting township manager, web designer, and any third-party consultants needed to provide for the proper and effective operation of the website? Is that part
We
of the
already
motion?
made the motion.
I'm asking, is that part of the motion?
No, it's not part of the motion.
Oh, then I'm going to vote no, because I think those words should be included in the motion.
Motion
We
passes
don't have this
4-1.
Okay. Next, we have discussion and possible action concerning responsible solutions in Pennsylvania's political action supporting Councilman Benonis and Carochi in the 2021 election, including potential campaign finance and ethics violations. This was requested by Ms. Optov Rivera.
Thank you very much. I asked for this item to be on the agenda because, at least for the last 2 council meetings, I've heard claims that I have some kind of pecuniary interest in the outcome of landfill expansion, or that I'm involved in litigation, or
You
my
are.
family is involved in litigation
They are.
with respect to the landfill expansion or things that happened in 2023. And I felt that it was my responsibility to provide to the public the information that I'm aware of, that I think, as an individual and council member, is pecuniary interest and of concern for the residents of this township. Stacy, I gave you the flash drive. If you can open that up, please.
Selection of Ms. Optov's lost.
Was this shared with council? Is this
And
part of the
then
council packet?
Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania folder, please.
This is the election of Ms. Optov's lost. Sewer leads.
And then RSP and Benonis and Carochi. Please. So first, I want to provide the residents with some background. The Political Action Committee, Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, from my understanding, at least from what I've been able to discover, is that it was formed initially in 2015. During the 2015 election, it's my understanding, the landfill at that time was looking to do some expansion, and they decided to get involved in the campaign during that time. In 2015, interestingly enough, the PAC was called Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania. It was specifically meant to support candidates for Lower Saucon Township in the municipal election of 2015. Interestingly enough, the chair of this super PAC was David Spurk. That's the same person that owns the Steel Club, and as I'll go on further, is involved in other matters in the township. He was the chair of the super PAC. Mr. Craig Kaloji was the treasurer of the super PAC. Mr. Craig Kaloji has served on our planning commission and has been chair of our planning commission for a number of years, including in the years 2022 and 2023, as I understand it. You can see that in 2015, if you scroll down pages 3, they use Mercury LLC to perform a lot of these campaign materials. Auto calls, page 4, you have live ID calls, page 5, mail pieces, GOTV call, website logo, that was page 8. Then we look at the Bethlehem landfills, the former iteration of it, which was IESI. Bethlehem Landfill Summary of Independent Expenditures. Interesting to me enough is that the landfill paid the same company, Mercury LLC, for other campaign activity. $40,000 GOTV in October, consulting services, $2,500, more consulting services. And it went on and on. So if you look at page 10 and 11, it shows all of the expenditures and the payments made to Mercury LLC, both on behalf of Mr. Kaloji, Mr. Spurk as the chair and treasurer of Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, and also on behalf of the landfill. That was in 2015.
They supported Willard, De Leon, and
So actually, it was material that was opposing those three candidates. They never supported them.
The agenda item was about 2021. and
We're getting there, I'm showing you
No,
the,
this is
showing you the connection.
2015, I didn't write it.
So when you look at, in 2015, there was a Morning Call article that discussed the landfill at that time and the expansion issues and the tremendous amount of money, $95,000 spent in that election by Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania. Ironically enough, I know we heard from Ms. Louder earlier, at that time, she was opposed to the landfill, and she quoted, "Without the rezoning, the landfill will reach capacity and close," the flyer says. "The loss of the revenue to the Lower Saucon Township budget could cause dramatically higher property taxes." That's a quote by newcomer Gary Gorman. But
Where's that
there is it's a quote in the Morning Call from 2015.
Is that article?
Yes, the article is in page 14. Sorry, we're on page 14.
We don't have this, you never gave this to us.
It will be available to you. It's available and it's here. Well, I am providing it. I would like to finish my presentation, and you have comments after that, I'm sure. If you look on 2015, they spent $95,000, at least according to the articles and information available then. Again, Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania. Mr. Spurk, the same chair of that PAC in 2015, in 2021, supported Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis in their campaign. When they opened their individual PAC, or it's not a PAC, but it's a committee, Zavacki, Carochi, and Bononis for Lower Saucon Township, their initial expenditures of donations of $2,500 included $250 from Mr. Spurk, $250 from Ms. Spurk. In addition to that, during that time, Mr. Spurk made in-kind donations over $1,000 to I think, have a party at his club, the Steel Club. And then his children were also involved. But then, if you look at the statement of expenditures in 2021, you see the Steel Club LLC / Jason Bononis was an expenditure. So I don't know if it was the Steel Club or Mr. Bononis, but to me it was like one and the same. You have Mr. Bononis and the Steel Club and Mr. Spurk all working together. This is your statement of expenditures, Schedule 3 of your campaign finance report in 2021. Then we look at Grace Spurk. She was also involved in providing support for your specific campaign finance report. That's the Zavacki, Bononis, and Carochi campaign finance report. At the very conclusion of that election, Mr. Spurk sent to, well, I should say his company, sent to his mailing list, which I assume includes thousands. I think most recently in a Style magazine article which talks about luxury living in Lower Saucon and luxury country club lifestyle. He's got over 10,000 members to his Steel Club membership. He sent out an email to his members telling them that they could come and get a beer after they vote, and this was all paid for by Bononis, Carochi, and Zavacki's PAC. So that, if we go to that page 23, please, you can see the email that was sent in 2021 by the Steel Club for people to come and get a free beer. Then, during that time, you can see that there was another investigation about what Responsible Solutions of Pennsylvania was doing. So in October 30th, 2021, a news article ran concerning at least $75,000 in expenditures or I should say money that the landfill placed into the super PAC, Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, to support the elections during that year. If you go back to the folder, Stacy, you can open up the file document, Responsible Solutions PAC Filings 2021. So if you go to that, you'll see it kind of goes from backwards forward. So they filed a report in January 2022, which covers the total amount of time that they spent in 2021 during the election. I've highlighted in yellow the dates and the expenditures, and in green the amount of money that the landfill individually put into the PAC. Okay, so on January 21st, 2022, to cover expenditures they put in $15,000. Then they also paid Mercury Public Affairs thousands and thousands of dollars for activity to support the election. They paid for campaign mailing, text messaging, campaign letters and postage, GOTV telephone calls and telephone lists. In addition, they paid, or Mr. Andrew Moss, who was the new, I believe he's the new chair of the Super PAC in 2021. He's now the one dealing with the post office. So if you go on down, let's go down to, this would be page 9 of this document. You can see they list additional expenditures that they did. GOTV robocalls, 3 campaign mailers and text messaging, campaign mailer for first class letter, thousands and thousands of dollars. Certainly going above and beyond what any other campaign spent during that election. If I recall, I'm sure Mr. Benonis has the exact figures, his campaign may have raised and spent something like $16,000 total, and the opponents, which was myself and 2 other individuals, they spent, I think, like $7,000 or $8,000. But we have a landfill spending $95,000 in 2015, and what I understand to be in 2021, somewhere between $75,000 and $100,000. What's important to me that I found really interesting, you'll see page 16, they put more money in October, basically in $15,000 increments, they put in money. But if you go to page 18, this is a very interesting thing. Waste Connections had in-kind contributions, so they didn't just put money in. They paid employees, I presume, I could be corrected, I'm just presuming, because I don't know any other Waste Connection landfills in Pennsylvania. I presume that the employees they paid were the employees at the Bethlehem landfill, but those employees got paid time, their hourly rate of 25 and change, to go and do campaigning for the Super PAC. And they did it October 19th, October 20th, October 21st, October 22nd, October 25th. They all went out supporting the Super PAC. Who is the Super PAC supporting in 2021? Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi. You'll also see they have the statement of expenditures, Mercury Public Affairs, again, paying thousands of dollars for professional political consulting. That's 21 and 22. You look at those expenditures. So it goes on and on and on. I found it very concerning that in 2021 we had one entity in our municipality that was spending 3 times, 4 times as much as what the candidates spent themselves. And clearly, based upon the in-kind contributions listed here, they were actually going out door to door, doing things in the township, not just sending mailers and so on and so forth. They were actually doing these things. So if you go back to the folder, Stacy, if you pick out 2021 RSP photos. So this is something else that concerned me. I mean, we have super PACs all over the place, in national politics, in state politics. You know, they usually pick like a really hot button issue, like I want to support freedom of speech, or I want to support your Second Amendment gun rights, right? So they say, you know, we're all about, you know, preserving your gun rights, we want to protect your gun rights. This candidate supports this issue, go vote for them. But when you look at the materials in 2021, when you compare them, the materials that the PAC produced and the materials that Mr. Benonis and his committee produced, they were just eerily similar, too similar. They talked about specific campaign platforms and specific percentages, and it made me question, where was the PAC getting all of this very specific information? I mean, they weren't just saying, hey, Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi don't want to raise your taxes. I mean, that's always a tagline that the landfill talks about. Raising your taxes is a problem if you lose landfill money. But in this specific instance, you'll see on page 1 of these photos that you have their names prominently displayed. Below it is specific campaign platform issues. Cut property taxes 20%. Avoid any new debt in 2020. refused tax-funded salaries, another thing that Mr. Bononis talked about that year. So you'll see on the other side, they had pictures, photographs, which I found concerning because I'm thinking to myself, it's not like they got a photo from these people at a public meeting or, you know, anywhere in public. I mean, at least Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis, it appears that they were pulled from some professional, you know, headshot. So who gave, from my perspective, who gave the photos, and you know, how did that happen? So Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania listed very specific campaign platform information produced by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi on their materials distributed. If you go to page 3, here's an example of the back of one of the campaign flyers produced by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi. Ironically enough, the same exact platform issues listed. Cut your local property taxes 20%. Then, I think it says something on here about not accepting any council pay. So I just, again, very specific things, not like, you know, we just want to keep your taxes low or we want to support, you know, businesses in the community. Very specific things. So Responsible Solutions flooded Pennsylvania and flooded the voters with campaign propaganda that specifically encouraged residents to vote for Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi to the tune of $75,000 to $100,000 in campaigning. You'll see page 5. This is just an example of one of the flyers sent by Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, again, listing Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi prominently. And then you go to the back of a different flyer. I mean, we saw they must have sent, I don't know, 3 or 4 different mailers that year alone. Again, the same platform materials are listed. I find it very troubling that we have a situation where we're looking at a PAC producing materials that have virtually identical language as the materials produced by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi. If you could, Stacy, look at summary of responsible solutions, summary of actions by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi, reducing township oversight of landfill operations and supporting Bethlehem landfill. I think it's important to note that in 2021 at least, there was a course of conduct that I saw that wasn't just supporting the Bethlehem landfill, but also taking away oversight that the township had put in place, not by Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis, but by many councils before. Not by just Ms. DeLeon, who had been on council for many, many years, but other council members that had done things many, many times to support oversight of the landfill, which I think everybody would think is an important thing on such a very hard use of our land. Certainly something that involves a lot of regulation. So I think it's important. This is just a sampling. I can't say that it's everything, but it's at least enough information that you can see. Under the Northern Realignment, which is the section that they just received approval for, and you have permitting for, they ended the long-standing township policy to have township consultants review the DE permitting process. In fact, you just saw this evening, there was a complaint about spending $2,500 to have consultants review DEP processing. This is nothing new in the township, except for when Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi came on council. They eliminated township technical consultants who provided expert review of landfill operations. If you go back historically through the township, you will see that we had a technical consulting committee, which consisted of experts in hydrogeology and other areas that were very detailed and were able to review things that happened with the landfill. During the years of 2021 and 2022, they eliminated the township consultants. They eliminated the quarterly technical consultant presentation. We used to see the technical consultants come to council on a quarterly basis and provide updates to the township. That ended. I don't know why. Why are we getting rid of oversight if there's nothing to hide? I don't understand it. They reduced the landfill committee meetings from monthly to quarterly. That happened, I believe, in 2023, and then it was memorialized in the new host municipal agreement that was executed in 2023. As you all know, and unfortunately, they criticize township residents who speak out about the landfill. They accuse residents of falsifying reports / complaints about landfill odors. I've heard it time and time again. How do anybody know where the odor comes from? It could come from the waste management company. It could come from any place else. They like to tout the DEP's oversight and that the DEP is what we need, and they protect us. The DEP is the one that verifies odor complaints. In January, we had a notice of violation, and I think it included odor complaints. So if they smelled it, the DEP smelled it, it must be happening. But I still haven't heard, I don't think I've ever heard Mr. Benonis or Mr. Croce acknowledge that there is odor that comes from the landfill. I've never heard it.
I've never smelled it.
Criticize, he's never smelled it. Criticize neighboring communities and institutions who express concerns over landfill expansion proposals and rezoning. I mean, he talks about wanting to be a good neighbor, but when we have such an issue that deals with not only Lower Saucon, but other surrounding communities and other residents in other communities, we don't let them speak. That's something that happened, and I believe was a diminution of what would normally happen in any council when you have such a grave concern happening. They adopted public comment policies which prohibited interested neighbors and residents, municipalities and nonprofits from providing input on rezoning and the proposed Phase 5 expansion. They prevented interested neighboring residents, municipalities and nonprofits from speaking at rezoning hearings and township meetings discussing the proposed Phase 5 expansion. They make landfilling a permitted use in the 2023 zoning changes. So in the municipality's planning code, it gives guidance to municipalities as to when you should have a permitted use, when you should have conditional use oversight and special exception use oversight. But the most amazing thing to me is they actually identify landfilling as the type of use that you would want to use, have conditional use or special exception oversight. Up until 2023, or I should say December 22, and then in 2023, Lower Saucon Township had always placed landfilling under special exception. It was part of our zoning regulations for decades. All of a sudden, Mr. Croce and Mr. Benonis, they decide that doesn't need special exception oversight, it doesn't need conditional use oversight, it's just a permitted use. So I beg the question, for all of those decades, were all of those people that were involved in the township, I mean, were they all nuts too? Did there was something wrong with them? You know, I see it as a diminution and a reduction of the oversight that our township would have and should have provided when it comes to landfills. Sampling of actions supporting the Bethlehem landfill. They recommended critical zoning changes, as I just discussed. They allowed landfills on conserved land that the township had entered into to protect for in perpetuity. It was recorded in the Recorder of Deeds. So it's not something that just somebody mentioned on council. It was a document executed. Mr. Benonis and Mr. Croce vote in favor of all zoning changes, release of conservation easements, and Phase 5 landfill expansion preliminary plan approval. They appoint landfill supporter and 2015 PAC chair. Remember Mr. Spurt? He got on Parks and Rec Committee. Appoint 2015 PAC treasurer Greg Pelogi. He's on Planning Commission. Again, the chair, and as chair, he voted in favor of landfill development projects, including the 2023 rezoning and Phase 5 project. They appointed Mr. Croce himself to Planning Commission and EAC. Both of those committees provide oversight, provide advisory comments on landfill development projects, including the 2023 rezoning and Phase 5 project.
Not only I was
This
chair,
is page 1 of 2, I think, which were the bottom. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So I think that you overrode the EAC's decision in appointing a chair and appointed yourself. So you voted in favor of 2023 rezoning and landfill expansion proposal. You appointed landfill supporter and wife of 2015 landfill PAC chair, Ann Spurk, Miss Spurk, she also gave the money, you saw that, to EAC rezone, and she voted again in favor of rezoning and Phase 5 project. Both Mr. Croce and Mr. Benonis served as council liaisons to Landfill Committee in 2021 through 2023. They provide landfill promotional material at Landfill Committee meetings. I attended a 2023 Landfill Committee meeting. It was just around the time that I think the landfill was thinking about doing their PFAS treatment. And the landfill, and I think it was a very good thing that they produced material promote the idea that they were gonna at least try to test for PFAS. I would expect that when they came to landfill committee meeting to show this PFAS testing, that it would be a representative of the landfill that brings that document to the landfill committee. But that is not what I saw. I saw Mr. Bononis walk through the door with the stack of the promotional material from the landfill.
That's a lie.
And put it on the table.
That's a lie.
And I was shocked that I watched that happen.
Absolute lie.
So that is the witness that I have, that I observed during that meeting, and I said to myself, why is Mr. Bononis?
One person talked at a time.
I asked myself, I said, why is Mr. Bononis promoting things that the landfill should be promoting? We heard this evening, just at the opening of tonight, I didn't hear a statement from the landfill. If she, in fact, filed her litigation, I expect that the landfill representative would be the one that could bring the aha moment, the big dramatic thing. That's not what I saw. I saw a spectacle of prearranged organization of Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi calling people into a room and saying, I'm going to videotape you while somebody serves you with somebody.
All night?
Yes, she has the floor.
Is that right?
It's an agenda item, and it's my agenda item.
Your
I asked for
personal
point of order.
agenda
I asked for
item.
point of order.
And I'm giving it to you.
Point of
You have
order.
the floor.
Thank
You-
you.
This is a hatchet
So,
trap.
Sir, you're out of order.
So,
No, she is.
No, you're out of order.
I have not seen these in the packets that were being presented.
And again, if you're out of order, please proceed.
So, again, this evening we saw a presentation by Mr. Bononis, and clearly what he had already reviewed as litigation from the landfill, despite the fact that nobody in the township received it, at least that I'm aware of, until they were served it this evening. So, and Mr. Carochi thought it was really fun to go videotape it, like I guess he's gonna put it on YouTube. So I think it's really interesting that we have, from my perspective, this ongoing course of conduct to not take an objective view of landfill issues, but to take away review from the township and to promote the landfill. And from my perspective, I think that it demonstrates that for me, it's my opinion, that there is a connection. Lots of circumstantial evidence here that there was connection between Mr. Spurk, who was the landfill PAC chair in 2015, his financial contributions to Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi in 2021, and the materials that were produced in 2021, both by the PAC and by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi. So we've had lots of discussions about pecuniary interest, but I don't think anybody identified in the years 2022 or 2023 that there was this much money spent, not on behalf of any council people, that the landfill spent this amount of money to support them. And the landfill spent this money to support Mr. Bononis and Carochi, and I think that's a pecuniary interest, because if I knew that there was somebody behind my back that was gonna give $100,000 into a PAC to support my campaign and produce mailings and produce door knockers and pay employees to go out and canvass, I'd be sitting pretty. And I think that the Ethics Commission needs to review this. So I'm going to take this package and I'm going to write a letter and I'm going to ask the Ethics Commission to review whether or not Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi should have identified the fact that there was this support by the entity that was looking for multiple zoning approvals, changing of zoning, releasing of conservation easements. That was number 2. And Phase 5 land development, appointing themselves on various committees that had oversight of reviews. I would have expected at least somebody to comment about it. So when we're talking about Ethics Commission review, I'm going to forward this material to the Ethics Commission and I'm going to ask them to review whether there is pecuniary interest, because from my perspective, it was definitely an in-kind interest. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take this package and I'm going to send it to the District Attorney of Northampton County and the Attorney General's office, because the other very, very important thing, Mr. Bononis likes to talk over and over and over again. He likes to show his campaign finance report from 2021 and say, I didn't receive any money from the landfill. He's right, he didn't receive a check that went into his PAC. But what he did receive, and as an in-kind what from my perspective would be an in-kind contribution, is $75,000 to $100,000 in campaigning the landfill did. So that's an in-kind contribution from my perspective. And I think it should be investigated because it should have been identified in his 2021 campaign finance reports as an in-kind contribution. And by failing to do so, he didn't comply with campaign finance laws. And I would like the District Attorney of Northampton County and the Attorney General's Office of the State of Pennsylvania, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to investigate that. So I'm going to do that, and I welcome anybody else on this council to join me. Because when we talk about pecuniary interest, I haven't seen a dollar, I haven't seen anybody else on here point to a dollar that myself or my family has received from anything. But what I do see is $75,000 to $100,000 spent by the landfill to pursue their interest in expanding their landfill in Lower Saucon Township. That's my comment. I hope that other council members will join me in my ask to both the Ethics Commission to investigate pecuniary interest in their voting in 2022 and 2023, and also to the DA and the AG on the failures to report in-kind contributions on their campaign finance reports. Thank you.
Good.
So put my name.
You added to the defamation lawsuit, good. Go ahead,
Thank
Jason.
you. On whatever.
Good.
But I also would like to, okay.
Good, now Jason's turn next.
No, wait a minute, I'm not done yet.
What are you talking about? You don't go first, Jason goes first.
I'll go first.
No, is there a motion? Do we need a motion for this, or just?
No, I'm not making any motions. I'm just indicating that since we had lots of discussions about sending people to the Ethics Commission for the last 2 times, I thought it was important that the community see and the community understand that there will be other investigations happening with real dollars involved.
Okay, so now we'll go to council discussion. Jason?
Could I get a point of clarification? When you say landfill, do you mean the Bethlehem landfill located in Lower Saucon Township? Is that what you're referring to?
Waste connections as listed on the reports. They speak for themselves.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. That's what you're saying here. Where to begin? First of all, this is a request being made by Victoria Optoff Cordero, who was sued today, among others, for conduct that violates the Ethics Act. And what this stinks of is retaliation and thrashing about in reaction to getting, would you stop? Okay, you let her go for 15, 20 minutes, so don't interrupt me. All right?
Okay, please,
She's
audience.
not going to control the meeting, but I'm going to ask for the same courtesy.
If you're going to talk, you
Okay.
have to go out in the hallway. No, please.
Okay? So what this stinks of is retaliation and thrashing about because she's been caught and called out, and now she's put herself in a tough position, and she's trying to deflect attention from her, what she did to me, and to Tom, and to Jen Zabacki, and to the landfill. Okay? So, I'm not going to say a lot about this. What I will say is the conversation that she started with was 2015. I was not involved in Lower Saucon Township Council in 2015. It wasn't until 2019. It talks about candidates that were supported then. I wasn't a candidate back then. Now the number has grown. Before it was 75,000, now it's 100,000. I'm going to say very little on this subject, but I am going to share this with the public. If you go to the Northampton County Court of Common Pleas docket, and you look up this docket number, C-48-CV-2021-08193. There's a matter that's there and it's captioned as follows: Jason Bononis, Thomas Carochi, Jennifer Zabacki, and Zabacki Carochi Bononis for Lower Saucon Council plaintiffs versus Thomas Roney, Victoria Optoff Cordero, George Gress, Democrats for Lower Saucon Township, and John Doe's 1 through 10 defendants. And there you will find a complaint that was filed on my behalf, on behalf of Tom Carochi, on behalf of Jen Zabacki, as well as our campaign committee, Zabacki Carochi Bononis for Lower Saucon Council. And then when you go to that complaint, you'll see paragraph 13, October 25, 2021, Victoria Optoff Cordero and her cohorts made defamatory statements that said that we had gladly accepted more than $75,000 from the landfill, or his PAC. It was published in paper, it was published in social media platforms, it was published on their website. And in fact, their website increases the number not 75,000, but up to 95,000. It was designed to reach the general public, and the message that it conveyed was that we had accepted money from the landfill, were bought off and beholden to the landfill. They showed this information to WLVR, who interviewed me, and they intended and they did cause harm to me and others, and that harm continues through today. They continue to republish these defamatory statements, including what Victoria just said today. And I'm stunned. You've said a lot of ignorant, stupid, uninformed things. This takes them all. And the reason for that is there's litigation that's ongoing. And I would expect that your counsel, Mike Shea, Santee and Kelhart, and/or your insurer, anybody else who's behind this, would counsel you to not continue to republish these defamatory statements, but yet you did. And it continues. And it continues to the point that apparently yesterday, somebody who's anonymous, I'd like to know who sent these out, but apparently the person who did this doesn't have the fortitude to stand behind the publications that they're putting out. In Steel City, went around and put these pieces of paper on mailboxes or on doors, and it says, come to the Lower Saucon Township Council meeting this Wednesday, May 15th. And it goes on and it talks about Jason Bononis and Tom Carochi will do all they can to destroy scenic and conservation easements for the landfill expansion, but why? The out-of-state corporate parent of Bethlehem Landfill Company, Waste Connections US, created and funded a super PAC, Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, to swamp the Lower Saucon Township Council race in 2021 with nearly $100,000 of waste industry dollars to support three candidates, Jason Bononis, Tom Carochi, and Jennifer Zavacki. According to campaign finance reports filed in Northampton County, the super PAC funding was 4 times the amount these candidates raised or spent on their own. All campaign finance contributions and expenditure data comes from PA campaign finance reports filed with the Northampton County Department of Elections. And it goes on. At least this person, this anonymous person, who's still publishing defamatory statements, took the time to go look at the campaign finance reports, which are public records. They're filed in the elections office in Northampton County Government Center, right there on Wolf Street. Anybody can go in and get copies of them. Here's a copy of it. Anybody can go get themselves a copy. It shows exactly the amount of funds that we received, the contributions, the expenditures that we have, and $0 came from any super PAC. All the money came from individuals who made their own individual donations, none of whom that I'm aware of are affiliated in any way with the landfill or PAC. So, had Victoria, George Gress, and Tom Roney at least done a cursory investigation to go and get a copy of this, they would know that the defamatory statements were untrue. They were made with actual malice. They were given an opportunity to retract those statements. I sent them a cease and desist letter when it happened back in 2021 because they knew those statements were false and they chose to ignore those statements and chose to ignore the demand to cease and desist. And instead, they continue, or at least Victoria continues these defamatory statements. So because there's ongoing litigation, I certainly don't want to jeopardize my claims, and I don't want to jeopardize the claims of my co-plaintiffs in this case. I'm not going to say anything else about this other than thank you for continuing the defamatory statements. Thank you for increasing my damages. Thank you for continuing to republish it so that individuals who remain anonymous put these things on mailboxes and continue to defame me. Your ignorance is absolutely unbelievable to me. Truly, truly unbelievable. I'm going to share with you one thing before I stop my comments. And I'm going to hand to you, and I want the record to reflect this so it can be heard, a copy of Title 18, Section 4904. And this is unsworn falsification to authorities. And it says as follows, subpart A. In general, a person commits a misdemeanor of the second degree if, with the intent to mislead a public servant in performing his official function, he, 1, makes any written false statement which he does not believe to be true, 2, submits or invites reliance on any writing which he knows to be forged, altered, or otherwise lacking in authenticity, or 3, submits or invites reliance on any sample, specimen, map, boundary mark, or other object which he knows to be false. Subpart B, statements under penalty. A person commits a misdemeanor of the third degree if he makes a written false statement which he does not believe to be true, on or pursuant to a form being notarized, authorized by law to the effect that the false statements made therein are punishable. Subpart C, perjury provisions applicable, section 4902C through F of this title relating to perjury applies to the section. The penalty, in addition to any other penalty that may be imposed, a person convicted of this section shall be sentenced to pay a fine of at least $1,000. So I'm putting everybody on this council, including the solicitor, council president, Saucon Township manager, defamer in chief, Tom has a courtesy copy, with a copy of this, so that you're aware that if you proceed on this course of conduct, that there will be charges brought against you, among other things, for unsworn falsification to authorities, as well as the ongoing pursuit of the defamation lawsuit that has been filed and continues in Northampton County. And I think it should also be noted for the public that although that defamation lawsuit has been pending for quite a while, discovery was served by us as the plaintiffs, and yet Victoria Optoff Cordero and her cohorts refused to respond to that discovery. You've probably heard that before. Refused to respond to discovery. Why is that? Is it better to litigate these things in a court of public opinion like this and grandstand? I think that's what their strategy is. I'll leave it at that because, again, I would expect that my counsel would tell me perhaps to not say what I did say. But nonetheless, I think it was necessary for the public to have some understanding of this. I look forward to the resolution of our case. I look forward to a public apology. And I look forward to absolutely no confidentiality to the settlement or verdict in that case. The public should know that a settlement offer was made to us. That settlement offer was strikingly low for what I believe our damages are. It was considered, and some of the things that we wanted as part of that settlement was a public apology and no confidentiality, which was refused. That's fine. We'll allow the court system to work this out. That's why the court is there, and the authorities are there. And I'm highly confident that we'll prevail in the end. And I look forward to receiving settlement, compensation, and apology from Victoria. And I also look forward, and her cohorts. I also look forward to settlement from any other individuals that choose to continue to disseminate these defamatory statements. And I can tell you that it is highly likely that other individuals will be joined into this litigation, and consequences will be what they are. In addition to that, if this is advanced any further than tonight, I fully intend to pursue charges for the unsworn falsification to authorities and any other legal recourse that I have.
All right.
I have no other comments at this time. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, you know, Priscilla decides to join in this. I'm glad we can add her tomorrow, this week, to the defamation lawsuit as well, when she signs this letter. Laura Ray, council meeting, October 19th, 2022, council minutes, page 1, line 26 through 29. This is Laura Ray. This seems to be very unethical, given that the corporation that owns the landfill has made large contributions to support the elections of certain council members, now and in the past. So maybe we add Ms. Ray as well. That's council meeting October 22nd. Lynn Hill, council meeting January 18th, 2023, page 3 of 27, lines 30 through 33. It's been all over the news. They've taken $75,000 from the landfill. Bob Blasco's on here. Bob Blasco, Lower Saucon Township meeting 12/21/22, page 32 of 38, lines 14 through 17. One question about several times tonight, because $75,000 was donated by the landfill to get 3 candidates elected to this council. And he named them, Jason, Tom, and Jennifer Zabak. And then Victoria, of course, in, tonight, but also in 12/21, 22. She was just, she lost the election. She lost handily to Jason and me. And it was just Jason and me. There was a 2-year term that the other candidates ran for. She lost to Jason and me. But she said on 12/21/22 council meeting, page 5, lines 52 through 54. 2 months after the landfill decided to march in here and ask for everything they could possibly want. So whether the $75,000 that the landfill spent, what they're getting their money's worth tonight. So again, just I think we just have to attach some more people to the defamation lawsuit because they've been warned, they haven't stopped. Looking forward to doing it, to pursue it. So I want to see that signed letter. Can't wait to see that. And because this is something, unlike, they're going to try and get township taxpayers to pay their legal fees, even though they've been sued individually from the landfill. This is a defamation suit. They're not going to be able to get township taxpayer dollars to defend them in this. And you really should have told Ms. DeLeon that your attorney was trying to settle this and has been trying to settle this for like 6 months before you roped her in on this thing. I mean, it just would have been a nice thing to inform her about before you roped her into a defamation lawsuit. But it's looking forward to the fight, as always. Thank you.
I just have a point of order. I heard that, I think Mr. Bononis indicated that he's not affiliated with anybody who is involved with the landfill or the super PAC, and I again refer to Mr. Spurk and his initiation of this super PAC Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania in 2015, and Mr. Spurk's heavily involved matters in the 2021 election where Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce. And I will say, if you go to Stacy in the folder, Bethlehem Landfill Spurk video, in 2023, the landfill was active again to influence the elections, and they spent money again to influence those elections, and they produced a video which they still have published on their Facebook page. It was published, I think, October 30th or something, 2023, and it involved interviews from people in the township. Do you have that one? A video? Oh, it says Bethlehem Landfill.
They are a solid, proven corporate partner of our community.
Are we gonna have Chris
So I
speak
just
for
want to
another half
identify
hour?
that that was a video from the landfill,
I object.
including Mr. Spurk,
Well,
in their promotional material in the 2023 election. The same Mr. Spurk that was heavily involved in Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce's campaign in 2021, and the same chair of the landfill PAC in 2015. Thank you.
I imagine,
Let me just
I imagine
clarify.
the same Mr. Spurk that's going to file another defamation lawsuit against you.
Just another point of clarification. I know you like to make up words and say that I said that. I didn't say that. I said I'm not aware of anybody who contributed to our committee that is in any way affiliated with the PAC. Those are my words.
Mr. Spurk did contribute to your committee. He contributed thousands of dollars to your committee.
I'm not aware of anybody that contributed to our committee. Yet again, I'll say it for the third time, because I know you have trouble understanding things that you don't like to hear. I'm not aware of anybody that contributed to our committee who is affiliated with any PAC. Okay, I'll say it, I can't say it any clearer than that, okay?
The records
So,
speak for themselves.
I'm telling you what, I'm telling you what I said. And you can try to twist my words however you want, and put
We have
words in my
differences
mouth
of
and do
opinion
whatever you want.
on the
And
matter,
the
that's
defamation
fine.
lawsuit will go on, and we will be successful in the end, and you did it to yourself.
Okay, let's see, we're on Tom, Victoria, Laura.
Yes, I'm gonna say, I didn't get to see all the information beforehand, but
Neither do we.
I'm
Neither should any of us.
reading this paper that you gave, and it refers to things that are false, forged, altered, lacking authenticity, and it looked like everything that was being shown was official documentation. So, I'm not sure.
Thanks for
Right,
the,
makes
thanks for
any
the
false
insult.
statement.
Thanks for the insult, Bill.
Thank you for your legal interpretation, I appreciate that much.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and you're rude. So I don't see anything that was false that was shown up there.
Okay, sign the paperwork, welcome to the party.
You stand by your statements, that's fine.
Welcome to the party. Put your homeowners on notice, and I can tell you probably what's gonna happen. When you put your homeowners on notice, they're gonna say to you, we're likely not gonna provide coverage here because it's an intentional act. Intentional acts aren't covered by homeowners insurance generally. So they're either going to deny you coverage, or they're gonna provide you coverage on a reservation of rights. And I know these are all big legal words for you, but the reservation of rights means that they're
Stop
going.
talking down to
The
me
way,
as
so what the
well.
reservation of rights means is that they may agree to provide a limited defense for you until they file a declaratory judgment action that says that they don't have to provide a defense for you. When that occurs, you are personally responsible for this, and your assets, your personal assets, will be at stake as a matter in this litigation. And I'll tell you right now, it's my intention to go after your personal assets, okay? Because what you've done, and what you continue to do, everybody that has been named by Tom, as well as people in our lawsuit, as well as others that we may not have named, but who have made defamatory statements in public meetings against us, the same thing is going to happen to each of you. So you've been warned. This is what you want to do.
We'll see who signs that letter. Let's see who signs that letter.
Yep. Let's get it on.
Lynn, Michelle, you want to sign it?
Yeah.
Silence.
So,
Silence.
no other council discussion. I'm going to open it up to public comment, but I'm going to read an email that I received today I received on the 14th. What's today's date? Whatever. Claudia Markellos, and she sent this to me on May 14th. Please read into the minutes of the May 15th Lower Saucon Council meeting. Item O, it is my observation that Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi, as members of Lower Saucon Council, have been making decisions and voting to serve the interests of Waste Connections here in Lower Saucon. I believe the township would be best served with the resignations of Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi from the Lower Saucon Township Council immediately. And she signed it, Claudia Markellos, resident of Lower Saucon.
I have her email address so I can respond to her with a big N-O. I'd like that. Will you share her email address with me?
I got a cartoon of
Is that,
it.
if you're just ignoring me? You've read something into the record where somebody's calling for my resignation. I would like to respond directly to that person.
Pass this down and you can, but I want it back.
I'll give it back to you. I'm gonna take a picture of it.
Okay, so, public comment. Anybody in the audience would like to speak? Please come to the podium.
I think you should all be ashamed of yourselves. That our council is suing each other. This is not what democracy looks like. You know, and ever since, roughly 2016, when alternate facts became a thing, and alternate realities became a thing. And we can't even talk to each other. We can't even talk to each other because we do not live in the same version of reality. And I think it's tragic. I think it's tragic that elected officials who disagree have to sue each other instead of having a conversation.
If I could just clarify something for you, ma'am. Our lawsuit was filed prior to Victoria being an elected member of council. Okay, so that I think is a point that needs clarification for you. And the other part of this isn't disagreement about facts. This is a lawsuit about defamatory statements that were made with malice and intent to impugn my integrity and my reputation.
I
And that's why-
understand, but
and that's why I
that's
brought
the way
the,
you
that's
see
why
it.
the lawsuit, and others, and that's why the lawsuit was brought, because of those intentional, malicious, defamatory statements. And I think you need to understand that this is not a dispute over facts.
Yes, she can,
There's a-
because
There's
he's
a
talking.
publication that was made, multiple publications that were made,
And she still has time left.
and they continue. So
And the
that's
other
the
thing is-
reason why, and to your point, the others have chosen to jump into this pool. They could have not, and just allow this thing to proceed on its course, but instead they want to double down, in my view, because they are trying to cover up their own malfeasance.
And this could have been, this possibly could have been settled, but they wouldn't agree to a public apology. You're talking about people just talking to each other. They wouldn't agree to a public apology and making it transparent, meaning not covering it up. It possibly could have been settled. They wouldn't agree to that in their settlement. So you talk about people having a conversation, look at them. There's no apologies.
So it seems to me that the distinction is that you didn't receive any cash.
No.
That's,
Well, certainly I didn't receive any cash.
Right.
That's absolutely, that's true.
Right, I agree. You didn't receive any cash. And the allegation is, with data and documents to back it up, that there was money spent on your behalf. And that the people who spent that money have received carte blanche from your administration.
Ma'am, in our litigation, I expect that there could be a forensic accounting of my accounts, and I welcome it, as long as it's done by a third party who's objective, and I can show, absolutely matter of fact, I have never accepted a dime.
That is not in dispute.
And nor did our campaign.
That is not in dispute.
But that's what they said. That's what they said. That's the statement they made.
No, that's not the statement they
You're
made.
wrong. The judge said that is the statement they made, and that's why I can go to trial.
So what I heard today,
That's what the judge said.
Not what the judge said.
what I heard today was an allegation that the PAC was funded by Waste Solutions or whoever, and that PAC spent money that was to benefit you. That doesn't mean you received any money, but it does mean you received a benefit.
That's not what they said.
They said I gladly accepted that money. I never gladly
No,
accepted
it says gladly accepted
Gladly
support. As I said, when you lost your emergency injunction, you lost your emergency injunction in 2021. You tried to quash the speech back then. We went before the judge.
Defamatory.
During that, yeah, and the judge determined that there was no defamatory statement entitling you to any injunction. And most importantly, if you look at all of the materials.
You don't seem to have a problem with Benonis talking for an hour and a half.
If you look at all of the materials that I have ever, if you look at all of the materials, if you look at all of the materials I have ever produced, they have indicated that I have a problem with the support. And I said in 2021 to the judge, I don't know what definition of support you look at, but when I see a PAC spending money for flyers, for door-to-door knocking, for mailers, for robocalls, I call that support.
All right, you already called it.
That's what they do.
You know what?
You're out of order. The person that.
I'm out of order?
Yes, you are. The person.
You're way out of order with her.
Whatever, that's your opinion. She has.
That is my opinion, and that's fact.
So what is this man's name?
Dave Boulan.
So I would, addressing the council,
Yes.
I would like to remark that David Boulan has a problem with the amount of time Victoria comments on things. And
I haven't had a chance to
excuse
see
me?
it yet.
Please stop talking. Not you.
And it is my observation that there is no such standing up and interrupting when Jason Benonis filibusters.
Okay. All right. Next. Sir?
I'm Russ Sutton from Lower Saucon Township, and I would like to read this without being interrupted. The out-of-state corporate parent of Bethel Landfill Company, Waste Connections US Incorporated, created and funded a super PAC, Responsible Solutions for Pennsylvania, to swamp the Lower Saucon Township Council race in 2021 with nearly $100,000 of waste industry dollars to support 3 candidates, Jason Manonis, Tom Carochi, and Jennifer Vizaki. According to the campaign finance reports filed in Northampton County, this super PAC funding was 4 times the amount that these candidates raised or spent on their own. All campaign finance contributions and expenditure data comes from the PA campaign finance reports filed with the Northampton County Department of Elections. Responsible Solutions hired a political consulting firm, Mercury Public Affairs, to run its campaign to support the election of these 3 candidates. It is unusual for a political consulting firm of global scale and sophistication of Mercury Public Affairs to be involved in a small municipal council election. Mercury Public Affairs is preempted global strategy, political consulting, and communications firm. And in contrast to its usual client base, which includes Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies and foreign governments, Mercury deployed its political consulting muscle on the behest of the client Responsible Solutions in tiny Lower Saucon Township, population less than 12,000 people, to get Carochi, Bononis, and Zlaki elected in 2021 Township Council race. Mercury expended near $90,000 in services such as multiple campaign mailings, text messages, robocalls, photo data, political consulting, polling service, digital ads, website build-out, palm cards, door handles, mailers, and door-knocking campaign. A sample of the landfill-funded campaign literature supports Carochi, Bononis, and Zlaki, produced by Responsible Solution, is attached. Mercury's senior vice president, Vincent Galco, was so proud of sweeping this race for the landfill super PAC, the client that he listed as one of his biggest accomplishments of this year. Following the 2021 election, the deciding votes of Carochi and Bononis gave the green light to the Bethel Township landfill by fundamentally changing the township zoning laws. These changes allowed a handful to use tracts of land where a zoning ordinance had previously prohibited. The changes also exempts landfills from site plan review, environmental standards. Even worse, they took the action to destroy perpetual scenic and conservation easements which prohibited landfill operations on this land. These easements were originally created to ensure the preservation of the Delaware-Lehigh Canal National Heritage Corridor and the State Heritage Park, and to a great degree as possible to preserve the original character and scenic nature of this land. Since Bononis and Carochi have lost their pro-landfill council majority, they are desperate to stop progress and work on their new majority. They even pulled every dirty trick in the book and attack anyone who stands away from them, and allowed the vote of landfill issues and are not fit to continue to serve the people of Lower Saucon. Either resign or recuse yourself, Jason and Tom.
No.
For clarification, Jason and I are two votes on this council, and you need 3 to get any votes done, and Mr. Vacuum wasn't here for any of the landfill votes. So,
Public comment.
you say that we did all this, we only
Let's stick
2
to the
votes.
rules. Tom, we're sticking to the rules.
Just one rule.
Starting out, the next day we're gonna stick to the rules.
Read them again, too.
Can't stick to the rules on the day
Stick
of,
to the rules.
only the day after.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. So what I'm hearing here is, has anybody here been involved in a campaign? Has anybody run a campaign? Has anybody volunteered on campaigns? I'm just curious, but you don't have to answer that because it's rhetorical. Does anybody here know why super PACs were created and what they are? Does anybody know? Just curious. This is kind of a funny conversation to me, and it's not funny, but it kind of is. My question to the council, are you looking to stifle free speech?
Yes.
Are you looking to stop people from speaking in political campaigns if you don't agree with what they believe in?
They are, the Democrats
It seems like there's a trend in the country, I don't know, I'm just saying.
That happened, they tried to stifle us.
Are you looking
Please, you can't interrupt her.
So here's the thing. McCain-Feingold is what created super PACs, okay? Well, they created PACs and created super PACs. You know why? Because candidates complained that they couldn't make enough money in campaigns, they couldn't earn enough money, they weren't getting enough money, so they created these super PACs. And the super PAC, per Google, just Google it, something. Super PACs are different from traditional PACs in that they can donate money directly to political candidates, and their spending must not be coordinated with that of the candidates they benefit. Super PACs are required to report their donors to the Federal Election Commission on a monthly, and so which you know. Super PACs can use their funds to fund independent expenditures such as ads that overtly advocate or for or against a political candidate. These funds can be useful in ads, mailings, phone banks, and other communications that help candidates win or lose a campaign. So the point is that the super PAC is exactly the way you described it. Someone's involved in the super PAC, someone creates the super PACs, and they raise money, and then they use people, and then they campaign. Joe Biden does it, Chuck Schumer does it, everybody takes money from super PACs. And oh, by the way, people from out of our country donate to super PACs that get infiltrated to our government and to the people that get elected. Really, people that probably should not be contributing to our country's campaigns give money to super PACs. So the point is that just because a person down the road who owns a country club or a golf club or a restaurant decide they're gonna start a super PAC in 2015, doesn't mean they're doing it to lie, cheat, or steal land, or create a landfill, or expand a landfill. It also means that Republican values are Republican values. Every single person that sends out a Republican flyer is gonna have the same information, right? Everyone. Low government, low taxes, smaller government, less regulations. That's what Republicans believe in. It's crazy, but that's what they believe in. They believe that we have too many regulations, and maybe there were too many regulations in this township, and maybe that's why they cut them down. I don't know all the answers to that. I'm just giving you an example of when you're on a campaign or you're involved in a campaign, this is the stuff that you know. And I know this audience here doesn't know any of this, so I'm informing them and the people that are listening online. Democrats get lots of money, DAs get money, AGs get money for running. Millions of dollars from super PACs spend money to influence elections all over the country, and guess what, it's legal. But, you know, again, just because someone wants to expand a landfill, and I don't know all the details, I haven't been here long enough, I haven't been listening to these council meetings, I don't know the details of all the land. But just because they want to do that doesn't mean it's illegal, and you can't stifle everybody who you don't agree with. You just can't. It's against our laws in America. It's against the Constitution.
Thank you.
I like to approach. I'm going to super PACs.
I can't hear.
If you want to,
I can't hear.
would you not have her approach me?
Go back.
Okay, so she was gonna hand out stuff.
She still shouldn't be approaching.
Yeah, shouldn't be approaching any.
I wanted to confirm your signature, that's all. On the document, that's all I was going to show you.
Okay, Perry Mason. Okay, Perry
They're
Mason.
pro-business. I'm not Barry Mason, I'm just telling you, I wanted to find out. Okay, so here's the document. Campaign finance statement for, let's see here, identification number 86-2518070 for Zavaki Karochi Benonis for Lower Saucon Township Council. This was entered into the Northampton County Elections Office on January 25th, 2022. It is sworn affidavit, and I believe this is Jason Benonis' signature on it, which was I was trying to confirm.
You know my signature?
No, I was going to ask you if that was your signature. Can I approach and ask you if that was your
They'll
signature?
hire a handwriting expert. I'm not here to be cross-examined by you of all people.
Well, I'm just asking.
You went around on what? Make your comments, and leave your papers, and say your thing.
Okay,
Some
so.
people want to be heard too, we got other stuff to
Okay,
talk
so
about.
for the campaign finance report that I'm looking at, on Part D, all other contributions, Waste Connections US Inc.,
on 10/15/2021 provided you provided on this form $15,000. And there are 4 lines of that. Waste Connections, Inc., Waterway Square Place, Suite 110, The Woodlands, Texas.
What document are you talking about?
It is the campaign
What
finance.
you're saying is you're trying to piece together 2 documents. One that has my signature that has nothing to do with the other one. I don't know where you got these, if you threw them up in the air and hope that they stuck together and that my signature somehow appears on this, but I don't know what you're talking about, because I've never signed a document that has anything to do with Waste Connections on it, any campaign finance report there's Waste Connections on it. So I don't know where you got this paperwork or how you crafted it, but it's not accurate, whatever it is.
Okay, well, if
So,
you say
welcome-
that's not, if
so
you,
welcome-
well, if you
welcome-
say, if
welcome
you
to
say
the-
it's not accurate, then I rescind my statement, because if this is not the same conclusive document, then I can't speak, so I'm sorry.
Welcome to the party.
So it was all for nothing? She retracted it?
I retracted it,
Yeah, what
yes.
she's trying to say, as I understand it, that there's a document with my signature on it that she's trying to put with other documents that relate to money from Waste Connections, and I'm like, what did you do? Get papers, throw them in the air, and stick them together, and hope that they somehow ended up in the order?
That was the most un-Perry Mason moment ever.
I never said.
That was the most un-Perry Mason moment ever.
I never said.
What a letdown! What a letdown!
Okay.
That's Perry
Next.
Mason.
Hi, Lynn Hill. As Township Controller, I offer my perspective on this negative force in our local politics. Some weeks ago, Karochi chuckled about my having been scared away because of Bonanos's treatment toward me during a meeting in January. Yes, that is correct. The ill treatment, disparaging comments, name calling,
What does this have to do with the alleged
accusations.
campaign violations that this clown's done?
You would let her finish it, because she will tell us.
Oh, I thought I was gonna give it, she's talking 30 seconds already, she hasn't gotten here yet.
The ill treatment, disparaging comments, name-calling, accusations, and rude interruptions have alienated me from doing my job and have discouraged me from attending these meetings. Mercury Public Affairs takes credit for sweeping Lower Saucon Township Council races in 2021. Mercury did this for its client, Responsible Solutions of PA, the PAC funded by Waste Connections, parent company of Bethlehem Landfill. The landfill and the PAC have become too dominant in our small town politics. With over tens of thousands of dollars spent in 2021 alone by this PAC, it's no wonder its preferred candidates won. The other side did not stand a chance. Now we have a situation where Bonanos and Karochi have lost their majority, and with it, the power they had to follow through on the landfill's goal of expansion. The disrespect, animosity, endless pointless diatribes, theatrical sophistry, hostility, and obnoxiously long meetings have eroded the public's desire to participate in the democratic process.
We warned Victor.
That's damaging to our community. People who oppose the dump's expansion onto beautiful forested lands are vilified, maligned, taunted, ridiculed, and treated like garbage. Residents who mention the stench in their neighborhood from the landfill and on their properties have been accused of lying. The additional time spent on this toxic political discourse is wasting thousands of dollars in legal fees, transcriptionist services, court reporting, information technology, and township employee labor. This behavior has created a hostile environment for our recently elected council members, our residents, and especially for township personnel. We have lost 2 key employees in the wake of the 1,000 right-to-know requests, which consume enormous amounts of resources to process. Poor morale and employee turnover is costly.
They said they're gonna change
The
it.
ongoing power struggle about the dump needs to stop. It's creating chaos in this township, and the chaos is wasting public funds. Saucon Valley Together was voted into power in part because its candidates oppose the current expansion of Bethlehem landfill. If the expansion was right for this community, Waste Connections would probably not have had to spend so much money on the political action committee to get Bananas and Carochi elected. Let's get the landfill, its proponents, and its PAC out of our politics so our community can return to normal.
Who wants to speak next? Seeing no one? Go ahead. Sure.
Two more sheets. I would have had us out of here by 8:30. Tomorrow.
I was up at 6, I really don't care.
Yeah, either do
I guess if you're old and gray, maybe you do.
Efficient meeting, so.
All right, so the bottom line, what I really reel against,
Mr. Galan, Mr. Zimmick's making gesture behind
That's
you.
okay.
That's his interaction.
He's a little.
I can see, you can't see behind you. I just think you should know. I'll tell you.
I have friends behind me with mace.
Priscilla, I got 20 minutes left if you want to take a recess for me to change cards in.
That's, yeah, we're gonna take a recess so that your videographer can do his thing. That makes perfect
Is he running the meeting now?
12:30 in the morning.
Township has the rep.
Is he running this meeting?
I'm waiting for
I
you.
noticed he's a puppet that pops up and you refer to him as Mikey.
I want to listen to you. I'm waiting for
Well,
you.
thank you. Thank you. I would like to think everybody might do that because I find some of these speakers very interesting, even though I don't hold their point of view necessarily. And I really would rather speak about the fact that I object when somebody like Ms. Optov-Kadera uses the public dais with all the films pre-supplied so she can make this 30-minute presentation while she's claiming she's just a resident. If I bring my thumb drive next 2 weeks, can I do that? Because I'd certainly like to show some things, right to know requests and other things that will be indisputable, right? Pretty damaging, gonna take some time. I only get 5 minutes. She goes on for on and on and on, and you talk about divisiveness? Holy smoke. Now, Laura Ray over here says, oh, we gotta get rid of this right to know, it's just killing us. Yeah, I'll bet it is killing you. And it's gonna kill you a lot more because I've got all the data in my database and I'll be going through it, honest to Pete. So what I'm really complaining about is just, you did it too, when you got up there and said, oh, the value of our homes is gonna go down because of this and that and the other thing. And you gave a nice presentation. I saw all the homes up there and all of that. And you said you were a member of the public. Well, you guys aren't a member of the public, and I object to that, okay? I didn't have access to her information. I can't say anything about rebutting it. It goes by like, and turn this to this page and that to that page. It's all smoke and mirrors, I would say, Ms. Optov-Kadera.
The beauty is that we have right to knows, and we're going to get all those records, and we're going to go through them in detail, and we're going to have a little presentation at a subsequent meeting, and we're going to go over all of the misstatements and all of the lies and all of the twists and turns. So, you know, they can do whatever they're going to do, but we will get this information.
And by the way, I do have that document, C48CB, blah, 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 193, and yes, I have read it, and I see who the judge was. And who got, in his case, got remanded. Isn't that amazing? It was, wasn't Brian, it was Jack. The bottom line is that I think it's inordinately unfair when you allow council members. Now, I will say one thing, that Mr. Bononis made the charges, had him there. Somebody asked for the documents that he had and he gave them right away. Can I get a thumb drive right away from her to prepare for 2 weeks from now?
Sure.
You're asking a question. I provided a flash drive and the materials are available to everyone.
Well, he handed out all his.
He didn't actually. I asked him for the complaint and he refused to say, refused to provide it. He said, do a right to know.
What complaint? Like, you have a copy of the complaint you were served by the sheriff.
No, he's talking about the complaint that you lodged last meeting. The one that you read into the records.
So to that point, what I filed was electronically filed. So you would actually have to send your request to the disciplinary board to get a copy of it because it's an electronic form that was submitted to the disciplinary board. So that's the complaint that was filed, it's electronic. They don't give you a paper copy of it. So I
You
could
didn't
not.
make a copy, you seem to be reading something.
I read to you.
Reading a statement.
Right, but you didn't ask me for the statement that I read. No, you asked me for a copy of the complaint,
All
and I do not have a copy of the complaint. The complaint is an electronic document
Mr.
that's
Bouton
submitted
has the
electronically,
floor.
and you can get it from them, just not the complaint. There's much more information than what I read that identifies the target of the investigation and other information.
Ms. Hiller, your speech is so
Can you
effective.
take your sign?
Sir, are you
Stay for the landfill speech.
So that, again, is a point that I want to make strongly, and I really mandate that you cut this out. And if I hear Laura Ray say again, oh, can't we just all get along together? That was obviously the nastiest attack I have ever heard of Cadera. The statement that he made was, here are the facts, here's what the charges are, and that's it. I am submitting this to whoever. It wasn't personal. And you, Priscilla, allowed her to go on and on for 35 minutes, making wild accusations with things flying by. And I know, well, I just gotta wait till it gets to the court. And not just the lower court, because we see how that works. It's gotta be remanded to a higher court, and maybe out of state too.
If you're done, take her
Okay,
that
who'd like to
thing
go
back.
next?
It's covering up the envelope. Take it back. Don't be rude, Miss Hill.
Who'd like to go next?
My name is Mary Ann Barber, and I represent the Bethlehem Landfill Company. I will keep my comments very brief. Any and all contributions made by Waste Connections or Bethlehem Landfill Company to any independent expenditure committee were in accordance with all applicable rules, laws, and regulations. Allegations to the contrary are false and baseless. In addition, neither Bethlehem Landfill Company nor Waste Connections have ever made any political donations or any other payments to Mr. Bononis or to Mr. Carochi, either individually or to their campaigns. In the past, Bethlehem Landfill Company has supported campaign committees who advocate for job creation and lower taxes.
Okay, who'd like to go next? No one else would like that. That's all right. Who else would like to go? If not, I guess back to Victoria, I guess that's it then?
No, that's it. I think, and to be clear, what I'm sending is the package, and I'm sending it to the Ethics Commission because I think there should be refusal to any votes for the landfill that happened in 2022 and 2023 by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi for what I perceive as what would be a pecuniary interest in things that happen, and also to the DA's office. I'm sending it to the DA's office and to the Attorney General's office to investigate what I think would be a failure to report in-kind contributions on their campaign financial reports. Thank you.
So we can move on to the next agenda item, which would be discussion on ethical concerns and potential township liability of Stephen Reduzian and Victoria Altab-Cadera continue to advise and vote on landfill litigation matters. And this was requested by Mr. Carochi. Tom?
Yes, I'd like to hear about the lawsuit that was filed today. I've not seen it.
The what?
So there was a lawsuit filed today.
A lawsuit
We were
filed.
served with something back there. I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it either.
I did.
Well,
Just to be
what did
clear,
it
when I
say?
saw it, I went into Kathy's office and skimmed over it, that's when I saw it.
Okay. Well, what did it say? Because that directly relates to this discussion.
Is that,
I used the copy that was served on
was
Kathy.
the complaint on the agenda?
Township manager.
That's not the complaint, the complaint's not on the
Complaint was being
agenda.
filed,
But-
and that you would put
No.
this on the agenda 5 days ahead of time
No.
before anybody was ever served with a complaint? We just received a complaint today. I have no statement on something I
I
haven't
thought it was
been
my,
able to
turn. I thought this
review.
was my agenda item, so you're gonna gavel it down?
Sorry, what?
I thought this was my
Wait, I
agenda
want to
item.
know too, that you have this on the agenda
All right,
about the lawsuit
I'll let
that
you talk about it. We'll talk about it. One, I wanted to know what litigation is happening here. But no, I would like to raise my concerns that I've raised for the past 3 meetings at least, if not 4, about Priscilla with her parents and her parents' property.
Victoria.
And with her parents and her parents' property, continuing to vote on landfill matters. And it's a conflict. She should recuse herself from all landfill matters. You know, and I think while the complaint that Jason filed with the disciplinary board is under investigation, I think Mr. Gutsuzian should recuse himself as well from all landfill matters. That's why I put it on the agenda, just to say those 2 things. Now I find out there's litigation, and I want to find out what that's about. I mean, why can't I ask her that question? Some people have read this thing. I have not read it.
We were just served it this evening, so I
To be clear, I
have
didn't
not read it.
To be clear, I didn't read it, I just skimmed it very quickly in the moments before the meeting started.
All right.
Just so the record reflects that, I walked in here about 20 after 6, and I was called into the office by Kathy, and I was served by the sheriff with these documents back here.
So what are they?
You've been served 2
I have
lawsuits.
no idea, I got 2 of them.
The same document.
I have no idea.
You don't know
I don't think we
what
can
they are.
discuss anything.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
served
yeah.
with something.
Right, that's it, you were served, there's ongoing litigation, we don't even know, I don't even know what it is about yet, but that's where we are.
Jason has anything to add, or anybody in the audience have anything to add, but I'm raising my concerns about these ethical violations by Victoria.
Well-
And I believe Steve, under this, you know, while the other matter is pending.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, if you're asking me a question, the answer.
I'm not asking you a question.
Then,
I didn't ask you a question, Steve. No one wants to hear what you're saying. Jason, you're up.
thanks, Brian. Yeah, I mean, my concerns about the potential township liability have come to fruition, at least in part, by virtue of this lawsuit being filed. You know, we knew that the acts that were undertaken here were done improperly, illegally, in violation of the Sunshine Act. And, you know, I think there's ethical implications to this as well. We're addressing those ethical implications through the disciplinary board. I don't know if there's another body that needs to be consulted for those ethical concerns, such as the ethics board, not the disciplinary board, but the ethics board. You know, the township liability, I don't know if we can necessarily talk about it out here because we're now in litigation on that. And, you know, the potential exposure to the township, not just in this lawsuit, but perhaps beyond this lawsuit. You know, this lawsuit may not reflect the full legal ramifications of what has occurred here. And that is concerning to me. Unfortunately, we can't consult with anybody. We don't have a solicitor that we can consult with because now he's conflicted out of this because he's a defendant in this matter. So how can he advise us on counsel who are not parties in this matter how to proceed? Well, I guess we're lucky to have our specially assigned attorneys or whatever they are. I don't know if I want them though. Like, I don't know what kind of counsel we're going to get from them. I don't know if they're going to give us appropriate counsel on these issues. I'll tell you, this is a real mess.
What'd you say, 1.1 million, where'd you get that? What was that?
It was pled of the complaint. It was pled of the complaint as part of the relief, that they want $1.1 million for, if I recall, for like fees, you know, attorney's fees, engineering fees, costs that were incurred. in addition to other damages, including specific performance on things, if I remember correctly, precluding Victoria from participating in these things and voting on these matters because of conflict of interest. So
that's 1.1 million, and that's not even gonna include our attorney fees.
yeah,
Where's this money gonna come from?
That's what you gleaned from looking at this real quick?
Right, and I
this is what I do. I look over things quick. I didn't look through the whole thing. I know where to look at it, Priscilla.
Okay,
I know where to look at the wherefore clause. The wherefore clause is where they claim what damages they're looking for. I know how to peruse through it and see what the headings are and what the topics are for the causes of actions that are pled. It's what I do for a living. I know you don't.
No, I don't do that.
Right.
And what
So that's how I know.
What I would do is, I would caution everyone on council, I will caution everyone on council that even if you're not named as a defendant, for whatever reason, the township is named as a defendant to the best that I can see. You are a member of township council, so I would caution you into whatever you're saying today, because you're saying it as a member of township council in a piece of litigation that we have just been served with, that apparently none of us have read, perhaps other than you.
I haven't read it. As I said,
Whatever.
skimmed it. No, whatever. I'm telling you what I
Yeah,
said.
I'm cautioning you to be careful about what it is you're saying.
Well, I'll just
You
say.
can choose to ignore my advice, and that's up to you.
I know.
But that's what I'm telling you to do.
I'm
I'm recommending you do.
And I appreciate that advice, I do. I don't think I said anything that was revealing of any litigation strategy or anything else. One of my comments at the beginning of the meeting were related to my overview of what I saw as I skimmed through this complaint and saw what was there and what they're looking for. Again, I didn't look at it in depth, so I'm going to look at it in more detail if a copy will be provided to me when it's scanned in to find out exactly what's in there. And what I'm talking about now is in conjunction with what Tom put on as an agenda item, and I think that these are appropriate things to discuss in the public forum. I don't think I'm speaking to that litigation or jeopardizing the township's position in that litigation by saying or commenting on my views. The concerns that I have are, who's going to provide me with legal counsel as a member of this township council when the solicitor is named as a defendant in a lawsuit individually? I can't accept, and I appreciate your comments to me, Steve, to not say anything about this, but I have a concern that as a member of this council that I am unrepresented because of this. And I know you haven't recused yourself or done anything else in this, but these are all things that I think we need to talk about when we have our next council meeting, executive session.
Listen, if we had a competent solicitor, he would have cautioned Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura before we got sued, before we even put it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But he's cautioning you, right? He's cautioning you now, and he's cautioning me now. The time to caution was before we got sued for what they did. I mean,
well,
so many people think, oh, the solicitor doesn't matter. We had a solicitor for 23 years. Time to try something new. This is what you get. You get a guy who's completely in over his head. The township's now sued for $1.1 million, and apparently it'll be more when you took in on attorney fees and stuff. And this is what you get. Now he's cautioning us. Thanks, Steve. You're right on the ball.
Okay, so any other discussion on this?
Right on the ball.
Yeah, I do have more discussion
Because
on
we
it.
do have other agenda
Yeah, we do.
items.
Yeah, that's up.
And we'll get to those in due course. So, I guess the question I have for the solicitor is, I am inclined to make a motion to provide for some legal counsel for Tom and me to advise us in these matters going forward. Because although we're members of council, we are not similarly situated with the other parties in this case, namely you, the 3 members of council, and the township. So that's something to discuss here to make that motion, because I want to have legal counsel on this for me immediately. I don't want to wait until the next council meeting to have this issue.
Well, yeah.
So what can we do?
I think, number one, I would think that is premature. Number 2,
Why?
it's premature because I haven't even read the complaints. Number 2, what I would recommend if council is inclined is we can break and have an executive session, discuss, and/or you could authorize me indirectly or directly, meaning on my own or through other people, to respond to the complaint in due course, knowing full well, and I will bring this to the attention of council, is we were served conveniently where we don't have another meeting for 3 weeks. We have 20 days in which to respond from the date of service, which is today, so that conveniently does not get us to the next meeting. So that is something that we should address, either now or in executive session.
Well, look, I'll be quite candid with you. If I'm going to be getting separate counsel to represent me in this matter as a member of council because the township has been sued, I don't necessarily want the Hoffman firm representing me. I think I should have some voice in who's going to be representing me, not somebody that was selected by you or appointed by the other members of council who are being implicated in this litigation.
They got us in this mess.
I think there's going to...
Susie got us in this mess, and then
Yeah,
so...
I think there's going to need to be counsel for the township and its interests and those parties, those individuals who are not named in this litigation individually. And I think there's going to need to be separate counsel for each of those individuals who have been named individually, including you, Steve. I'm not...
I don't agree with that, but nonetheless, it's something we can flush out, but we're not going to be able to flush out tonight.
Yeah, I mean, but we need to flesh this out relatively quickly because, again, as you said, we've got 20 days from today to respond. Well, what are we going to do?
I'm happy to go into executive session or, whatever the recommendation is to do. I think we have to respond to the complaint. I haven't read it because I just got served at
Really,
I just arrived at like 6:28 and the meeting started at 6:30 and I was told I need to rush into the room. And I just literally got the document with Mr. Brochi filming and that was it. So I don't know what it says, but I think that we need to go to executive session now or we need to schedule an executive session to do something about this.
And we can do that now. I mean, we can break it at any appropriate time and go into executive session.
Yeah, let's hear from the public.
I'm
Maybe
not
they
going to
have a
go
thought.
into executive session then.
Let's hear from
I
the
don't know
public.
what the other council members are.
Looking at the document first.
Yeah, I don't want to go into executive session to talk about something that we don't know what we're talking about. We didn't even get to read page 1.
That is why, when the time comes, that's why it's my recommendation we go into executive session sometime tonight, at least as a preliminary step.
Well, then I think we should keep going through the agenda and that'll be our last thing to do. Because there's people here that want to see.
That's fine, as long as we do it tonight, it's my recommendation.
Okay. So then we can move on with this
Saying, I saw.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, I saw the 2 officers here and I counted the number of whatever the services sell, and I've been served. It's nothing exciting unless it's this. So the bottom line is, so you're right. So here we are, we're hamstrung. You guys that have not been served, right?
And we're not named. We're not named individually.
I know. Yeah, well, you're part of the township, I understand that.
Yeah, but not individually.
But not individually. Well, I'd want a separate attorney too. And I sure as heck would want one after what I saw tonight from Ms. Aptal Kadera. I mean, we know exactly what's going on with the new council members. And I'm seeing it in the right to know letters. And as soon as I can pick up that one, I'll be bringing it. I would want to be 10 miles away from them. Poor Kathy's sitting in the middle of this. Wow, God bless you. That's over the hill. So yes, the sooner you get on this, the better. And I know it's almost 1 o'clock, but you get paid the big bucks for. Yeah, you should be having after we're out of here because it's going to be an early night. Maybe we can go, but I would still be interested to know when you come out of your executive session, will there be a statement made?
We won't know that till we talk in executive session.
All right, well, I may just stick around. This is too important to let go, and obviously the more the public knows, which appears to be very little, the better off we all are. I mean, this is $1 million? Oh, gee, that makes Hal look like only 10% of it. It is.
Okay, anyone else like to comment? Okay, if not, we're moving on to the next agenda item, which is discussion of solicitors' legal malpractice insurance and/or assets for potential claims and damages arising from authorized and/or unauthorized acts and/or omissions related to Lower Saucon Township. This was requested by Mr. Bononis.
Kathy, do we have a copy of Mr. Gutsuzian's declaration page for any legal malpractice insurance that he may have?
I do not have that on.
All right, so we talked at the last meeting about the need to have that kind of paperwork in place. You know, now that the township has been sued, you know, this goes back to my point about needing independent counsel to advise this council as to how to proceed. Independent counsel is necessary to the extent that this potential legal liability from this lawsuit and/or any other claims that may arise from the actions or omissions of Mr. Gutsuzian, and the need to get coverage for those claims from other insurance other than the township's insurance. I think it's necessary. So I will make a motion to direct the township interim manager to send a letter to the township solicitor, Mr. Gutsuzian, requesting a copy of his legal malpractice insurance for no longer potential claims, but this real claim, real litigation and damages that have arisen as a result of the alleged unauthorized acts on behalf of and unofficial acts and violations of the Sunshine Act, violations related to the township.
I'll second that.
Does she need a motion, or can you just provide that?
I'm making a motion.
Yeah, I like a
So
motion.
why can't you just provide it?
Will you
Well,
do that?
I don't trust him. I don't trust
Will
him.
agree to do that?
I don't trust him. He's not a man of his
All right,
word.
motion in a second. It doesn't hurt to have a vote.
Exactly.
Make it
What is
official.
it? Right.
And I appreciate your willingness to share that, Steve.
I don't trust him, but let's have a vote. I mean, you lied about what happened in the executive session.
Public comment.
Jason, you want to work on we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion?
No, I think it's appropriate to try to insulate the township residents and taxpayers and insurance policies from responsibility for this. I think we need to look into alternate means to deal with this litigation and any other claims that may come from any. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, it's just a fiscally responsible thing to do. We should have that file work at the township, that paperwork at the township.
Hey, Victoria?
I think the motion is unnecessary because he said he would provide the information. I don't understand the allegation that he can't be trusted, because clearly if we come back next meeting and it's still not here, we would know about it. That's it.
Laura?
I'm not gonna add any comment on this.
I can't hear you.
I won't add any comment on this. It sounds like he's willing to provide it, so if we're doing it by motion, then so be it.
Okay, so anybody in the audience, public comment, 5 minutes?
I think I'll take a shot at it.
Yeah.
All right.
A while back, several people asked for procedure rules when you hire and all of the associated things that go along with it. I'm absolutely surprised that this is not part of that. Things like insurance and other documents should be collected and are extremely important to have. And if they're not on file, they should be on file. So if they're not on file, you wonder why, all right? So number one, you change that procedure to make sure whoever you hire has all of whatever it is that's necessary to protect the town as far as they can. So, and the fact that that this was talked about previously and was known to be asked about tonight tells me that it's not forthcoming very easily, and therefore I would make a motion and require that it be done. It's nothing different than saying like it was before, that it would be required. So if you don't vote for it, I gotta wonder what you're doing. I mean, you're here to protect the people. You're here to protect us. And you've gotten yourselves in a darn fix, and now you're asking us to take everything for granted. I don't go for that. Look, toe the line, do the right thing, get it through a motion. He's gonna give it to you anyhow. Just do it. What's the problem? Oh no, he can't do that. I'm waiting to see the vote on this, and so is the public. I mean, a little thing like this, you're gonna turn it down? Gosh, I hope not.
And I'd like to point out, Jason asked for it at the previous meeting, and we don't have it.
And I
So now he's
said,
asking for it at the second meeting, even though he said, I don't know if he said he would provide it last meeting, but Jason asked for it last meeting.
Okay.
And it hasn't been with the township yet. Listen, we just hired a zoning officer that's going out there, we have no idea who this guy is. And we just hired a guy to go out to people's homes and properties, so we have no idea who he is. Now, we can't get this paperwork from our solicitor.
Who was the local resource for one of the schools? They had just arrested him for assaulting, raping a girl, and it was in Bethlehem, I think? Yeah, just trust everybody.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, trust but verify.
Right.
Read the paper, you'll see it.
Okay, anybody else? Not roll call.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delian?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Kathy, just as a matter of course, could you also request the same from Mr. Hoffman's firm, because I don't think we have that information on file, do we?
Need a motion for that, or do we trust him?
Okay, she'll just send it.
He hasn't provided me legal services that implicate his coverage, so.
That's true.
Restoring relationships with the Borough of Hellertown and Hellertown Area Library, requested by Ms. Octave Cordero. Victoria?
Thank you. I'm going to keep my comments short in light of the time and the other matters we have to address. But I do want to say that I think it's imperative that our communities continue to work together in light of the fact that we have a school district shared by both communities. We used to have many shared services, and I am proud of what the community had done prior to 2023, 2022, I guess, into 2023, in coming together and working together. So I will say, I think it's important that we continue that effort, and I make a motion that we continue to encourage the communities coming together, and that Mr. Gazuzian continue his efforts in resolving litigation that had happened between Hellertown Borough and Lower Saucon Township, and also that had occurred between Hellertown Area Library, Lower Saucon Township, and the Office of Commonwealth Libraries, and any other litigation. I think it's important that we continue working on that. Thank you. That's my motion. I don't know if there's a second.
Okay, I'll second that.
I'd like to comment on that.
Yeah,
And we have council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, so earlier, when I talked about, and I would incorporate by reference all the comments that I made when I talked on agenda item 4F, which is the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association report concerning Hellertown Borough. Hellertown is a dumpster fire, lacking leadership, and yet these folks are proposing a motion to, quote, continue restoring relationships. Seems awfully vague to me. You wouldn't agree to a motion to make an affirmative statement that Lower Saucon Township will not be providing police services other than mutual aid, but yet you'll jump in bed and make this motion to, quote, restore relationships, even after hearing about all of the malfeasance and all the corruption and the lack of leadership and the incompetence. You'll make that motion. And even after Hellertown Library has willfully disregarded numerous orders from the Court of Common Pleas, in direct violation of those orders, they will not produce information or witnesses. And you're providing cover for them. And all that conduct that we talked about meeting after meeting. The one thing that I would throw out there, just as a matter of course, is where's a copy of the Hellertown Area Library's 990 from 2022? Has anybody seen a copy of that?
Does anybody know what their financial situation is? Does anybody know what their assets and liabilities are, any revenue they have, liabilities, anything like that? We don't have that. So you want to restore a relationship with an entity that you have no idea what its financial position is. That is absurd, absolutely absurd. To want to restore a relationship and not doing your due diligence to find out who you're restoring with and why. Why are you doing it? We know why. Because they want to help you buddies. You want to take Lower Saucon tax dollars and give them to Howardtown because they're broke as a dope. That's what this is about. They're broke as a dope, they're incompetent, they're rudderless, and you want to throw them a lifeline without any justification whatsoever. One thing, when you, like I said earlier, if your neighbor's house is on fire, okay, your neighbor's house is on fire, go help him put it out. When your neighbor's house is on fire and he keeps lighting it on fire, and he's throwing rocks at your windows, you don't go help your neighbor. Sorry.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, you guys are on these emails too, they're getting from a Oscar Gray and a Gina DeSantis and all that. And I don't see Susie's name on here, so I'm not sure who's aware of them. Because it looks like that they just to counsel people. But I mean, Howardtown should be aware, and especially the library, that it looks like these people, they have their own case, it looks like, apparently, against the Howardtown Library on the right to know stuff. And it doesn't look like this stuff, from what they write, it doesn't appear like it's going away, no matter what we do. So I'm not sure why Howardtown would settle with us when thinking all this is going to go away, when there's other people out there that are similarly situated as us, as a township in our old position, that are going to keep moving the ball forward on this to expose the alleged fraud that these people talk about, especially with the Friends of the Howardtown Library. And if you notice, the Friends of the Howardtown Library is not used anymore. I'm sure it still exists on paper somewhere. But they've started a new nonprofit entity to help the library. I forget the name, it's like, I forget the name of it off the top of my head now. They started a new 501c3 so that I'm hoping, I think they think they can shift all of the legal liability to the Friends, and this new organization won't have any of the legal liability and can raise money for them. But I just don't know. I don't know why they would settle when they're really not settling anything. Yeah, it's one party, us, that would settle, but there's still others that are their suit is really the same as ours. Violation of Sunshine Act, getting the right to know information, getting the financial information, getting to the bottom of why Howe was selling books out the back door to Friends members without at 40% discounts, not charging them sales tax, all that type of stuff. So I hope in any discussions that Howe is aware of that we don't control these people. They have agendas similar to ours, but their own. And from the emails we get, and Priscilla's on these emails, and Victoria's on these emails, it looks like they're going forward, no matter what we do. That's all.
Okay, I'd like to say that when you guys were talking to Southern Lehigh Library about possible joining with them, I don't ever recall receiving any financial documents, 990s, nothing. So I'd just like that to be in the record. Victoria?
Yeah, I just a couple things. There was, the assertion that this is like some vague motion, and we had made direction a few months ago, to engage in discussions with the Borough of Hellertown and with Hellertown Area Library on settling the various pieces of litigation. That was a motion made months ago. This is just me reiterating that I encourage Mr. Guzzi to continue those discussions. I don't think I'm discussing that's not happened yet, because we've been in litigation, and I think it's very important that we end wasteful spending. I've talked about that before. We've spent a lot of money on wasteful litigation, which I think is improper, and the litigation with the OCL, I think is going nowhere. It's cost lots of money with Edward Siemens and whatnot. And Hellertown Borough with respect to the compost center is also another one that is just adds to the friction, adds to divisiveness, and we want to come together.
You just spent $2,500 on your parents' lawsuit against the landfill. Right.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I would like to see things continue with discussions. I think some of the services residents want to see back are the compost center and the library. So I encourage ongoing negotiation and discussions.
I just need a point of clarification, Priscilla. You had said that when discussions were taking place with the Southern Lehigh Library that we didn't request any 990. There was no indication of any financial issues there. There was no indication of any corruption. We were not in litigation with the Southern Lehigh Library. And they also were not suppressing and refusing to cooperate with court orders compelling them to participate in discovery, produce documents, as well as produce witnesses for depositions. So it's an entirely different situation. To compare the two is just
Okay, so you
really
assumed a
wrong.
lot of things.
They weren't corrupt.
They
weren't corrupt.
I'm explaining to you the difference between the Southern Lehigh Library and the Hellertown Library.
I have $50,000.
One's run,
You
one's
already
run.
gave $100,000 anyway. Now you want to give them more. You want to get better with them even more.
Okay, so.
No
public
2022.
comment? Public comment, anyone out there would like to speak on this issue? Oh, no, the lady's going first. If you don't mind.
Ellen Thompson from Lower Saucon. You keep mentioning about how difficult it is to get this 990 for 2022 from the Hellertown Area Library. I Googled it, it's here.
For 2022?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Right
I was not
online.
aware that they had filed it. I
No
appreciate you telling me that. Thank you.
I don't have a filing date, well, I'm not exactly sure on this, but it's multiple pages. So if this has been a stumbling block, I usually think the easiest thing to do is either to ask somebody, even if you've asked them in the past, what's the problem? If you're really trying to solve the problem, and this is a stumbling block, to ask them, or, again, to Google it. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam.
I guess everybody's got a short memory, and that was very nice of her to say that. I can tell you, I Googled that stuff for the last couple of years and didn't get anything, and there was nothing. And I'll try to remind you why that was. There was a fella here back in, well, it starts way back in 2020 or something before that. And his name was Link Treadwell. And there was somebody else here by the name of Stauffer, I think a council person, okay, who virtually demanded that she be the liaison to the library. And the bottom line is, when I go back and I look through all of the minutes, yeah, here's just one set of minutes. I see many comments. So everything's all fine and hunky-dory, and they're working on, meaning the board for HAL is all volunteers supposedly. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Mr. Gaduzian's wife was on that. Is that true, sir? I'm not answering. Okay. So the bottom line is there's a conflict right there. Now, let's go from there and say, so they worked on it. They started months ahead, somewhere May, June, and they worked on it all the way up to October, November, and the bottom line is they finally produced the document and showed up here in December. And if you want something in between, I can provide that too, meaning the interactions that were refused when people said, like the manager, gee, do you want our attorney to review your documents September, October? And the answer was, no, we're good. They don't have their own attorney, from what I understood, by the way. All right, so here we go. And now it's December the 2021, and the council meeting minutes are what I'm referring to here. And by the way, that was my first council meeting, and I remember this board being trotted in here and sitting down and saying, you people have to sign this because we have a deadline. And so somebody said, well, wait a minute, has anybody on the council seen this agreement? And the answer was no. And I remember Mr. Benonis saying to Mr. Treadwell, have you seen it? And I think his answer was no, but the bottom line is that it didn't get reviewed, it wasn't reviewed, there were questions, and they were simple questions, okay? What actually happened with all of this, and by the way, this is an 11 pages of council discussion on December 1st, 2021. So it was thorough and back and forth and up and down. And people were saying, well, I feel it's okay. And other people would say, the law says, and we can't get the darn 301C is required to file these reports. There was nothing, we got nothing out of it. Meaning, and I say we because I'm the taxpayer. And we're talking about $150,000. And I'm going to cut to the quick because I don't have a lot of time. And so this Stauffer person tried to sugarcoat this, and off it went. Well, gee, we wait for a while, and not a lot happens, except I think Judge Daly ruled on one of the requests of a person by the name of Longacre requesting that information, and it went on for years. And the answer was no. Hal said, no, we're not giving you the financials. Then people saying, well, what the heck are you doing with all that money? You want $150,000. And the answer was, chirp, chirp, chirp. All right? That got hackles up, and it's too bad some of the people that were here earlier tonight aren't here to hear this now. So that's what started it. And then no financials. And then we also found out that Hellertown had difficulties, $1 million difficulties in their finances, the town. Why would you ever, Mr. Optov-Gadara, want to join with these people and cozy up to them? And with all of this corruption, 2 police chiefs, hundreds of thousands of dollars, a clerk who stole money from the fire company, and you want to... There's a person here still who made a very simple statement. Like O'Reilly says, I'm just a simple man. Simple man said, you get your own house in shape and we will keep ours in shape. So Hellertown needs to get theirs in shape. You want to talk to them about rail trails, but don't you think for a second, the next time you say, oh, we're so hunky and dory and everything is lovely and we'll get you this, that, and the other thing. No, they've got money. How many? 5? Okay.
You're pretty much out of time.
Pretty much? Okay, well, let me finish that. I see a lot of money has flowed in from the representative in Allentown to Harrisburg. 50,000, 75,000 into that library. What are they doing with it? Eating it? Burning it? And it shouldn't be coming out of this town, that's for darn sure. You look perplexed. Do you want me to send it to you? Okay.
Mr. Light, just for clarification, you're referring to the $50,000 gift?
Yes.
At least the Buscola gave to the Hellertown Library to help bail them out and curry favor with them?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
So the
we
taxpayers...
bailed them out with some more, which wasn't authorized, from what I understand.
I haven't heard about them sending a letter to the residents of Erie thanking them for their state tax dollars to help subsidize the Hellertown Library, but nonetheless, maybe that's coming. Maybe they're still working on that.
So if you, Ms. Optov-Gadara, want to take your purse over there and leave it open, good luck. What's in your wallet?
Well, you have.
Any other public comment? Any other
Why would
public
you do
comment?
that when you can get the township to pay for those things?
Well, this guy's not,
Yes, roll
and that's
call,
why
please.
I'm here.
Yeah, he wants to see
Mr.
us.
Carucci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
I'm waiting for the yard signs to go up that say, fully fund our police force. That would be really fun to see. All over Halletown, everywhere else, you know, people are here gnashing their teeth, tearing their clothes, and they're freaking out over a library, but they're not freaking out over police services. I want to see those signs up, so my vote is no.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, next we have discussion and possible action on proposed letter to the Disciplinary Board of Pennsylvania concerning Solicitor Stephen Gaduzian, requested by Ms. Cordero. Victoria?
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, I think previously there were some comments made about the allegations lodged by Mr. Benonis and Mr. Kirschen being an electronic submission, and somehow he didn't have it, although he read it, and I should go to the state to get it. But I think by making it an issue in Lower Saucon Township, by using township council agenda items to discuss it, I think it became a township issue, and he should provide it to the township. And I think that there would be an appropriate direction for our township. If he's not going to provide it, then our township should go and get it from the appropriate agency, because it's a township record. So that would be the first direction.
It's not a
And I
township
think-
record, because I filed it individually, not as an official member of
Put it
council.
on the agenda. It became a township issue when you put it on the agenda and you used township time to read your submission into the record.
So do you.
So-
So it's not,
So
it's not.
I will read
Township item.
I will
read.
I have, in response to that, I thought it was inappropriate to be spending our time and money on that, to have an agenda item for it.
Now you put it on the agenda.
You know, it also raised issues against our solicitor, which I thought were inappropriate. So I took it upon myself to draft a letter on my behalf to the disciplinary board in support of Mr. Gazuzian. And unlike Mr. Benonis, I have the letter. It's here for everybody. It's going to be a township record, and I'll read it for the people who haven't seen it. Dear Mr. Campioli, I am writing, he is the attorney in charge of District 2 of the Disciplinary Board of Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. I am writing as a resident of Lower Saucon Township, attorney and member of the PA Bar, and councilwoman for Lower Saucon Township. At our Lower Saucon Township Council meeting held on May 1st, 2024, it came to my attention that council members Jason Benonis, PA Supreme Court ID number 85115, and Thomas Croce, attorney of unknown bar admission, submitted allegations of alleged misconduct against Attorney Gazuzian, our township solicitor, in my opinion, weaponizing the rules of professional conduct to further a personal dissatisfaction with the majority direction of council. Councilman Benonis read a laundry list of alleged violations of the rules of professional conduct against Mr. Gazuzian. Mr. Benonis and Mr. Croce purported to submit their complaint to you, quote, on behalf of the residents and taxpayers of Lower Saucon Township, end quote. And yes, I checked the record. I have the audio. I can play it for you. It's the words that came out of Mr. Benonis' mouth. The allegations made against Mr. Gazuzian are simply untrue and do not represent any official position of council on behalf of residents and taxpayers. First, let me say that Mr. Gazuzian has represented Lower Saucon Township and its council with integrity. He has conducted himself with the highest level of professionalism to all members of council. Mr. Gazuzian was brought in to serve a council that includes councilmen who interrogate and insult fellow council members, members of the public, and professional consultants with whom they disagree. Mr. Gazuzian is asked to provide advice under acrimonious circumstances where there is often disagreement between council majority and Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carucci. Mr. Gazuzian's actions on behalf of Lower Saucon Township have been with the direct consent, request, and authority of council majority. Mr. Gazuzian has at all times followed the direction of council majority and presented matters in an executive session in an appropriate fashion to all members. I submit the allegations made against Mr. Gazuzian are simply meant to obstruct Mr. Gazuzian's lawful and ethical representation of the township. Against the directives of the PA Supreme Court, it is my opinion that Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carucci are weaponizing the rules of professional conduct to further their personal political vendettas against council majority and positions that the majority has taken on a number of issues of high importance in the community. It is unconscionable for a member of the bar to threaten the livelihood and profession of other members of the bar or the legal community to further his personal disagreements with the majority of council. I direct you to watch any meeting available on the Township YouTube channel to observe the behavior of Mr. Carucci and Mr. Benonis. The meetings may be watched at, and I provide the link. Since his appointment on January 24, 2024, Mr. Panonis and Mr. Croce addressed Mr. Gazouzian with personal insults, demeaning language, shouts and interruptions, and inflammatory and misleading accusations. Every council meeting is rife with derogatory comments that have no place at a public council meeting. From day one of Mr. Gazouzian's appointment, Mr. Panonis and Mr. Croce have undertaken a course of conduct that is, in my opinion, calculated and designed to prevent the township administration from conducting its business and to furthermore obstruct and prevent council business from being completed. It is my strong belief that the submission by Mr. Panonis and Mr. Croce to you is another political stunt designed to paint a false narrative of Mr. Gazouzian and our township. I kindly ask that you quickly dismiss the complaints made against Mr. Gazouzian as unfounded and without merit. I also ask that you refer this matter for review for the lack of professionalism of Mr. Panonis and his mistreatment of fellow members of the bar and overall conduct at public meetings. Mr. Panonis' conduct undermined the ideals and expectations of members of the legal profession and threatened the public's perception and respect for the rule of law. Specifically, Mr. Panonis himself acts contrary to the spirit of professionalism exemplified in the rules of professional conduct. It is my opinion Mr. Panonis and Mr. Croce violate the following proclamations of the rules of professional conduct, which members of the bar are asked to comply with in all aspects of their life. Preamble, a lawyer's responsibilities. A lawyer, as a member of the legal profession, is a public citizen having a special responsibility for the quality of justice. Number 5, a lawyer's conduct should conform to the requirements of the law, both in professional service to clients and in the lawyer's business and personal affairs. A lawyer should use the law's procedures only for legitimate purpose and not to harass or intimidate others. A lawyer should demonstrate respect for the legal system and for those who serve it, including judges, other lawyers, and public officials. A lawyer is also guided by personal conscience and the appropriation of professional peers. A lawyer should strive to attain the highest level of skill to improve the law and the legal profession and to exemplify the legal profession's ideals of public service. That's number 7. Number 8, a lawyer's responsibilities are as a representative of clients, an officer of the legal system, and the public citizen are usually harmonious. That means that our PA bar expects us to act the same way in court as they would act in their public affairs, and they are harmonious. The legal profession's relative autonomy carries with it special responsibilities of self-government. The profession has responsibilities to assure that its regulations are conceived in the public interest and not in furtherance of parochial or self-interested concerns of the bar. Every lawyer is responsible for observance of the rules of professional conduct. A lawyer should also aid in securing their observance by other lawyers. So I'm providing this here today to remind members of the bar. Neglect of these responsibilities compromises the independence of the profession and the public interest which it serves. I further submit that the conduct of Mr. Panonis and Mr. Croce violate the Code of Civility. While the Code of Civility and the Code of Ethics do not expressly govern conduct of attorneys acting as elected officials, it is my understanding members of the bar should be guided by these rules in their relationships with others and when they act in the public. Members of the bar should conduct themselves with the same professionalism expected and exemplified by the rules of professional conduct when engaging with the public and when serving as an elected official. To that end, I believe Mr. Panonis and Mr. Croce routinely violate, number 1, act in a manner consistent with the fair, efficient, and humane system of justice, and treat all participants of the legal process in civil, professional, and courteous manner at all times. These principles apply to the lawyer's conduct in the courtroom, in office practice, and in the course of litigation. Number 2, a lawyer should speak and write in a civil and respectful manner in all communications with the court personnel, and other lawyers. A lawyer should not engage in any conduct that diminishes the dignity and decorum of the courtroom. A lawyer should abstain from making disparaging personal remarks or engaging in acrimonious speech or conduct to opposing counsel or any participants in the legal process, and shall treat everyone involved with fair consideration. A lawyer should not bring the profession into disrepute by making unfounded accusations or impropriety of personal attacks upon counsel, and absent good cause should not attribute improper motive or conduct to other counsel. A lawyer should not misrepresent, mischaracterize, misquote, or miscite facts or authorities in any oral or written communication to the court. A lawyer should demonstrate respect for other lawyers. A lawyer should be cognizant of the standing of the legal profession and should bring these principles to the attention of other lawyers when appropriate. I am bringing this to the attention of both Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis, because they should be following these rules not only when they appear before a judge and when they have clients, but also in every aspect of their public affairs, especially as elected officials. I welcome this is back to the attorney for the 2nd District. I welcome speaking with you or any other investigatory tribunal concerning conduct at Lower Saucon Township Council meetings. Please do not hesitate to contact me should you have questions or concerns regarding this matter. Very truly yours, signed my name. The letter is available. It's available to anybody who wants to see it. I'm going to send it to the disciplinary board, and I welcome anybody else who'd like to join in.
Okay, thank you for reading that, and I wasn't happy with the letter that was sent a meeting ago, so I'd like to join that also.
Was that letter included in our council packet? Because I don't remember seeing that in our council
And
packet.
I will sign that as also.
Kathy, was that in our council packet?
I received it late this afternoon and emailed it out to you.
Ah, so that was not part, another secret document sprung
It's
upon
not
us.
secret, it's in your red folder.
Yeah, it was sprung upon us. It wasn't provided with the council packet on Friday. It
It's
was
here for
provided,
you.
you provided it to Kathy. You know, you
It's here
provided
for
it,
you.
you provided it to her. Yeah, it's here for me when I walked in here, just like that lawsuit was here for you when you walked in.
You're right, but your address to the disciplinary board is still, I'm still waiting for it.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so, like I said, I'd like to add my name too. So there's no motion, no action required.
Well, I want to speak to this.
Oh, sure, you speak.
I know, I'm getting to that, you know? So, council discussion, Jason.
Yeah, so if I understand your comments, even though the letter wasn't provided to us in advance of this meeting, you find it unconscionable that Mr. Carochi and I would report what we believe to be unethical conduct because it has a potential to affect somebody's livelihood. So if we use this rationale, if an attorney that we know is stealing from their client, and we know of that, we shouldn't report that because that attorney who's doing the improper deed could lose his livelihood. That's the rationale here, just so you can follow that through. That's the absurdity of it. But we'll take that a step further, and I'll talk about Rule 8.3 of the Pennsylvania Rules of Professional Conduct, reporting professional misconduct. And here it is, subpart A. A lawyer who knows that another lawyer has committed a violation of the rules of professional conduct that raises a substantial question as to that lawyer's honesty, trustworthiness, or fitness as a lawyer in other respects shall inform the appropriate professional authority. And that's what I did. I came upon information that there was violation of the rules, raises questions of the honesty, trustworthiness, and fitness of the lawyer, and I am duty-bound to report those things. So you can go on your little merry show and do whatever you got to do with your letter, but I complied with the rules, and in fact, you did not. You're a lawyer that is required to follow the same rules that I am required to follow. I reported it, you did not. You, in fact, are in violation of the rules, Rule 8.3, perhaps others, but we'll talk about that another time. Thank you.
I'm sure your report me, again, reading from the letter, it is unconscionable for a member of the bar to threaten the livelihood and profession of another member of the legal community to further his personal disagreements with the majority of counsel.
Not further disagreements, it's exposing illegal activities that took place in violation of the Sunshine Act that were discussed by Ms. Garber here, and now you've been sued for it. Give me a break.
Clearly have a difference of opinion.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm in the real world, I'm in reality, and you're in some other, parallel universe.
Yeah. I was napping, but I guess this is a letter in support of Mr. Goodsuzy. And I just find it, I know 10 attorneys that live in Lower Saucon Township, maybe 20 in Northampton County. I don't really work here. Jason, I'm sure, knows a lot more. I just find it the only letter Mr. Goodsuzy could send in support of him is from his partner in crime here.
It's coded.
What happened? Where are these other attorneys saying? Because the ones I talked to don't have a pretty good opinion of them.
then I can see why you only get one letter. So you got one letter of support from his partner in crime here, so,
Well, Tom, we know from the lawsuit now, they gotta stick together, right? They gotta circle the wagons.
I don't know what the letter
circle one
says.
another.
I didn't read the letter, I don't know what it says, I took a nap
You don't
while
need
she
to.
was reading it, but I just find it funny that there's only one. Mr. Gitsuzi has lived in the township for like, what, 20 years? He's been an attorney in the Lehigh Valley for what? You get one letter from his partner in crime in support. Just you tell other attorneys in the township and the county what happened, that executive session, they didn't do that, he came out and say he did something like that. That's about right.
Okay, Victoria, did you have anything to add?
No.
That's
Okay,
about
Laura?
right.
Letter speaks for itself.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, public comment? Anybody out there like to speak?
That's really sad. The things that you said, code of civility, you've demonstrated that again and again tonight, and you said code of civility between the attorneys and the public. The way you tried to shout me down, is that the kind of code that you want? That's a beauty. All right. Harmony? Harmony. Gee, let's all love the criminals and all of that. No. You report them, you take them to trial, and that's it. And I really have to laugh. You made a statement earlier about it was you who said at the landfill meeting that you knew that that sewage was being dumped. And it was I that stood up and said, you what? Raw sewage being dumped and you didn't tell anybody during all these landfill hearings, all the hammering you and your friends did, the Democrats did, and you didn't mention one thing in the public forum here to say that the Bethlehem landfill was dumping raw sewage. To me, that's a crime by omission, and I'm not an attorney. But boy, if that's not blatant, I don't know what is. Is that your conduct? I was thinking that maybe what you should do is remove Mr. Kaduzian's name from it and put it on the letter and complain about yourself. That's what I think ought to happen.
Mr. Glenn, I just need to make a point of clarification. I see that Ms. Thompson left. She had mentioned to us that there was a Form 990 filed by the library in 2022. I'm on the official IRS.gov website and looking up the Hellertown Area Library Association, EIN 23-2613723. There is no 2022 990 that's on their website. So the information that I had appears to be accurate. I'm not sure where Ms. Thompson got her information from. I also just checked the Hellertown Area Library website itself, and there's no Form 990 that's on there for 2022 that I see immediately. And in fact, I don't even see a tax return that was filed in 2022 or 2023. So I just wanted to put that out there for the public, that the information that was conveyed by Ms. Thompson, I don't know where she got that information from, but I can't find it.
Right, and we're supposed to cozy up with them. Thank you, Mrs. Althoff-Kadera.
And I realize we're on a different agenda item, but nonetheless, you brought these issues up, and I wanted to address your concerns early because I wanted to make sure that the public knew.
Yeah, the public should know that. That's a misrepresentation. And until I get the document in my hand, I don't make those statements. And I'm not a tax whiz or anything like that. But when I can see the previous years up to 2021 or 2020, they're there, and then there are none. And that's what Treadwell was after. Where are the financials? And people like Althoff-Kadera said, there's another beauty. We automatically bring in Kaduzian and make him the solicitor, and then we turn around and we're read this statement saying by Althoff-Kadera that we should dispense with all of these legal proceedings and whatever conflicts there were, and I would like to see, and I guess I'm gonna have to do a FOIA for that? Yeah. See, I gotta do a FOIA, Laura Ray, see? FOIA, there's another one, because I can't get the information to show what I have just claimed, okay? But I'll get it, and then I'll come and read it, and you'll say, oh no, our council, we're so bogged down, and it's the only way we're gonna get the truth. Thank God we've got it.
Anybody else like to speak under public comment?
I was just looking it up myself, the 990.
Speak in the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just looking this up myself, and it's under, I have to look it up here, I'm sorry. Please don't come near me. I found it under ProPublica, and it has all the filing for the 990 in 2022, for 2022. Just look up ProPublica.
I prefer to look up directly at the IRS, which is the
Okay, but it has it there.
Well, I'm telling you, the IRS doesn't. The IRS is not showing.
That's okay, it's, all the paperwork's there, so
Well,
I'm
maybe
just,
somewhere else,
I
but I don't know.
was just giving you
That may not be a
an
file.
assist.
Can you state your name for the record? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm Elizabeth Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident.
I appreciate that information, ma'am, but again, the IRS doesn't show that.
And where's the Friends tax forms and this other entity they started to cover up?
I don't see them
Anybody
even
else for
existing,
public
Tom.
comment?
What are their tax forms?
Okay, so is there anything else on this agenda item? No. Okay, moving on then, approval of the March 20th council minutes.
There are
March
corrections, right?
20th council
Yeah, people complain that
minutes previously tabled are ready for council's review. Tom, you had issues and these were tabled.
there were 13 corrections there. 26 if you count, but I don't want to count the one when they cross the word out and put a new word in. So these people would get upset about tabling the record minutes.
We weren't upset over that, we wanted to do that. Get the record straight.
I'm going to be honest with you. I feel uncomfortable voting for these minutes because every time I ask them to be looked at, there's correction. I just asked for one paragraph. Whatever. You do whatever you want. I'm not voting for it. They're not acting.
So does anybody have a motion to approve the tabled minutes from March 20th?
With the changes.
With the changes?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, I'll second. Okay, council discussion, Jason?
I don't feel comfortable with them. I'm not going to vote for them.
Okay, Tom, do you feel comfortable?
Same.
I'm fine. Victoria?
Yes.
Laura, you made this motion. Public comment regarding the March 20th council meeting, council minutes. No one? Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray? Yes. Ms. Bellion?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Cordero? Yes. Mr. Ferrucci?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Before we go to the next minutes, I think it's an appropriate time to say that we do spend a lot of time, our community spends a lot, our township staff spends a lot of time doing council minutes, and now our meetings are going longer and longer and longer, which takes up more time and time and time. I think we hire another staff member to do transcription services for us for these minutes. But I would just say, for the future, I would like the township to look into an alternative means to produce minutes that would be more efficient for our staff and save on taxpayer dollars for this. Thank you.
Kathy, come back with a recommendation.
You may not be aware that the person that transcribes these minutes is actually retired from the township, and this is her only role, is to transcribe the minutes. Is that correct, Kathy?
Yes.
She does a good job. It's
I
just
agree.
the meetings are long because
So
Priscilla doesn't run
she's
efficiently.
I feel the need to advise council that we are pretty much at the point of exceeding our budget for transcriptionists. And I will be bringing that back in the resolution. to add more
But
funding
it's not a
for
staff
this.
person doing it, so
No,
it's, right,
no,
okay.
it's,
We
she
pay
does
her
do it, but
for it.
I mean, the last set of minutes, you spent over 70
Yeah,
hours
right.
doing the minutes, so. it's-
70 hours, yeah, so I would like to look at alternative means to have meeting minutes. My understanding is we don't need to have a verbatim transcription like it was in court for minutes. In addition, there might be other avenues that provide quicker transcription. So if the township's looking into that, thank you.
Okay, moving on then, we have the approval of the April 3rd council minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
So Victoria, is there a second?
Yes.
Yes.
Table.
Okay,
On page 14 to 35, Ms. Saltoff was speaking at the same time as Mr. Perucci inaudible. I want to listen to that. I'll get that. I want to listen to that. I want to table. Every time I table, we get 14 corrections per paragraph. I'll figure that out.
so are you saying you want to table this because you want to re-listen to a
I
certain
want to
thing?
listen, because it says Ms. Saltoff was speaking at the same time as Mr. Perucci was inaudible. I want to say, I'll listen to it, tell you what I think it is, and if she doesn't agree with me, if you don't agree with me, then that's fine, you can vote in the minutes, but give me a chance to listen to that audio.
Okay, so Victoria and Laura, we withdraw your motion.
Motion
to approve
Yeah,
it.
I'll withdraw, it's fine.
Okay, it'll just be tabled.
And just for the record, we're not going to be wasting any more time asking the transcriptionist to look back at this. Mr. Perucci's going to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to do it, yeah. I'm gonna-
As an in-kind.
Yes, that's right, that's right.
Okay, so I guess we have the approval of the April 17th.
Yeah, I
Council
have the
minutes?
same problem on page 7 of 47. There's multiple instances where Ms. Altoff Cordero was speaking at the same time that I was. And we have 1, 2, 3.
That's why I
Four,
gavel everybody,
five.
one at a time, speak one at a time.
At least five. That's just on page 7. I think this needs to be looked at more closely. I'd like to hear the audio of that, and maybe we can sort out exactly what was said at that time.
Are you
And then-
asking
and
the
then-
transcriptionist to do it, or are you offering to do it yourself?
I'm offering to do it, yeah. And then we also have on page 11 of 47, Ms. De Leon was not coming through clearly on the phone, it was all crackly. I guess this was the time that you really wished you had the cell phone tower in your house. So, you know, I think we need to try to listen to that as well. And there's probably other instances in here that need to be looked at more closely.
Make a motion to
So I'll
table.
make a motion to table the April 17, 2024 council meeting.
Second.
Kathy, you can provide those audio files to us. Thanks.
Well, I'll re-table it, because we didn't table the other one.
Yeah, we
just
did.
kind of just, no, we didn't vote on tabling it. They made a motion to approve it, Victoria and Laura, and then they withdrew it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to table the April 3 and the April 17,
Okay,
2024. Is that fair?
Okay, that'd be good, yes.
Second.
We can just come in and
I'll
listen.
second
Thank you.
to table. So, we were, roll call, no, we can't do a roll call yet. We gotta open up the public comment. So public comment on those 2 minutes?
Yeah. I should, geez, that's the problem with doing all this stuff. You really do get sensitized. What I'd ask, and I mentioned it to Kathy, and it may not be possible, but I noticed you have a group of 3 minutes here that you're processing. What I'd ask is I'd like to see, if possible, it's going to take the same amount of time, I would think, not having to do it, but I'd like to see the minutes come out before the next council meeting, all right? Not months and months later.
Well,
You heard that
that's up to
70
the
hours.
administration, that's not up to us. They do the best they can to get the minutes out in a timely fashion. That's all we can.
They're on YouTube now, and you can look at any time.
I know that, I know all of that. What I'm saying is I'm 3 months behind what happened 3 months ago. Did you hear what I said?
And the meetings are now 2 and 3 times as long.
Well, it's understood. I mean, we have a person here for 40 minutes.
Oh, please.
Well, that's almost another hour added on. Plus, then she read the long agreement. That's at least an
That's the only
hour.
one that's done this.
I would have us out here at 8:30, Dave. I'd have us out here at 8:30.
You know, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Well, I know you're trying, but anyhow,
Okay, so-
that was a request because I'd like to read the minutes And here they come out on Friday afternoon at 5 or 6, and I have all of these other items I want to make sure I'm ready to talk about. And so that's why, and if you're gonna produce them, you don't, it's not like a chicken laying a whole bunch of eggs at once or something here. We can pop them out one at a time, I would hope.
Kathy's doing the best she can. And
I know she is. It's,
I do anyway. I understand.
okay,
Maybe not everybody else does, but I do.
thank you.
You're welcome.
The one,
Sorry,
by the way,
I just thought of something I just want to ask Mr. Gazouzian. I think there was a lot of discussion about improper sunshine law violations and things that were happened at our April 3rd meeting, which is one of the minutes that are under consideration here. That was the meeting where they alleged that there were some, sunshine law violation, executive sessions that didn't happen, things were said, what people said, and I just want to make sure from the solicitor's perspective that we don't need to, publish portions of the April 3rd meeting that aren't in dispute, so that doesn't impact the litigation that may have been filed or whatever, because I think it was about sunshine violations, maybe about, I don't know, I'm just saying, I know we're going to executive session later, but my concern is if we are not approving sections of the April 3rd meeting that aren't in dispute, maybe we should approve those out of an abundance of caution.
good, thank you. I now recognize the guy standing at the floor who, again, there she goes.
Mr. Glenn, it was
I don't
something
care what you do. You just have no courtesy.
No self-control.
You're not professional.
Right.
Okay, please,
Now,
it's
so-
getting late.
no.
You know what?
We're not
You
gonna
want to get
I
over
still have 2 minutes and 47
You've
seconds.
got to follow the rules of our.
No.
So does she.
So does she. And she's supposedly an authority of the court and everything, and she just read all these voluminous things she should be doing, and she breaks them all. Where the heck was I? You're just so frustrating. Yeah, you shut me down again. You talk about intimidation, there you go. She just goes off and does whatever she wants. She doesn't care about the public at all.
Maybe you were talking about the minutes.
Yeah, I was trying to talk about them, but I got, again, she just opens up and goes, and she doesn't give a damn about the public. Excuse the swear word. That's DAM.
Can I ask Kathy to look into, as one of the possible options, I know they have software now that basically should be able to take the recording of the meeting, turn it into a fairly rough draft of a transcript, and then, Diane might just have to go back, listen to it, because you have to assign names and stuff, and people don't announce who they are, and which council member's speaking. Add that, and maybe some corrections from some words and all that, but I don't think that software is that expensive. It's been around for a long time.
I think when Glenn Kern was serving,
Yeah.
and before he passed, and he
Right.
was here, he needed to, as people said things, he needed to see it typed
Yeah.
on the screen.
Right.
And we did that for him.
Right. So I mean, if we have this software, if we can get this software, it's not that expensive, then the meeting is transcribed the next day from the audio recording. And then Diane just has to go in there, assign who was speaking, and look for where there were possible mistakes, where the audio didn't translate to the page,
The person speaking, like,
Right. Should be able to, because we don't announce when we speak, we don't announce we speak, so it's not gonna pick that up, right? It's gonna be all one, right? So she would have to go in and, she still has to listen, but then it's just putting a person's name in, and when the people come to the podium, they should be saying their names, so that shouldn't be a problem. I think we should look into that, just to see how much expensive it is, and if Diane thinks it's something that would substantially cut her time, putting these together. I don't think we should give up on actual transcripts just yet, without looking into something.
There's a website called Transcribe Me
Right.
that uses AI, and it does it really quickly. There's different levels of transcription depending on if you use AI or a real person. So you could look at Transcribe Me.
Okay, so moving on then to the April 2024 financial reports. Is there either be a motion?
There was
Did
a
I skip
motion,
something?
there was a motion to table the minutes.
Oh, sorry, it's right, Jason and I. Sorry, okay, motion. Roll call.
Ms. Delion,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Cordero.
I hesitate to vote yes on this because I would like to hear from Mr. Museum whether or not we should.
In response to your question, since we're scheduled in a couple weeks anyway, having official meetings or non-official meetings isn't gonna cause a major issue with regard to a response to the complaint. There's still the YouTube video, and if there's a
That's fine.
requirement to get some information, it's there.
Okay, thank you. All right, I vote yes.
Mr. Carochi,
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now I can go on to the financial reports. Okay, April 2024 financial reports are ready for council's review and approval. Would there be a motion to approve? I'll make that motion. Would there be a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. And council discussion, Jason?
I have no discussion.
Tom?
No.
Gisela, no. Victoria?
Yes.
Laura?
Wait, is it a vote or a discussion?
No, it's a discussion.
Okay, well, Victoria said yes, so that means she wants
Well,
to discuss this.
No,
She said
that's not
yes.
what I meant.
I'd like to thank Kathy for putting them
It's getting
together.
confusing. So council discussion,
Yes, I support the financial reports.
public comment. Anyone out there like to speak on the financial report? Not? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Benonis, Ms. Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi,
Yes, thanks for putting them together, Kathy.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Delion.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, next we have council and staff reports. Kathy, do you have a report?
I do not.
Council, I don't have anything. Jason, do you have anything?
Yeah, I do. Again, back to my earlier point that I brought up, and I said we're going to talk about this a little bit more later. I'm looking at the spring 2024, volume 28, issue 1 of the Lower Saucon Township newsletter. This was sent out to all residents, and on the face page of this, there's a note from the president, and it goes on and paints what is purportedly a rosy picture of the township's state. And I believe that this is inaccurate, it's misleading. I'm not sure why Priscilla De Leon, council president, was given this bully pulpit to use township resources, to have direct communications by mail to advance her narrative of what is going on in the township. I think it's wrong. I think it's a misuse of township taxpayer resources. And I take great issue with it. Kathy, can you tell me how this came to be, that she was given a note from the president and this was placed in here?
We have, and I'm sure council is aware, we've been working on this newsletter for quite some time. We do request of all members of council and committees to provide us with timely information to put in the website or on the newsletter. Council President, as far as I know, this is the first letter that went out for me or under me. However, we've always had the president of the council write an opening statement on the newsletter, as far as I know.
I've never done it. And I was
Well,
council for 3 years. And Sandy was president when I was on council. I've been on council now for a total of 5 years. And I've never seen a council president author one of these.
That was a choice. I know I've been president many times and I've done it,
Well,
so.
you're trying to say that
Also,
there's
I
some sort
received
of
the
precedent
request
for
to
this,
put
and
that
there's
in
no precedent for this.
Newsletter also.
There's no precedent whatsoever for this. Just stop talking.
The
I'm not
request
talking
to
you.
put
Just
stuff
stop talking,
in,
you still on the floor. Just stop her from talking. Can you gavel her? Can you get control of the meeting, or is it, are you incapable of running
Victoria,
it?
no, you're incapable. Go
Why am I
ahead.
incapable? I'm not the one running the meeting, and I'm not the one who's allowing somebody else to speak over me. I think you're the one who's incapable. I'm trying
I
to
think the
make my
minutes
point
will
here.
reflect that you
I'm trying to
talk a
make my
lot.
point. I
and
do talk a lot
over
because I have a
people.
lot to say, and I think the public values what I have to say. You may not, I don't care. But my problem is that you're talking about there's some precedent for this. Well, I'm not aware of it in at least the past 5 years having taken place. So as far as I'm concerned, there is no precedent. I find this to be highly troubling. And I would like the opportunity to correct this narrative. And I want to be able to write a letter, and Tom, you may want to participate in this, as to what's going on, you know, in our great community. So, you know, for you to hijack this, which is supposed to be a newsletter, you know, it's fine to talk about FBI lead awards and pet registries and no peddling and the police department exchange area and things like that. These are things of value that the township administration and structure provides to the community. Not your political rantings here and your bias. This is ridiculous to allow this. And I just think it's wholly improper. You've used township resources for your own personal benefit yet again. You've done this before. You did this back with the landfill back in the day with Larissa and others, and you're having consultants going out, and I remember, you know this, so don't roll your eyes at me. You had consultants going out at your direction and incurring charges to the township without having been directed or approved to do that by a majority of this council. So it's another example of this, and we said back then it was an ethical violation, and again it's an ethical violation. You cannot treat the township like it's your personal affairs, right? You're a single member of council, and your authority as a single member of council is just that, as a single member of council, unless and until there's a majority of council that votes to do something in furtherance of it. There's never been a vote for this, just like there was never a vote back then with the landfill consultants undertaking activities, incurring fees, and billing the township for stuff that you wanted them to do, perhaps unbeknownst to other members of council. So, what's the problem? You didn't learn then, are you going to learn now? Or are you going to continue to do this?
I remember a conversation with Tom, who called me after a fire services meeting and said that we're asking the solicitor to do blah, 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 blah. And I said, oh, really? Is that like me talking to the landfill? Do you remember that conversation?
But we talked about it in a public meeting.
No, we talked about it, and you called me. I was sitting on my deck, and we had a conversation.
Smelling the smells?
Excuse me?
On your deck, smelling the smells, enjoying the nature. That's what you're doing?
If I can just have a point of order, I think it's important to highlight that.
I can't hear you.
I think it's important to highlight that Ms. Gorman has indicated that this is something that's happened well before in many years. I also want to point out, if we're talking about, like, I just heard this diatribe about using.
Not a diatribe.
This is his council time.
Using township resources for personal gain. I don't find anything in the statement a personal thing, me versus him, but what I will say is in 2023, I think when there was a presentation made at hearings and council meetings, there was a presentation that you provided that went over your interpretation of benefits for the landfill and things like that. And as I recall, it was produced by you. It was never a vote that like the council approved that they felt this was the official position of the township. And then it appeared on our township website. And it took days and days and days. And then the township website finally updated to show that the presentation, which appeared on the front page of our website, was from Mr. Bononis. So to now argue that you have not done this, when you in fact just did it months ago, is, I think, disingenuous.
Here's what's disingenuous. Your ignorance. Your ignorance to the fact that that was voted upon to be put up on.
It was never voted
Never
upon.
voted on.
Never voted upon. That's why they had to correct it on the
Find it
website
in
to say it was
minutes
from
and
you.
show us.
It wasn't a township document. It was your document.
I didn't put it up there.
Somehow it got up there.
Call Mark Hudson and ask him.
You didn't ask to get it taken down. You weren't claiming the township was acting on your behalf.
Did you
I didn't hear you
did
making the
anybody back then
complaint.
ask to take it down?
I didn't hear you make the
I'm calling it out
complaint.
now. You could have called it out then, but I'm
I
not aware of
did
that.
call it out.
Well, then
I
what was done
questioned
with it?
because I wanted to
What was
put
done with it?
something
What
up
was
on
done
there.
with it when you called it out? What
What's
happened?
that?
What happened when you
It
called
got
it?
taken down.
Aha, so there was a corrective measure that was taken. In this case, I want a corrective measure. The corrective
nothing
measure that I
wrong with what I
want,
wrote
the
on
corrective
that.
measure that I want is the same opportunity to address the community through the same means,
You had
methods,
an
and form.
opportunity. We
No,
all
I don't.
had it.
I don't
You
because I'm
got
not
an
mailing.
email
I didn't-
asking you to provide input for the
I
record.
didn't write
All of us
this.
got the email. Yes, you didn't write anything. That doesn't mean you didn't have the opportunity to write
This is
something.
his council.
This is my time. I didn't have the opportunity to write this because in the history that I have been on council for more than 5 years, never has a council president taken the initiative to write a biased piece where they're going to be communicating with the general public directly to their homes in a slanted, biased way.
Show me
That's the
what's
problem.
biased in there.
There's much bias in
I-
here.
yeah,
There's
it's
nothing in
biased.
here.
I think
There's
that-
nothing in here about raising
the
taxes.
council
There's nothing
manager-
in here. Stop. She asked me a question. Stop
manager has
interrupting.
indicated
Gavel her
in
and
his
stop her from
historic-
interrupting me.
it's-
There's nothing in here about raising taxes. There's nothing in here
I didn't want to do this, Priscilla. I didn't want to do this,
Nothing in
Priscilla.
here about
I didn't want to do this, Priscilla.
publishing a knowingly inaccurate budget, nothing in here about letting go a 23-year solicitor to the township, nothing in here about losing a solicitor that you handpicked and met with privately before you were ever on council, and only lasting 16 days, nothing in here about the circumstances of hiring Mr. Gitsuzian, nothing in here about conflict of interest, nothing in here about the cover-up of giving money to Hellertown under the guise of an invoice that was owed, and then trying to hide it in an executive session, and then having to come out and then putting it on the agenda later to recast it as, is it funny? You asked for the question. So show me a little bit of respect here. Don't be so goddamn ignorant. No, you're not. You're not. You're laughing because you asked me to answer your question, and I'm explaining to you all these things, and the way that you respond to me pointing out to you all of the garbage that's in here or not in here is you laughing at me. So that's the respect that you show. So you asked me the answer. You asked me for the answer. I'm giving you the answer. You may not like the answer, and the way you don't like the answer is you laugh at me because of that. So you are the most disrespectful, ignorant person I've ever met, perhaps besides Victoria Optoff. Okay? So there's the problem. And among other things, those are the problems here. So you can be misleading by saying something that's a lie. You can also be misleading by omitting something. And it's the omission here that is the problem that I have. The fact that you are not telling a complete story. This is your view of what's going on in the township. Rainbows and unicorns. This isn't rainbow and unicorns. We're here now at 2:03 in the morning. How many meetings have we been here after midnight? Rainbows and unicorns. Come on. You know all the bullshit that's happening, and you're right in the crosshairs on this, and you don't want the public to know. You only want those people that take the time to come here and endure stuff like Mr. Beland endures, and the criticism, the hooting and the hollering, and all the harassment that they get, or when Mrs. Ladder's here and has people coming up and leaning, and she has to freak out because there's people that are accosting her, and you know the few people that are logging on online to see what happens. This is a direct communication into the people's households. That's the difference, and that's the problem that I have with this. I think it's totally wrong, and I want an equal opportunity to be able to communicate what's going on to the residents through the same direct mail means that you chose to hijack for your own personal benefit.
I just want to say there was no hijack. Everybody got the opportunity to provide comment for the newsletter. That means all members of council. It wasn't an individual thing.
Okay, so wait till
So the opportunity was there.
If your position is, wait till you see the treatise that I write for the next newsletter about all the bullshit and all the
I'm sure it
stuff
will
that's
be a
going on.
dissertation.
Wait for that.
I'm sure it'll
Do
be
you
a
have
dissertation.
anything else?
That's what I want. I'm making a motion that I want the township to allow me, and if Tom, you want to participate and contribute to this piece, a similar, would you stop talking? Would you stop talking? It's a council report. It's a council report, ma'am. It's a council report. It's a council report. So would you stop interrupting me? We've been here till 2.
Yeah.
Trying to make a motion.
He did make a motion. I seconded
I
it.
know, it's not.
It's illegal.
The new sunshine law.
On the agenda.
It's a council report. I can make an action
You
based,
can make,
I can make a motion for an action based upon my council report.
No, you can't. You have to have it on the
it
agenda.
has to be on the agenda.
Talk about.
Kathy, I
We
have one on
can
the
put on the
Kathy,
agenda.
That aren't descriptive.
Kathy, I have one on the next agenda, and I hope you'll accept this oral request as opposed to a written request. Discussion of the Lower Saucon Township Spring 2024, Volume 28, Issue 1 newsletter, and possible action to include written communication in the same form that was taken by Council President Priscilla De Leon in providing an update on Lower Saucon Township.
Okay, did you have anything else? Okay,
Tom, can I guess,
Tom?
do I have to make a motion for that? Do you want a motion, Kathy, or is that
You
good
can have
enough?
a motion.
I will
You
have
can have a motion, put it on agenda. Sure, I
I will
can.
have it on the agenda.
But there's lots of times we make motions to put things on the
And the
agenda.
sunshine law changed
I'm asking to put something on an agenda. It's not a violation, it's not a violation to have a motion. Oh, sorry, fine. It's on the agenda, good enough. We'll deal with it again, and you can explain yourself and embarrass yourself for this garbage.
That's what you think, I don't
That's
embarrass
what I
myself.
think.
You
I'm tired of what I
embarrass
can
yourself.
think. I have two eyes and I have a brain.
I'll be brief with no interruption, if they are gonna go. Priscilla, I do remember that phone call, and I think it was after fire services meeting, I wanted to give you a
I
heads
can't hear
up.
you, what? You do remember that phone call now?
Don't interrupt me. I remember that phone call, it was after a fire services meeting, to let you know heads up that something needed to be done immediately from the solicitor. And we spoke about it at the next public meeting, and it was a heads up. Now, that's transparency. It might have been after the fact, but it was transparency. I told you prior to public and public disclosure. Now, last Friday, you went and met with the DEP, and you took Township Engineer Scott Brown with you. And you had all this meeting to disclose that to them. So that you and Victoria commandeered a township engineer at township taxpayers' expense, took him to a DEP meeting, and you didn't call me and let me know, and you didn't disclose it tonight. You didn't let me finish. You didn't disclose it tonight, and that's the difference. That's the difference. You hide things, and you use township resources like paying Scott Brown without council's consent. That's wrong. It's spending taxpayers' dollars without a vote. So we'll move on, but that's the difference between me and you two. I do disclose it publicly. You had all meetings, 2 o'clock. We got here at 6:30. You had all meetings to say, oh, by the way, we met with the DEP last Friday, and we took Scott Brown with us, and the township's going to be on the hook for his billable hours. Sorry we couldn't let you know earlier, or something like that. Or we didn't have the meeting set for the prior meeting or whatever. Would have been fine, but no, you hit it.
Okay.
You hit it. Now, I'm not done. This is my time. This is my time.
Makes you feel good and big with that
No,
gavel, right?
I didn't have to pull it out till the end because you finally wouldn't do it. This has been my bag the whole meeting.
Please.
I pulled it out at the end because it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you're interrupting me. That's the only reason. I could have pulled it out at 6:30 if I wanted to, right? What do you think, I just went out and got this?
Well, maybe
It's my bag the whole
You
time.
would have come 5 hours ago.
Right, exactly. I tend to agree with Jason on the newsletter. It was too political, and the front cover should have been our fire services or our police or our EMS that we've honored this month and this spring. And it just, again, it's obnoxious. You put yourself there, and it really says what you think, that you're much more important than these people. Jeremy, I'm glad you have off tomorrow. All right. And then you might remember last time there was a discussion about West East, and the other thing we haven't heard tonight is from our solicitor. He's like, well, there's been a lot of accusations, and I'll get back to you on that. And so we get called from West Easton, and we talked to the guy, and he's like, yeah, you guys are right on. He tried to defend this lawsuit, we're losing it, we have to pay a lot of money. He goes, now, instead of Susie going to the meetings, he's sending one of his underlings, Stephanie, so that when it comes down that they lost this case, he didn't report it to the insurance company, and all this crap happens, it's some associate there, Stephanie, that's got to take the public blame and ridicule. He's throwing her under the bus, apparently. He doesn't go to the West Easton borough meetings anymore. Oh my gosh, what a guy, our solicitor. That's all I have.
Tom, I just need to clarify. I also did not receive notice of the secret meeting with Scott Brown and DEP that Priscilla and Victoria participated in. I appreciate
So they used township dollars, resources, to pay Mr. Brown his hourly rate, which is whatever, it's his hourly rate. I don't expect him to do it for free. But that should have been approved by council, but it wasn't. It was done in secret. All this nonsense about transparency that they always talk about.
Okay,
But
so
they did
I'll
that
go
secret.
next with my report. This is the first opportunity that I have to say that we met with DEP.
and Scott was there, and Victoria, and there were other people there. So.
We ask
all I have for
for council's permission before you do it next time.
Victoria, you wanna go next?
I guess that's enough.
That's enough,
Yeah,
right?
I enjoyed the meeting that we had with the DEP. It was enlightening, and I think Mr. Brown coming was very important. The DEP enlightened us that they appreciate receiving his reports, and they were able to have a discussion, and I think that was important. He's a member of our landfill committee. I'm a member of the landfill committee, so was Priscilla. There was no quorum of people, so that's it.
Can we learn what was discussed during that secret meeting? I mean, I understand that we're all happy, it was like patting each other on the back.
The other agenda item.
What was discussed during the meeting?
I would like to finish
Tell us what was discussed, I mean, let's not just
I would
gloss
like
over
to.
it. It was a great meeting, we all patted each other on the back, it was wonderful, but you won't tell us what was discussed. Taxpayer dollars were spent with this consultant, but you won't tell us what was discussed.
We discussed
That's brilliant.
landfill operations. Landfill operations.
Oh, so you met with the DP and you talked about landfill operations. A little more detail, can we drill down on that? Do you remember?
I don't think there was anybody taking notes. It's not
But
an
you have a
official
recollection
meeting.
of it? Do you have a like,
Yeah, I
you
do,
talked
and
about
I just
landfill
told you, it's
operations.
about landfill operations.
Was anybody from the landfill there?
No,
Oh,
they weren't.
Oh, whoa. Wow.
It wasn't an official meeting.
It wasn't an official meeting, I thought the DEP thought it was official. Did you put your mileage in for reimbursement? Did you put your
The
mileage in?
other part
for
of my
Yeah, fine.
committee report, I shouldn't say committee report, my councilperson report is that I was able to attend the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission's General Assembly meeting yesterday. It was very informative. It started at 7, it was at their new offices in Allentown. They went over many different things that are available through state funding and things that the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission is working on. There were presentations made by state representatives and also representatives of the LVPG. One thing that was of interest, they seem to be highlighting a lot of funding that was available for municipalities working on energy efficiency projects or environmental conservation projects. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention for Laura, the EAC, for the municipality, for whatever we end up doing. I don't know if we look at Penvest or any of these things, but they had, I'm happy to bring that to you later, Kathy.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I will hold off on my reports from my Parks and Recs and EAC board meetings.
Okay, solicitor?
We're gonna need an executive session.
Correct. Okay, moving on then to public comment non-agenda items with a 5-minute time limit. Is there anybody left here that still would like to speak?
Of course. Let's start off by the fact that we don't seem to ever get a report from EAC. And if I'm incorrect, please let me know. I will be scouting the minutes now that I've got them all lined up. But I think that's important. If you're going to be on that board, you should be giving a report. And that's true. I agree with whoever was saying. If you go and you attend a meeting, it's... No, Lance, I used to go out to meetings and I had to file a report when I came back. You guys just blow it off. It's a day off. Which, I'd like to say, no more of these phone calls where you call in from Hershey and it's... That's a non-participant meeting. And if you can't make the connection clear, then bag it. And you know, Priscilla, who I'm talking about, it's you. And that's just not acceptable. If that's all you think about the public, that's really sad. Okay, I hope that some of this is just like, I might as well talk to the floor or something. So it doesn't seem to change, you don't get any acknowledgement. People like Steve are reading his whatever and whatever. It just absolutely blows my mind. Okay, there's one thing I did want to ask though, it wasn't clear to me. Will the next newsletter talk about this $1.1 million lawsuit?
Yeah, I'll tell you, when I write my version of what's going on, I intend to include a lot of things in there, and perhaps that lawsuit would be included as well. It depends on, you know, what I would have to say, and I certainly wouldn't want to breach any confidentiality or duty
Sure.
when I go to the township. But I think the township residents have an interest in that, and they should know that.
For 1.1 million, you lose that baby, I'm telling you, it's got to sway the taxes somewhere. So yeah, I'd like to see that. I don't want to, hanging the dirty laundry out is sort of a no-no. But the bottom line is, there have been so many things here that have been swept under the rug. And here, maybe I didn't hear you right, Victoria. I thought you said something about amending the public record or the minutes or something because of this potential suit. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, she wants to change the record, change the minutes,
That's not what I
to fit
said.
her narrative, says defender in the lawsuit. That's right, that's what you're.
That's not what I said.
That was my understanding.
That's okay.
That was my understanding as well.
The YouTube video will speak for
Wants to
itself.
moderate.
That's right. Doesn't matter, Victoria. The bottom line is I do have VOIC, so voice to print is easy for me. But I'm running Linux, I'm not running Microsoft, okay? So those are requests, of course, you know. You can see that the public is beating down the walls to get here, but I really hope you do listen to some things, yeah? I tend to be a little biased, but Ms. De Leon, you really need to be less biased when you're gaveling one person and not the other. And people that just yell over other people, you need a little trap door and pull the door and they just go out of sight. I know they're your followers.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Thank all of you.
Anybody else like to speak under non-agenda public comment? Okay, hearing none, I guess we're going to recess the meeting and go into executive session.
Can we just take like 5 minutes? I don't have to use the restroom.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to just use the restroom before we run into the room.
Rest of what?
Restroom.
Oh,
Just a
yes,
break
I do
before
too.
we start the
Right,
executive
right,
session,
right, right.
please.
Okay, so recess is at 2:18, and we're going into executive session to talk about the litigation that we received.
And when you come out, you will or will not make a statement?
We don't know that
Say
yet.
we can't
We
make
do
a
not know that
statement?
yet. You will find out.
So it's over.
We're gonna get, and as soon individually, they're gonna try and get their attorney's fees covered by tax. That's what's gonna happen. They-
That was the phone I should have used when I called in.
It's about 1.2 years, and I still have another stick. So that's a fucking blocking website.
I don't do that. Nor would I ever want access to it.
Sure. Oh, yeah, oh, absolutely.
I'll be coming in late. Third. But I gotta try to get those, so.
I gotta go through and see. I'm in general, you know me.
Well, usually my husband's home, he's not, he has to leave early tomorrow.
I'll send you this.
Spot brought snacks. I was back there, my stomach just started to turn. I was getting
Not enough.
so lost. And I'm walking forward and back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're all photos, so they should be in the packets now.
Oh, good.
So let me know. Okay.
What the meeting was, and I can figure out what it was. Something, I might have pulled something up, it was like a color version of maybe what was in the packet, so it was a little bit easier to, like, comprehend.
Stacy just had a packet, and she says, oh, they're in the thing, so.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out,
Yeah.
we can
Oh,
provide you
yeah,
with whatever
absolutely.
it is.
Yep, you'll see this in a day or so. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's six this.
I'll probably be in trouble for that.
Two shepherds.
Oh, you
Two
did?
babies, yeah.
They're puppies?
14, no, puppies are 14 months.
That's funny, that's so funny.
She's
And two of them? Are
yeah.
they siblings?
Yes, they are. Yes,
I'm a
they
huge
are.
dog person, I'll show you a picture of my dog.
Gosh. Everybody asks me for them online. I mean, I play with them all the time, don't take pictures, but it's not.
Those are my two sons, and that's my dog. He will be 2 in June, so, yeah. So you must be enjoying that.
Oh, that's what I appreciate.
There's like dogs and the dogs, they like just make way better.
We got a kitty and a parent, a blue front Amazon.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's great.
37 years old.
Oh my gosh, and they live quite a long time, right?
No, it's
Wow.
that's really cool. No, I appreciate it. I've been buying the landfill twice a time. It's always clean, it's always nice. The trucks clean through. I do.
Well, this is a lot, I mean, yeah, it's a huge treasure, but just know that if you
Oh,
the door and ask her.
I will. People always say, oh, they're so gracious, you just ask them. I wish. I don't
All right, have a great night, or morning.
Yeah, good morning, good morning. Yeah, your breakfast. Another 2 hours it will be. What is it?
2:30.
Yeah, about 21 hours up, so.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning.
Okay, now it's gonna be off your to-do list, so look at that, I just made you that cake.
I heard you talking about your dog, so that should,
Oh, let me see.
well, I have to show you that she's slow. She's well, Dre, yeah, I don't understand that. Okay, so, this what she used to look like.
Oh, she's a beauty.
She 11 this year. What's that? 11.
11?
No. Well, she started, I love showing people this. So this is what started happening to her.
Oh, what is that?
I know, she's so cute.
Oh,
So now,
is she totally white?
yeah, she has.
Oh my goodness.
She's gonna let go.
Is it just, I mean,
It's
is there any
just-
symptom associated
No,
with it?
she's
Just-
perfectly fine. Yeah, but, and she. You see that?
Does that itch or is that
No.
painful? Okay, good.
No, She's gonna swim. Look at her. And she's cold.
And she likes the snow, but she can't really.
Oh.
And she loves the snow.
What's her name?
Bella. But I have to wash her with, water.
Oh, because she doesn't have any fur.
Yeah, she loves it, right. I have a swim vest for her, so that's help.
Oh.
She doesn't get sunburned, so she can't swim like she used to. Yeah.
So it's so funny, we had chocolate labs, who I loved, but I think it's because this dog is my empty nest dog, that I just have so much more like capacity to love it.
Right,
But anyway, we have 2 chocolate labs, neither of whom, we have a pool, neither of whom will go up, like they wouldn't step foot in the
You
water.
know, it's so funny, my sister has 2 Goldens, and her Goldens go to my water too.
Yes, yeah, I see
Yeah,
it
no,
on TikTok
hers
all the
don't go.
time,
You're
like
afraid.
Golden's jumping in the pool.
Yeah, that's
Do you
right.
see that one, his name, I think his name is Buster?
Yeah.
We're probably on the same.
Well, yes, well, my dog has done that. When at my old job, I used to go home at lunch. And around the summer, I she likes her. And then, of course, she's wet, you know, you can't go wet dog in
And
the
then I
house.
gotta go back to work, and
Right,
then I gotta have
right,
a dog, and we're
right.
going back to the pool.
So, and, you know, when people go, like, my mom will go out on me sometimes, and she got in the pool, I'm like, I'm sorry. But she knows, like, if you're sort of a stranger in her house, she knows.
Yeah, she does what she can get away with. Oh my gosh, it's so
Yeah.
funny, because I was like, oh, I want a dog to get in the pool, and this one won't go anywhere near either, but he's a Rottweiler.
Oh, okay.
Which I think that they don't hate water typically, but he won't even go, like, he's mostly black, and so it gets really hot in the summer.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we bought like a little baby pool, and he won't
Right.
even, like, put
And
his
you
spots
know,
in the pool.
she was black too at one point, but she was like,
Hot.
Did she? Did she?
Yes.
I never
And then it's like,
yeah.
they're panting, I'm like, just move into the shade. Oh my
Yep,
gosh.
she lays on the hot patches. Yeah. I know. She's like, but I you know, wrong with her.
Right,
It's not
right.
the same as-
Not all, I think you need to be like in the right place, like mentally and time, all the things.
Right.
And when you hit that sweet spot and then you get a dog, you're like, I love you more than anything. Like I would go
Like,
and walk that dog in the rain, in the cold, like, I mean, oh,
And she usually loved it.
good thing, she's very confused, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Hopefully they won't be there.
I know. Well, anyway, I heard you bragging about
Yeah,
dogs.
I can talk about dogs all day long.
I have 2.
Okay, let's talk about our older dogs.
2 mini Australian Shepherds. One just turned 9. Yeah, well, she'll be 9 at the end of the year.
So they're both around the same age?
Yeah, they're 6 months apart.
Are they, like, from the same mother or anything?
No, from the same breeder, but not the same mom or dad.
I was showing her a picture of my dog, and she was a black lab, but she got vitiligo and alopecia, so she turned white and then she left all of that. So she's bald. And I take her to the vet, and I'm like, she's beautiful, what kind of dog is she?
Right, like
She
it's-
looks like a Dalmatian from afar, like she's a black lab and there's a lab right here.
You guys can do that.
Aww.
They have the most amazing
Oh my
eyes.
gosh.
They're gorgeous.
What are those blue eyes?
That's why I picked them.
Oh my gosh.
Do they try to, like, herd your boys? Like, are they always?
They do.
Yeah.
If they start running or anything, yeah. Anybody that comes over.
Yeah. It's just like so instinctual with them, unless you realize it, and you're like, wait, what are you doing? Like, why are you in my face? But they're just trying to get out of there.
Dogs are fun.
So it's kind of interesting.
I'm not understanding that like I was 12, so I'm like, and she's alive, so she's reaching her, you know, and every time I look at her, I'm like, I can't imagine her not being around anymore.
Well, we
you know?
started noticing that she was having trouble getting up with black one. She was having trouble getting up and walking around. So we took her in. She's got Lyme's disease. So she's going on treatment right now, but
That's the other thing, I love the dog, but she's a lot of money, and I'm like, I don't want it
we
anymore.
used to give them the heart pills, whatever it is, and then we used to give pills for tics and flu.
Yeah.
But then the reader was like, oh, you guys got to stop giving pills. You got to do that drop on the back.
Do you think it works?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
I think when we had the pills, that worked. Because she
You know,
had
my
tics on her
husband
all the
always
time.
bought, you know, twice now he bought the,
Collar.
it stinks.
Like my dog's hating collars around.
Well, she like a stink to it. I feel like it's the chemical coming out of it. But now she doesn't have any hair, so I'm like, shit. I got these and tips that don't really go on her.
Yeah, she sees it takes all the time. We had no issues when she was on the film. Now I'm not sure if she's dry.
That's awesome. That's not a good thing.
I know.
And for anybody, a human too.
Okay. So the meeting is reconvened at 2:31 a.m. And we just came out of executive session to talk about, what do I say?
Outstanding litigation.
Outstanding litigation. And Steve, you have two motions?
Yes, the first motion, if someone is inclined, would be to authorize my office in the court file of 48-CB-2003-6089 to agree to continue the oral argument that is scheduled for May 28th.
Okay, so moved as stated by the solicitor. Is there a second?
A second.
Laura? Okay, any other discussion? So we would have Jason,
Discussion.
Tom,
No.
none for me, Victoria, Laura?
No.
Okay, and I guess public comment, anybody out there would like to speak regarding this issue?
I just wanted to confirm, since I don't have that
We can't hear you, you gotta go
Oh,
up.
I'm sorry.
No, you've gotta follow directions.
Let me cut you off. I think I know what your question is. That is the continuance request that your office made to postpone the oral arguments. You asked for everybody's agreement to do so.
In the declaratory judgment litigation, okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I assumed that was your question.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Okay, and then you had a second. Oh,
Good luck.
roll call?
Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carochi,
No.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
No.
motion passes 3-2.
And I believe you have a
I
second motion?
In the court file number of 48-CB-2024-04292, which is the complaint that was just filed, or just served, which has listed as defendants the township, various individuals in their official capacities, and myself in my official capacity as Lower Saucon Township Solicitor. If somebody was willing to make a motion to authorize the solicitor directly and indirectly to take all necessary steps to respond to the complaint and pursue all options to oppose the allegations in the complaint.
And I'll make that motion. So we'll go to solicitor. Would there be a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Victoria. And I guess any other discussion? Jason?
First of all, earlier when I made comments about this litigation at the beginning of this meeting, which started yesterday, I had mentioned that Victoria Altough Cordero, Priscilla De Leon, Laura Ray were sued in their individual capacities, and that Stevie Susan was sued in his individual capacity. They were all sued individually, but in their official capacities as either elected council persons or township solicitors. So I wanted to make that clarification. Also, the lawsuit, based upon my quick secondary review during the executive session, indicates that there are two counts for violations of Sunshine Act, two separate violations. There are 2 counts for declaratory judgment actions. There's 1 count for injunctive relief, and there's 1 count for promissory estoppel. And again, I believe it's in the promissory estoppel count where the damages are sought are around $1.1 million. I'm not sure how I can vote to direct the township solicitor to take, as you said, all action in furtherance of the defense's case. Is that how you framed it, Steve?
All necessary steps to respond to the complaint and pursue options, or to pursue all options to oppose the allegations.
I mean, I think that, I don't think I'm violating any obligations that I have here to the township, but I think that the individuals who have been alleged to have undertaken these acts may have done that. The only reason I'm using may is because I'm speaking here publicly about this. I may feel more strongly than may. So I don't think I can vote in good faith. I mean, I understand that and this is where the conflict arises, that I brought up earlier. I would like legal counsel on this issue because I have an obligation to the township in my capacity as a councilman. I also have an obligation and duty of candor to the court as a lawyer, although I'm not serving on this council in my official capacity as a lawyer. So I don't know how I can vote upon this without having further consideration, more time to think about the ethical implications of this. And I would like to have separate counsel advising me on this because of these issues. For anybody on this council, I think to vote to do this seeks to protect themselves in their positions individually in their official capacities. And that's where my conflict arises. And I don't think I can cast a vote on this. I think would need to, I don't know how anybody can cast a vote on this. I think everybody would have to recuse themselves because for any of the individuals that are named individually in their official capacities, it seems like a misappropriation of township resources to provide a defense for what could be a very clear violation that was raised here. I'm sorry for the long-winded answer. I'm just trying to think this through. Here at 2:40 or whatever it is in the morning, after we've been going over this for a while. But again, I don't feel comfortable with taking any action without having the advice of counsel, and it would need to be counsel who is unbiased, or at least without the appearance of bias or agenda, because the solicitor, who's been named individually in his official capacity as township solicitor, I don't think I can accept candid, appropriate legal advice from him. That's all I have to say.
Okay, so I'm ready to vote.
No,
We go down to other comment.
I need a comment.
Yes, Tom?
Yeah, I feel similarly. I feel Mr. Gasusian, he's the reason, his advice is the reason why we're being sued for Sunshine Act violations. Now we're gonna hire him as the attorney to defend us on it? His actions are the reasons why. He lied, and I don't trust him. He lied about what happened in executive session on April 3rd. He came out 2 weeks later. He didn't come out at the April 3rd meeting. He came out 2 weeks later on April 17th and lied about what happened on the 3rd to the public, the whole room. And I don't trust him. He's a big reason we're in this because his legal advice was so poor that now we've been sued. The township might be on the hook for $1.1 million. I haven't read the complaint yet, but from what he told us in executive session and what Jason tells us from having skimmed it, I don't know how we could hire him on this particular matter, or ask him to represent the township, basically, because it's $1.1 million of taxpayer money. It's township money. I mean, we might have insurance, but it's not going to cover all that. I doubt it's going to cover all that. And
my preference would be to table this vote until I have the opportunity to consult with counsel that I feel comfortable with providing with legal advice on these issues.
Yeah.
I understand my obligations to the township, but I also owe obligations to not do something that's unethical. And I'm afraid that if I was to cast a vote in favor of this, that I would be perhaps furthering violation.
He's lied to my face, I've seen him lie to a room full of people, I just don't trust him to represent me or the council, or the township.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. Victoria, did you have anything to say?
I don't have a problem, I disagree with the characterizations of Mr. Anderson's approach.
Right. Laura?
Yeah, I'm not gonna make any comment.
But again, keep in mind, Tom and I are not similarly situated with the other members of the council who have stated their at least approval or intent to provide approval for this. We're differently situated because we have not been named individually in our capacities as council members here. You have. We have. And that's what is distinguishing to me.
Because of public comment.
Right, so we're finished. Okay, public comment. Anybody out there like to speak on this issue? Okay, roll call please.
Mr. Carucci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delion?
Yes.
Mr. Manonis?
You know, quite honestly, I'm torn between abstaining from voting and voting no.
Mine's a trust issue, you have to trust your attorney, not to trust him.
Yeah. I mean,
But you can abstain? Okay. Well, offended me.
I mean, I have, but I don't know what my conflict is. I just haven't wrapped my mind around exactly what it is, but it just seems like there's a conflict here. So, you know, in an abundance of caution, I'll cast an affirmative vote, not abstain, but with the qualification that, considering that perhaps maybe I should abstain, but I don't have legal counsel here to tell me what I should do in the circumstances. So I'm going to take a shot at this and say no. Say no.
Ms. Saucon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
And before we move on and adjourn this, I'd like to make a motion for the township to provide separate legal counsel for Mr. Carucci and me, considering that we are not named as individual defendants in any official capacity in this litigation, because we are not similarly situated with the others. Our interests may not be the same as the interests of those others, and I believe that any attorney who would seek to provide representation of the individuals who have been named as defendants in their official capacities would recognize that there is either an actual conflict of interest, an appearance of conflict of interest, or the circumstances would not allow defense to be provided to all of us.
I'll second.
So there's a motion on the floor in a second.
But
And I guess there's another discussion, Jason? Any other discussion, Tom?
That's my discussion. I mean, I think it's appropriate to do that.
More already said, it wasn't on the agenda. The past two votes we took were on the agenda. Past two votes were on the agenda, that's why we went back in executive session.
Isn't this part of the executive session?
I believe him.
Right, yeah, I don't have a problem with voting on this. It's okay. It doesn't have to be on the agenda because it's the executive session.
Right. Like the past two votes.
And it's dealing with
Realize
litigation. It's dealing with litigation that we're discussing today.
Right. So, I'm just asking for other discussion before I open it up to the floor. And anybody in the audience like to speak on this? Go ahead. You have to come up to the podium now.
I'm sorry.
The mic's not on.
I'm sorry.
Mark Osemek, and since Benonis and Carucci are not listed in the lawsuit, why should the township fund money for their private lawyer to defend them in something they don't have to defend themselves in?
Because the township's name is a party, and we're members of council on behalf of the township. That's the reason why, sir.
Well, then I would say you're stuck with who the council picks. Or hire your own attorney.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Just don't run anybody over, why don't we?
Okay, roll call please.
Ms. Ray?
So to be clear, what the request is, this is the.
You're asking for a separate attorney.
Correct.
I'll say no.
Ms. Delian?
No.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Rivera?
No, I don't think we should be paying more lawyers and spending taxpayer dollars on that.
Mr. Carosi?
Yes, you should have thought that before you violated the sunshine.
You didn't violate the sunshine.
So I just want the record to be clear here.
Yeah.
You've now deprived,
Well, I don't think you haven't voted yet.
he said
I
no.
voted yes.
Okay.
You've now deprived the two members of council who are not implicated in this lawsuit from having adequate legal counsel. I just want that to be perfectly clear for the public to see that and understand that.
You
So
can
you're
hire
trying,
your
you're
lawyer.
trying, I'm not talking. So what you're trying to do is somehow bring us into your sphere of nonsense and Sunshine Act violations, which we were not part of. To the contrary, far from it. And you're depriving us of legal counsel. I guess that maybe that means that I need to hire my own personal legal counsel to file an action against the township for failing to afford me as a member of council with the legal representation that I deem to be necessary. And if that occurs, you've now exposed the township to another lawsuit. You've also exposed the township to the legal fees that I'm going to incur, perhaps if I pursue this lawsuit, to assure that I have adequate legal counsel in my official capacity on this council, and other damages. So I think that's awfully short-sighted of you, but that's what you folks do. Have at it. You know, and whoever ultimately ends up representing the township and the four folks that are behind all of this, I hope that they at least recognize at that point when they become involved in this case that there isn't a conflict of interest, and provide proper legal counsel so that you people can make the right decision, because what you just did is, you know, typical for your incompetence.
Motion fails to approve.
Okay, any other business? If not, is there a motion for adjournment?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second. All in favor? Aye. And the time is 2:48 a.m. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, sorry. Enjoy your day off. Sorry about that.
Me too.
What's he say?
We all have to get up and get our case, ready to go tomorrow morning.
Weird.
He's going to some office, I don't know what he's
My
doing.
signature is different with this
He's going
one.
to Long Island.
It's also different at this time in the morning.
This is gonna sound really silly, but after you, I guess, download whatever's on the flash.
Well, I gave it back to you, I didn't really use it.
Oh, you can have, the township can have it.
I mean, it was. on
I
the
know, I
computer.
saw it there and I was very confused.
I know, I
I thought it was the other
without,
one.
excuse me.
No. Unprofessional life. I don't know where, I had two of them, so I
What do you
couldn't.
see?
But they're both the same.
Well, look.
These are so new.
Do it that way, you're all right with that.
That's perfect.
What